welcome to the first installment ever of Game Informer's Game Club. We're finally here, you guys. We finally made it.
We're doing it.
We're really doing it. Tim and I are in the same room for once.
Yeah, it happened.
It's amazing.
What
We're
the
coming
hell?
together on this podcast. So, this is Game Informer's Game Club. We are going to be, in theory, this is going to be continuing into the future, covering all games. The first installment.
Every game ever
Covering
made.
all games.
That's right.
Exhaustively.
Everything ever made.
We're not going to stop till we get to every game.
That's exactly right.
We're really crossing our fingers for an apocalypse, so they stop producing them and we can really work on that backlog.
We finally worked on that Bruce Willis Apocalypse game. But we're talking about Final Fantasy VII. And so in this episode of the Game Informer Game Club, we are going to be talking about everything in Final Fantasy VII up until you leave Midgar. That is the stopping point for the community for this first section.
Yeah, and we sent out a bunch of primer questions to get people rolling. We're not going to just go down the list of all those questions, but we got some really, I was impressed by how many awesome emails we got. Like, it just made me think, like, it's made me sit back and like, people that play Final Fantasy games are smart. And I was just
smartest
like,
community?
there's something to it. I was just like, was genuinely thinking about that. But anyway, I'm
Good
excited
for
to
you,
get to
everyone.
These. Yeah,
You really did it.
Yeah, eggheads.
I am also thrilled by the community response. Like, the entire point is to interact with the community more and go for a deep dive with these games. So,
Yeah.
Are you not going to introduce us at all?
yeah, I'm getting there, Joe Juba.
okay.
So we have the voice of Joe Juba, Final Fantasy expert. We have Tim Turq.
Hello.
Who's joining us here. And also the great Matt Miller.
Hey.
Old lorehound Matt Miller here.
Yeah, that's me.
That's his nickname from college.
I recall Final Fantasy VII being the reason that I got a PlayStation.
Really?
Yeah.
You see the commercial?
I think, here's a funny little tidbit. I think I saw a screenshot of Final Fantasy VII in a Game Informer.
Those screenshots in that old Game Informer are terrible.
Yeah.
They're microscopic.
Yeah, it was super tiny. I remember I was in like a GameStop just years and years ago. I mean, mid 90s, and opened up the magazine and saw this little tiny itsy bitsy screenshot of Final Fantasy VII, which at the time looked amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Just like so awesome looking.
Were you holding up like microfilm directly to your eyes?
I think my eyes were better back then, but I looked at that, and I was like a RPG kid. I really liked the Final Fantasy games that had released prior to that.
Okay.
And here was this awesome like complete change of pace with this, I think it was a screenshot of Midgar. And it got me so excited, and I went out and gathered up some money and grabbed a PlayStation.
Nice, but you didn't buy it. You just grabbed it from someone.
Yeah, I stole someone's, but I didn't have the game yet. I mean, it was a preview, right?
Right.
And so then I was playing. That got me into other PlayStation games, and yeah.
Well, I mean, something else that's interesting is that like JRPGs around this time, some still used kind of 16-bit plus sprites, and we're still like the last we had seen from Final Fantasy was 6, and it was still sprite based, and this was doing weird stuff. Like if this was 97, we had 1 year to get used to kind of like pre-rendered backgrounds, and like a lot of people in the emails reference Resident Evil as being sort of a base point for how to move in that world, and understand the way that they made those backgrounds.
We made it 2 minutes into Game Club, by the way, before Tim brought up Resident Evil. So I wanted to point that out.
I mean, I wasn't going to. It's the emails.
Blame it on the emails, man.
But regardless, it just looked unlike anything from Final Fantasy and anything from RPGs in
I know
general.
you're a big Final Fantasy IV fan, Tim. Were you looking forward to 7? Were you just like keen on everything PlayStation, so you picked it up?
My history with Final Fantasy was like I had a friend who tried to show me like enthusiastically Final Fantasy IV over and over and over again. I'm like, okay, cool. Can we play Mario World? And then I saw 7, and I was like, this is cool. This is gritty. And so 7 was actually mostly my jumping off point into JRPGs.
Final Fantasy was probably my first series that I just sort of had when I was a kid, I just sort of had like a blind adoration for, I played Final Fantasy on NES, and then Final Fantasy 2 on Super Nintendo and 3 on Super Nintendo, and loved all 3 of them so much that it was just like when Final Fantasy VII came to PlayStation, like that was the decider on like, well, I'm not playing N64. I'm playing PlayStation. It's Final Fantasy. That's what I play games for. You know,
at that age, I know this sounds totally weird, but the fact that it was Final Fantasy 2 and then Final Fantasy 3 and then for us Final Fantasy VII, like enchanted me. Like I was so I was so
like the gods sent down just these selections from the series that just happened somewhere else in the world.
Or the idea that it was that much more advanced.
Oh,
than like,
I
played 2 and 3, and now all of a sudden I was going to get to play 7, and it was totally different.
I had no idea that like chronologically, this was the next one.
I'm totally with you. I remember talking to my friends about it because I fell in love with Final Fantasy VII with like a group of friends, and I remember having a discussion about like, well, maybe there's like 6 other ones, and all of us were like, no way, impossible that there's 6 of these. This
It's
is
like
just
Leonard
a weird
Part
name.
6. It's just a weird name.
Yeah, exactly. I was a complete idiot before I found Final Fantasy VII, and it changed my life. Like gaming wise, I was like Apple II, like Oregon Trail, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and like crappy Garfield platformers on Game Gear. And then somebody loaned me Final Fantasy VII, and it was like, what? I had never seen an RPG before. I had never seen any of these things before, and it absolutely blew my mind. So I have a very soft spot in my heart for this game.
Yeah.
Well, as well you should. I mean, it's easy now to, as we are today, going back and playing it and seeing a lot of things that are primitive in retrospect about it. But I think it changed a lot of people's lives at the time as gamers, as recognizing that this is a hobby that I could like get into and get really excited about like what the potential for storytelling was, the potential for like mixing different genre ideas together in a single game for interesting settings. There was all this stuff going on in this game.
Yeah. Do you guys want to quickly hear, like we were all talking about our experience playing it as like when it came out or close to the time that it came out and just being intoxicated by it. There are several people who are playing along with us who didn't grow up with it. And one person is Alex, who talks about, just to summarize, his first Final Fantasy was actually Final Fantasy X, and then played like 12 and a little bit of 13, and loved Final Fantasy X. Alex couldn't say enough kind of things about it.
So he came to 7 for the game club for the first time?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, awesome. Great.
So
Very cool.
he says, I'm currently playing the PC version from Steam with an Xbox One controller. I'm enjoying what I've played so far, but I was surprised by the combat. For some reason, I had it in my head that Final Fantasy VII was turn-based, much like 10. I know there's an option to switch it to that kind of combat, but the fact that active time battle is the default caught me off guard. He doesn't think it's bad combat. I'm having a little difficulty selecting abilities, items, and enemies, more so than other active time battle games that I've played, like Final Fantasy 12. Anyway, but Alex seems to be enjoying it. But that actually struck me too when I was playing. I'm like, oh wait, that's right. It's not pure turn-based. Like, unless I select it, I'm just going to keep getting walloped.
Yeah.
While I'm trying to remember how to go through these menus, like wake up that old muscle memory. You know,
it's kind of funny. Like my default was just like I said, I played previous Final Fantasies and liked the turn-based so much that like just by reflex, as soon as I started this up, I was like, oh, I need to go turn that to wait mode.
Yeah,
all right.
really?
Yeah.
And so like I have no experience with this game as as active.
Why would you want that pressure?
That's not how I like to play Final Fantasy. Yeah,
that's fascinating to me. Like my experience with this game is so contrary to that because I think one of the really potent aspects of Final Fantasy VII is the way that it introduced this element of time and the passage of time into the series in a way that like I don't remember the previous games doing in such a significant way. Like it wasn't just the active time battle stuff. It was, things like time limits on certain sequences in the game. Like we're going to talk about like the opening of this game and how that has this sort of like time limit quality to it. And there's this this sort of sense of this kind of constant threat that's looming throughout different portions of Final Fantasy VII that I really like.
Something hanging overhead as some sort of threat.
Some sort of metal plate.
Yeah.
But
ready to
seriously,
crash
I mean,
down
like
on you.
I don't think that's like accidental. I think that was very much that sense of impending doom, whether it was communicated through the battle system or through the setting itself. The idea of Midgar kind of hanging overhead over these slums. There are all these things that were about this trying to communicate this sense of threat.
Well, I see Joe going through his Rolodex's mind for other time sequences in Final Fantasy.
No, it's not so much that.
6.
I'm thinking that I think 4, I think 6 all have, if nothing else, like the option to go to like active mode versus wait mode also in combat, So it's like, I don't know, I guess I think from a narrative standpoint, all the stuff Miller's talking about in terms of like a more sense of like impending threat. I mean, hell, for the whole, I can't say it. It's too
Can't
far.
spoil
it's
it,
too
Joe.
far
We're not
ahead.
spoiling anything beyond Midgar.
Yeah.
It's safe to say that there's more of that coming, though, right?
There's stuff overhead.
That's what I was going for. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but so like all that I think is right, but I like for me the battle system just isn't a part of that equation.
I think I think it's interesting how I think little will end up probably talking about the battle system, at least this first. I don't know, maybe in the broad scheme of the game, I'm curious how much we'll end up touching on that as being the most important, memorable thing. But the Materia system is such a... Anyway, we'll get to that.
We can dig into that.
But
That's
part of why I think that you get that sense of urgency, and this is part of the things we brought up to people to consider, is the way that the game kicks off with the reactor sequence. We asked, the reactor assault is often cited as one of the most iconic and memorable opening gameplay sequences ever. And we ask why. Ryan from Minnesota says, consider all of the previous introductions to Final Fantasy games. The Mist Dragon, Wing Raptor, the Welk fights in 4, 5, and 6 respectively are all essentially the same tutorial repeated verbatim. This finally gives you something new to do that is both plot relevant and exciting while managing to teach you all of the basics about systems and gameplay without resorting to a long, boring tutorial. See the job system and Magicite videos. That's Ryan pointing that out. And then Randolph just goes on to say, I can't think of any RPGs before this that go off to this fast pace of an opening. It just drops you right in the middle of the action with no tutorials or menial tasks. More RPGs could learn from this even today.
Absolutely, still today.
And then Nathan makes this Star Wars comparison, which I more JRPGs than this have been compared to Star Wars because it's a classic story. But just like yeah, it's a decent comparison. Just
Because Biggs and Wedge? I don't understand.
no, yeah, right. Just because of the
Like the
business is
opening of
happening.
episode 4, you're in the middle of an ongoing conflict.
Exactly. It's not just this slow lore buildup. It's just like you're in it.
Yeah, I think
man.
this is like my big impression is I forgot how well paced this section is. Like it has such a great sense of momentum going throughout all of Midgar. But I should just ask you guys, like maybe Tim, start with you. Like, what was your overall impression playing through Midgar?
It was smaller and simpler than I remembered. The last time I played it, Midgar was just this labyrinthine, like crazy series of stitched together areas, and it also helps that Midgar itself is sort of like ramshackle and cobbled together, and there's not a lot of sense of flow to it. And I think I liked that, but I don't know, maybe it's just I have a better sense of direction and my memory is better. I'm smarter than I was when I was 12 probably or whatever, arguably. And so basically it just, and then my memories would click back in. I mean, you guys are probably going to say a lot of the same things that I'm going to, but the thing that actually like caught me the most, I'm just like, how did I deal with this garbage? Was climbing up to Shinra headquarters and doing that rope jump.
Oh yeah, that was.
And you have to wait for the little squeak.
I know.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't forget to talk about that.
Oh, was the squeak how you tell?
That's apparently that was the
It's a
most
sound.
reliable way to do it.
Oh man, I just sat there and tried for 5 minutes until it worked.
I just spammed it. Yeah.
But
and then I dropped down to like get a treasure chest or something and had to do it
yes,
again.
exactly.
Yes, 100%.
Those bastards. But basically, it was it was very nostalgic, but less mystifying than it ever was before. You know, I got out of there in like 6 hours. So,
Right.
again, the version I'm using is pretty generous.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's tough. Like I remember just being so blown away by it the first time that I played this game, and I remember having like saves in like all the different areas because I'm like, I just want to live here forever. I just want to keep talking to people. And now it's just like, oh, it's really just a couple screens. There's like a limited number of characters I can talk to. I know exactly what they're going to say. Here's the old stomach ache man in the pipe. All right, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's that magic that fades away, but I was still swept away to a certain degree. I still think that like the way they roll out Midgar, and it just is so sad. Like just the tone that they slowly wash over you in Midgar. I think they do such an amazing job of it.
Yeah, I'm totally on board. And that was actually something that like I didn't miss it on my first playthrough, but I mean like I think what I was probably I don't remember how old I was. I was young enough to maybe like not fully process the sort of thematic stuff that they were going for there. So like as I play it now as an older man, like it is so effective at just like this seeping sense of like desperation and hopelessness throughout that whole sequence. Like I found myself very surprised at how bleak it was sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
Andy from Anchorage, Alaska, this is relevant to what we're talking about. I think does a really good job of summing this up. He says, in spite of few people calling it such, it's obvious from the beginning that you are Midgar's slums. There's a noticeable lack of planning to the buildings as people's homes are haphazardly shoved together near businesses and junkyards with seemingly no regard for zoning or even common sense. Tifa's bar is across the street from a gun shop that sells assault rifles and grenades, for crying out loud. Plus, the buildings we see are cobbled together messes of random junk, looking for all the world like they were built out of the refuse of an industrial society with a fondness for neon. Taken together, it makes for a filthy, vibrant shanty town that's an awesome setting to explore for the first couple of hours. That's Andy.
Yeah, and you can't ignore the way the music
right
pipes into that also, because that is like, even though it's the same, probably 4 sad songs going the whole time.
The one that plays in Walmart is just so good. Just like that bass line, the ba-doom.
I believe you mean Wall Market.
Walmart, thank you. Not Walmart.
It's completely
I don't
different.
mean people
Totally
of Walmart
different.
get.
I think that's just super Walmarts where they play that song, honestly. But yeah, the thing that struck me again was just how this person from Anchorage just
Andy.
And thank you, Andy, about how everything is just so cobbled together. Like even like the weird mixture of English in the signs in the background and Japanese.
Yeah.
Like they might
Barrett's
even go,
arm. Like he is the personification of this kind of lifestyle.
Yeah.
How does he pull a trigger, by the way?
It's when he gets mad.
Nobody
Does
knows.
he just has to like flinch hard enough or something?
He's got
Yeah.
flex
How
his
does
muscles.
Luke Skywalker move his robo
But
arm?
real quick, like in the junk angle, I just want to bring up too, like something that stood out to me playing through this section again is just how many giant robot hands are strewn about in Midgar. Like of all the junk in the city, there's just giant robot hands everywhere. Like I don't know if a former society was obsessed with giant robots, but then they're all flummoxed by like the robotic soldier that they fight later. Like what is this crazy robot? It's like, just look around. The entire city's made out of robots.
A bunch of discarded proud clods.
Fought some jellyfish.
Never mind.
For me, when I think back on Final Fantasy VII, the 2 spaces that really sit in my memory most prominently are this part, the opening in Midgar. Then there's this big empty place that's from there quite literally until like the last dungeon. And the last dungeon is super, super memorable for me. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of like cool story moments that occur in those spaces in between. But in terms of like
Joe's been playing ahead, everybody.
Yeah. I mean, suffice to say that like there's a lot kind of packed in close in Midgar, which I really like about the opening. Not just the very opening, but these opening hours throughout the city. The thing that struck me that I'd forgotten about was the number of times that the developer was kind of it was sort of experimenting with weird little offshoot ideas that took it away from the normal, like, okay, I'm going to walk here, a battle's going to trigger, I'm going to fight in a battle. Like, just things like, like when Eris is running and you're telling her whether to, like, run or fight, right?
I botched that part so hard.
Well, yeah, totally, right?
Like,
I intentionally did. I'll get into that in a minute.
Or weird sequences where you're, you're having to climb through things. When we talked about, like, the weird, like, the sound thing that you have to listen for.
There's weird platforming in this
Yeah,
because they have a
weird
3D.
platforming.
They have a pseudo 3D space.
You have these every once in a while these weird like puzzles where you're put like there's the weird puzzle where you're putting together this like model of Midgar thing.
Yeah.
right?
Oh, someone actually wrote in asking like, why is the one piece missing? I think it's because one of the plates fell.
Yep.
Yeah.
And just there were all these
let alone the motorcycle sequence.
and the motorcycle sequence.
Yeah.
Like there were a lot of attempts, and mind you, I don't think a lot of them are very good in retrospect, but there were a lot of attempts to do things that took you by surprise and were and kind of changed up the expectation of what you were thinking you were going to get out of this like this classic JRPG kind of style.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool. And and I think for those who have played past this, it's a theme that we'll hear again in later parts of the game, of times where they do like weird little mini games in certain sequences.
Yeah. And I think a big part of that is just like them having new technology at their fingertips too, because like in previous Final Fantasies, you do see moments where they like deviate from the standard structure. The Opera House is a good example in FF6, but like I think in FF7 they use those opportunities to do something different, to actually like devise different gameplay stuff rather than just sort of like, let's make this more narrative focused or like that. And instead it's just like, hey, we're in 3D now. Can we make someone drive a truck and swing a sword at some motorcycles?
right.
Well, yeah, we can.
What was really interesting is like you think back the Super Nintendo, the Super Nintendo Final Fantasy games that people think about, which is 4 and 6. You think about Mode 7 intros with like the Red Wings over Baron or whatever, that whole thing, and they're just immediately trying to show off like the expanse of the world and how big it is. Like, look at what Mode 7 lets us show you the entire world here. And this is the exact opposite thing. It's just like let's zoom in.
It's a tiny
I'd
little
never
area,
thought about
right?
that. Yeah, because like until you get to like where we're stopping discussion today, like out of Midgar, you have no concept of like the size of the world. The world to you is entirely Midgar to the point that, like,
Because that's what it is for the characters, right?
Because you don't even know if you're gonna get like. I remember playing this and like for the first time being like, is this it? Like, is the city it?
Yeah.
How does an airship work here?
Totally.
You know,
I had
like,
absolutely no idea, not having played an RPG before. Like when my friends were describing this game to me, they're like, yeah, it all takes place in this world where like it's all the slums, then to build a new world on top. And I thought it was amazing. And then when you step outside onto a world map, it's mind completely. I never seen a world map before. I didn't know it was a concept.
Well, and not only that, if you're a Final Fantasy player, you'd never seen a 3D world map like that before either, which is like in terms of talking about this game in the context of its era, like you'd seen in FF6 and 4, there was a sort of like coolness to the way that you were like going around, the way the world would sort of like warp around you a little bit in certain circumstances and stuff to give the sense of like scope and depth. But like nothing like like there's a mountain and it's actually a mountain.
It's 3D terrain.
I think that it's what you're describing is the thing that almost all of the early Final Fantasy games really excelled at, and Final Fantasy VII did the best job of it, which is that idea of like there is this smaller world, the smaller understanding that the characters have of their own world that is just sort of gets bigger and bigger, and the scope of the world gets bigger and bigger. I mean, even if you're talking about 4/2, right? Like the idea that like there is a moment in that game where it's like there's a moon. We're going to the moon, right? And like that carried over into 7, I think, in its most profound and full realization because of that idea of Midgar being this sort of like, oh, well, yeah, this game's about being in Midgar, and then suddenly it's not.
Derek wrote in, actually, this is the same Derek who donated 1,000 smackers to Extra Life.
Hi,
He's
Derek.
Minnesota
Hi, Derek.
local and grabbed dinner with us. So friend of GI, Derek says, this is... I think setting the game up this way made the moment that you hit the open world even more powerful. You are finally escaping this horrible, dark place that's drenched in shadows, and then you see this sprawling open world full of grass and mountains and a sweeping musical score, which you forget about the main theme kicking in there. That stark contrast makes you hate Shinra even more because the beginning of the game wants you to assume that the whole world is like Midgar, and when you find out it isn't, and it's Shinra that made it that way, the corporation is vilified even more.
That's a good perspective.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yep.
I don't understand why people didn't move away from Midgar. Like it's going for kind of like a New York Times or like New York Times. There's like a New York focused vibe, but it's like it's not an island. Like people can go out to Calm. It's like the most beautiful
it's
town
locked.
ever.
You can't go out the door.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, you can go to the where you drop off from the highway and first see the open world. You can navigate. I think it's just past the church.
Yeah,
and you can get there. Like, and the door is locked.
Yeah.
It's like dicks. Now I hate Shinra. What are they doing?
And also, if you escape, what are you going to do? Like, unless
Live on the land?
Yeah, I mean, unless you have a lot of experience breeding chocobos, there are no nearby job prospects.
I think we all do.
Or snake murdering. Or we'll get into that.
Okay, yeah,
probably in
that's
the
next episode. That's
Also, I think these points also drive home like Aerith, the church, and Aerith. We're going with Aerith or Aerith?
We're going Aerith, damn it.
All right.
America.
Go either way.
Anyway.
You're going to have to get used to Aerith because that's what it's going to be in the remake.
They make what she represents to that entire game universe and how her home and the church are represented in all of like the slums of Midgar, like even more the thematics of that even more potent, I think.
Yeah,
It's very calm and beautiful and bright and well lit. One of the only places that's actually well lit.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and has green in it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or has it really any sense of beauty?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right?
One thing I wanted to bring, speaking of Aerith, one thing I wanted to bring up real quick that is part of my larger playthrough, but started in Midgar, is the fact that it's like when I started this playthrough, I was like, man, I played this so much before that like I feel like I've sort of put in my time and earned the platinum trophy on this, even though platinum trophies weren't available when I first played it.
Right.
But so with that in mind, I'm going to do everything I can to like get this platinum trophy. So I cheated liberally and stuff for that kind of thing.
And I don't think that it hasn't been suffering for me because of it.
No,
You know?
But one of the trophies that you need to get in this game is called Best Bromance.
Oh,
the
boy,
Barrett
the
date?
love point system thing.
Yeah, which is like, okay, so if you're playing this, you probably don't know, or at least the game isn't communicating
It's not explicit
to you
about it.
that like different characters have hidden affection values that there's no way to tell when you're like raising them or lowering them or anything, that determine at a point later in the game who you like go on a date with. So this trophy is for going on the date with Barrett, who is the most difficult character to go on the date with.
Naturally.
Because basically like all characters have different like default affection values just when they start. Tifa and Aerith are the highest, and then there's Yuffie, who starts out at like 10, and then Barrett like starts out at 0. So in order to get Barrett's affection high enough that you go on the date with him,
You have to be terrible to the girls.
you really have to do things that, I mean, you don't, it's not even terrible. It's not like I hate you, get lost. But it's just things that you wouldn't normally do, like that sequence Miller
like
was
getting
talking
her
about.
in fights. That's kind of terrible.
Yeah, so that sequence that Miller was talking about in the church when the people are running after her,
And she's struggling to survive.
yeah, you have to deliberately push the wrong barrel and stuff to get her affection low enough so Barrett can eventually leapfrog her.
Perfect.
And she's always like, "What
Listen.
are you doing, Cloud?"
Hey.
Are you trying to go on a date with another man?
Joe, we all know, we're grown men. We know how love works.
Yeah,
Okay.
love is a hidden point value system.
Correct.
Yeah,
I love the idea of min-maxing Joe just trying to min-max his way to a date with Barrett just for this dumb trophy. I mean, it is funny. I remember seeing it back in the day.
I wish this conversation was the first time I'd had to hear about this from Joe. He's been talking about it for like weeks with me.
It's so ridiculous though. Because, well, okay, if you're interested, you dig through my Twitter timeline. I posted a picture of what the date eventually looks like, which is just totally not rewarding in any way. Like it's just the stupid trophy.
we'll cover that hot date in the next episode.
But we'll get there. We'll
it's gonna be
we'll
good.
get
That's
there.
some golden
Yeah,
saucer
yeah.
stuff.
So I did want to bring that up as a sort of thing that's actually changing the way I look at it. Just because like every time I played through this game before, it was always like, "Hey Tifa, how's it going? Hey Aerith, you're cool.
Yeah.
You know, like you're nice to those two people. Get lost, Yuffie, but like everyone else is fine."
Speaking of Cloud and Barrett's interactions, there was one. People brought up some points where it's just like the technology at the time kind of being jarring. Like you get so absorbed in the story, and then you remember, oh, this is a PlayStation 1 game. And one instance was like Barrett was doing one of those things where he walks away from Cloud and is like getting mad about Cloud being all about the money and shaking his fist, and then just like immediately stands erect, turns on a dime, and just walks inside of Cloud and is absorbed into him. And I think it's the first time you like see that in the game. It's just like, oh, it's so strange. But of course.
I also love Barrett's tendency when he gets mad to just like, I'm gonna start machine gunning.
Oh, right.
things. It's just like,
Because why not, right?
and you just assume that like, part of living in the Sector 7 slums is getting hit by ricochet bullets when Barrett gets angry.
That's why they had to build that plate just so Shinra headquarters wouldn't constantly get barraged.
I had a
by
question. I had a
bullets.
note written down. It's like, why is the Lord plate even necessary? And it's just like, it was a failed attempt, and then they had to build on top of it. Is that it? Is that the whole thing?
I don't know.
Like, it's
yeah,
just-
let's talk about like the interesting tidbits of Midgar lore, like something that they reveal, I think, on the train in that discussion when I think Jesse brings you over and is showing you kind of like the
Shows you the map kind of thing, right?
the weird CG generated map. But she had a good, interesting moment where she talks about how all the old sectors used to have names, then people just forgot them over time.
right.
It just became 1 through 8 or whatever the hell it is.
Yep.
Like that's just the new name of this entire place.
One thing that struck me about playing through these early hours also is that like I remember when Advent Children came out and everyone's like talking on their cell phone all the time.
yeah.
And I'm just like, that doesn't make sense. And then I like play this and it's like, oh yeah, they have cell phones.
Yeah.
It didn't stand out to me.
I mean, there's like, what is it, the GHS system that comes in
Yeah.
later.
Is that not in Midgar?
It's not in Midgar
Oh,
yet,
okay.
yeah.
Well, but not even if that system's not in Midgar, I'm pretty sure that there are sections in that first part of the game anyway. When people are like, they at the time I thought maybe it was just like walkie-talkies or some,
right,
or, you know,
right.
like, but no, I mean that totally fits within the lore of Final Fantasy VII. Is that like, yep, people just have these like wireless communication devices that they like call each other up
Yeah.
on, and
Sure.
Yeah, I guess I always got the sense that like Midgar wasn't always the way that it is, right? Like
Yeah.
there is that implication that like what you're talking about, like these places used to have names and now they don't. it reminds me of like tropes you see a lot of times that show up in fantasy and sci-fi about like places that have fallen into ruin and decay, kind of, and I like that about this the world that's presented in this first part of the game, right? That for a lot of these people, they don't even have a memory of it really being any different than this.
Well, my question is, when do you think it made the turn? Because there is Mayor Domino in the Shinra headquarters, and he's the mayor of Midgar, and he makes it seem like it was a pretty recent transition, at least, to like Shinra completely taking over. Like he's like, oh, I'm just basically a librarian now, and I doubt he's been saying that for 40 years.
I think it's probably just some sort of commentary on capitalism, and I mean, I don't know. It's
sure, but within the lore of the game, like how long do you think it's been
down to
since...
decades? You think? I mean, how if Barrett and Avalanche can remember a time where things were maybe better? Because what else would they be fighting for? I wonder. Like, why wouldn't they have given up if they couldn't remember part of what was good about it?
Maybe it was always a crap hole, but just like the idea of Shinra as the corporation slowly gaining power within that crap hole. That's the recent thing.
Well, if you want a passage of time, here's one thing I wanted to bring up because I like the sequence, which is where Aerith's adopted mother,
Elmira.
Elmira, great name. And she goes and picks her up because her husband isn't coming. And there's that great, like, little lighthearted thing that they do where it's just like the couples meeting each other, and then the dude comes out and the wife like spins him around in the air.
This very serious moment just goes for a weird joke.
But I mean, like, how old was Aerith there? Like, very little. And so it's probably been at least 20 years, and because it still looked like
everything looks exactly
still
like
looks terrible.
garbage. Yeah. So it's
and I
at
think
least,
Jesse and Biggs are there too, aren't they? By the lamppost? Am I nuts?
I don't know.
I mean, I think maybe the implication is that like the city falling into ruin and Shinra rising to prominence has been a sort of long process, but the mayor talking the way that he does sort of implies that more recently the power structure that has always been Shinra's goal has kind of kicked into place, right?
Right.
That at this point, any power that the government might have had is just gone. But maybe he didn't know that it was happening when it was happening over the course of many, many years. I don't know.
I have an interesting piece of Shinra lore here that I did not know about. Joe from Chicago wrote in. He says, I was wondering if you're going to discuss the possible connection between Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy X/10-2 at some point.
What?
So he goes into...
Joe hates this. Have you heard this project?
In Final Fantasy X-2, a member of the Gullwings named Shinra proposes the concept of extracting the life energy from within the planet Spira. In the Final Fantasy X-2 Ultimania guidebook published by Square Enix, Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy X-2 scenario writer Kazushige Nojima stated that the character Shinra and his proposal are a deliberate nod to the Shinra company of Final Fantasy VII, and also revealed that he envisioned the events of Final Fantasy X-2 as a prequel to those in Final Fantasy VII. This connection has previously been hinted towards by Kitase and lead Final Fantasy developer Yoshinori Kitase during an interview in the Final Fantasy X Ultimania Omega Guide book. There might have been a typo there.
So we're going with like
and was again detailed in the Final Fantasy VII Ultimania Omega, two of the official publications of Square. So that's from Joe.
Yeah, and I can't like, obviously it's from Square. It's from the scenario writer from Kitase. So it's like I can't say no, but like that seems like something that at the time, in the same way that there's like a Sid in every game. The idea, it's like, oh, we'll name this character Shinra, and like this character has a theory similar to what, and that, like it feels a lot like just sort of like
retconning.
It feels like midichlorians.
Yeah,
or it feels like the Zelda timeline to me. Like,
so retconning or not, it's just sort of like, I mean, okay, so you say that they're part of the same world, but like the world maps are totally different,
right?
And like how much, I mean, like the world of Spira is clearly like way less advanced than, so it's like. Okay, so I guess it would be that would make prior sense. One in the timeline. Yeah. But anyway,
so the check's out. I think.
No, I guess
Joe agrees.
I guess all I'm saying is that like connection or not, it always like the way people latch on to that, like, oh, this takes place in the same world, or like the Zelda timeline is a similar thing. It's just sort of like I would rather just appreciate these things for the sort of like separate scenarios that they are, rather than finding some like because like what is that? I know that Miller, you probably know. There's that weird theory out there that like. This whole like spread of fictional like TV and movie universes are connected because of some
Yeah, whatever.
I don't remember what it is.
It's a fun Easter egg, but anything beyond that. But Miller, since you're a big story guy, and it feels like you maybe have, this isn't an insult, maybe the fewest memories of Final Fantasy VII, or at least the memories are the most faded in your mind amongst the four of us. Is that fair to say? You're dumb.
Yeah, no, I'm an idiot. I think for me there are specific moments that stand out more than there being like the gameplay that stretched between the end of the Midgar sequence, what we played for today's conversation, and the end of the game, with the exception of those big moments, like the flashback to the village, the
City of the Ancients stuff.
Stuff like this. I don't want to spoil anything, so I'm kind of trying to talk around things. But there's a lot of stuff that sits out as these particular moments, and then these long stretches of like wandering around the open countryside and going from this town to this place are less potent in my mind.
Gotcha. So, but where I was going with that is, what do you think of the storytelling in this Midgar section overall?
I think it feels now a little bit primitive. I mean, I'd be interested. I don't know, Tim, if you have anybody else in there who was talking about having experienced this story for the first time. I'd be interested to hear that perspective. I mean, I think everybody here played it way back when, and so there's undoubtedly this is a game that is so wrapped up in nostalgia and the desire to like put on rose-tinted glasses and look at it with such fondness. It's really hard for me, certainly, I can't speak for you guys, to separate out that affection and what it did for me as like a game player and the things it got me excited about related to video games and their potential.
Right.
And to separate out that from like looking at it objectively and being like, that script at this particular part is just not good.
Yeah, the script,
right?
I think we can get into
and
later.
Like,
and the translation.
But all that said, I think there are themes at play in this Midgar section, and overall sort of like structures of these kind of like archetypes, who these characters are, that are pretty timeless, like that hold up pretty well. I think Cloud is a character that you're excited to be, and he's a compelling sort of, especially at that point, right? Like he was in the history of these Final Fantasy games, this guy who was all of a sudden, he was kind of like this like rebel who, didn't want to be involved and didn't want to fight the good fight, but he kind of did. And
he's just in it for the money.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm really curious to see how well that character evolves going forward.
I think
the Midgar section.
I think he resonated for anybody who was a teenager when they played this game for the first time.
Yeah.
Joe found a good email here before we launch into that. Just the response to your question, Miller, about people talking about the story. Like Ryan says that just like after Midgar, that like calm just feels like a strong step backwards. It just feels like you just feel kind of like bereft from how strong of a sense of place that Midgar had.
So including okay. I guess I won't say what happens.
And then as far as like, I'm going to loop this in with the story, just general story topic, but people were pretty blunt about Avalanche on the whole, where it's just kind of like, Avalanche wasn't, I didn't feel that strongly about them, but what they did say is that Barrett's reaction to losing them kind of helped cement that like, this sucks. Like, it's just like, it seems like in a Final Fantasy game where people were dying off, usually like someone would maybe just like walk and like tilt their head down or something because the sprites were just so limited. But Barrett's running around all over the place and swearing at the sky and just like firing off his gun. But there's one thing that we didn't dive into too much because it's a more subtle role in Midgar. But Joe's got the email on that.
Okay. So sorry to take question reading, but this is
please.
This is like, in my mind, my favorite thing about this, like about Final Fantasy VII, period, that it does as a whole.
Wow. Okay.
That Tony from Minnesota here does a good job of summing up. He says, I think the most impressive part of FF7 so far is how much they've built up Sephiroth without showing him at all.
100%.
We've seen him kill the most powerful character we've met so far off screen. We have flashbacks where he kills people. Cloud is scared of him, and Cloud is obviously a powerful person. He's an ancient, something very rare. We don't know him, but yet we fear him. Great atmosphere.
You were literally following blood trails
Yeah.
to
Also,
get to Sephiroth.
the real question is, with that blood trail, like, is that from Genova then? Is he like
Yes.
dragging the bloody stump of Genova's
Yes.
dumb nipple eye, like all through the Shinra headquarters?
He is dragging the headless torso of Genova.
Put her on your back like Banjo-Kazooie, or get a cart or something, Sephiroth. For the love of Christ, it's your
He
mother.
also has that giant sword, just like skewer, put it over your back like
How
a
hard
bindle,
is
and
it?
just go. Yeah,
That's so smart. But that was also a thing, is when I got to the end, and obviously you see, President Shinra and everyone like taken out by Sephiroth, like they do such a good job. We just realize like, we haven't even seen this guy yet. Like if I had no idea who he was, this guy would be legendary and awesome.
You just have this name, basically.
Right.
and a really sweet name for young Joe
it
who
is a
was
cool-
playing it is
cool
like
name.
Yeah. And not only is like, are his footprints all over Midgar and whatnot and Constantine's, but he also might be in your head in a way with the, black screen and the white text. You really have no idea. His presence is just subtle and constant throughout all of Midgar.
Yeah, and then we'll get more into how they sort of pay off on that in the next episode. But like for this, I just think it's so brilliant how like there are so many RPGs out there that fail at building up, even other Final Fantasy games that fail at building up like a credible and cool villain.
And
Kuja is pretty badass.
Kuja's just Kuja like is actually a great point because I feel like that's just them being like Sephiroth worked pretty well. Can we kind of do that again somehow?
right,
and then like I know there are lots of Kuja lovers out there. I'm sorry.
Are there? That was my joke.
there are.
I remember nothing about Kuja.
I've made fun of him several times, and like I always get some vitriol back. So.
I think why Sephiroth succeeds too is that every Final Fantasy game generally, a lot of them, the big archetype is like the evil empire and it's all about them. And then it's like at some point, like the general dies or whatever. And then the real evil that was pulling the strings all along is shown. And what's great about this is they kind of get that out of the way and show that Sephiroth is not only like the real threat, but like you don't really know why. So they cut down the cliched empire, which is Shinra in this case, build up a mystery, and it's just you chasing him. And then also Shinra can kind of play in the background as this sort of pest that's kind of keeps coming back at you.
Because
but
they're also
not,
after the same location.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
But they're not the point anymore. And I think that's something that lends itself super well to Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think about, like, one of the things that struck me playing through this early section of the game is there is a heavy-handedness to the kind of ecological themes.
It feels like a sixth grader's approach to capitalism, and also just like they're draining the environment. Literally, just like the environment is just summarized by this magical juice, and then evil corporations are sucking the juice out of the earth. Boy, those bastards! It's so rudimentary.
I love how simple it is.
It is. It's really simple, but it is like it's overpowering, right? Like it's omnipresent
They
throughout.
reiterated
the
a few times.
You know what?
Yeah.
A lot of this stuff went over my head when I was a kid.
Yeah.
It really did. And I was just not playing it for those points. I couldn't zoom out and see the broader picture. I don't know. I think I'd seen Akira at a young age, and Akira, I still sit back, I watch that, and I'm like, I still don't totally like I get it. And then it's the final like 15, 20 minutes where I'm like, I don't know what's happening anymore. And so I think watching like animes like that and Ninja Scroll and like Ghost in the Shell, I had this sort of like gloss that I put over all of it where it's like, if you're trying to tell me something beyond the action, I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
But now returning to it, it is very, very simple.
It is really simple, but it's really like it's all over the place. Right. And like I try to think about it within the context of I don't know. I think I don't even know that you can grow up today and not have a little bit more nuanced understanding of like things like climate change and what's happening to the planet and that kind of stuff. Whereas like I can remember being like in middle school and high school in the mid 90s, and like it was still this thing that like people were trying to get other people to pay attention to, but not everybody was doing so yet. Right?
Check out that Amazon. We lose something the size of Texas every week.
So if that part of the game is pretty overt, Adam asks, what exactly do you think Hojo is trying to achieve when he locked Red 13 and Eris in the lab?
He's very explicit.
I know the answer to that.
Is it just breeding?
Yeah.
He's talking about the fact that like humans like with like Eris, like people ancients with like that ability don't have the lifespan long enough to
Conduct this research?
to conduct a sustained experiment.
His research will take
long
120 years, he says.
So he was going to breed her with Red 13, which that's his species is very long lived.
Okay, gotcha.
So the idea is that any offspring between that pairing would live for a long time
and be really screwed up.
Hojo is weirder than I remember.
Hojo has some serious problems.
I don't remember like the kind of weird Nazi scientist angle with Hojo, especially if you want to like draw that out to be like, okay, maybe like the idea of the ancients are kind of like the Jews in this situation. Like there's a lot of corollaries you could draw there.
I wanted to bring up one thing that struck me as kind of funny is like one of my complaints about Final Fantasy 13 was this will tie back is that like they introduce all of these sort of side characters in 13 that are sort of like seem to be there just for the purpose of like showing a screenshot of them before the game's release. It's like, hey, look, there's this character. There's this character. What are they all
Who's
about?
going to be Sid this time?
Yeah, and then the game comes out and you realize that like what's her name, like Jill Nabat or something in Final Fantasy 13 is just like, what was the point? Who
It's
was
like getting
that?
excited about Elo Asti, you know, before Force Awakens. It's like,
but for some reason, like Final Fantasy VII is even worse about just like throwing a ton of just peripheral characters in there. Like, okay, so there's Hojo, there's Reeve, there's Scarlet, there's Heidegger, there's Palmer. And
is it
like,
nostalgia that makes me think like, yeah, but I like all those characters.
Yeah, no, I do too. Like to me, replaying it, I think it's great. And it actually has me like looking for, or I mean, even the Avalanche characters too are all just sort of like, they're in there and introduced as though you're supposed to know and care about them, but then they just sort of like disappear and reappear at random. But for some reason, it just doesn't bother me as much anymore.
It's defying like
game.
creative writing 101, which is like if you can just combine characters into a single character, you're doing everyone favors. But in this case, some of those characters can be like boss fights, so might as well split them up.
The only exception I'd say is the Turks. The Turks are awesome, and they are
all
great the way they are.
Yeah, I love them.
Yeah.
I do like, real quick, you talked about, Barrett freaking out about, Avalanche dying and whatnot. I was struck, like maybe the most striking bit of writing, at least in the Midgar section for me, was Jessie when she's like dying. She has a line where she says she's on her deathbed and she's like, "Oh, maybe we just deserved it because we killed so many people with our terrorist activities."
Oh, you know what?
Maybe we had this coming because we keep blowing things up after all. It's like, oh,
This is a good
okay.
email from Aaron. Quick, another thing which I applaud SquareSoft for is how they quite often remind the player that Avalanche is committing terrorist acts against the Capitol and people are dying because of it. The game makes no qualms about the reality of what they're doing, and only the characters themselves having to justify their actions in their own individual ways. And anyway, he goes on to say apparently that his memory is that the terrorist aspect of the game was played up quite a bit back in the day. I don't remember.
Like in the marketing?
I don't remember any of that. But
I don't remember that.
Anyway, he just is lending kudos to the fact that they kind of like went for that.
Yeah, I think that they are not ambiguous about the fact that like Avalanche are sort of zealots, that they're not like they might be individually be good people, but like as a group there is definitely the sense that they're not going about this in the best way.
And the populace is terrified of them.
Yeah.
Like the populace is more scared of them and being in the presence of them than like being around
the guy in the
Shinra
train.
people.
And it's because of them that the plate is, I mean, like they blow the plate to destroy Avalanche.
Yeah.
Right. Which is a weird tactic. But,
Yeah, well, but I mean, like again, so great. I mean, like not nuanced,
No.
but
I mean,
just
for
it's
its
like
time.
we're so evil.
Well, they're taking out such good sites as the Honeybee Inn when they do that too. I mean, there's so many good things.
Speaking of that, and speaking of jarring themes and subject matter, someone writes in, one of our questions was just reflecting on the cross-dressing sequence with Cloud.
Yeah.
And Thomas chimes in, I definitely recognize that it's done lightheartedly, but Cloud, Tifa, and Aerith straight up threaten to chop off, rip off, and smash Don's penis.
they each have different things. It reveals something about their character and the way they treat this penis.
That's pretty hardcore stuff, even by today's standards in the world post Manhunt or GTA. One thing that stood out to me is I thought that when I played the game on PlayStation 1 that they referred to like, I'll chop them, I'll cut them, I'll smash them. And I thought that they were doing a plural to indicate maybe it's like his testicles or something. But this version I'm playing, which is the PC port on PS4, it was very much a singular like it.
It's funny that you remember that. I don't know if they changed that.
I don't know. Maybe they didn't, but
I remembered it as plural also. That could be wrong.
So
This is the kind of game club discussion I'm on board
they're
for.
either castrating him or chopping off.
Yeah, I mean,
his
at any rate,
Yeah.
his genitals are going to pay.
Yeah.
I mean,
way.
Neutering or castration.
how does that whole sequence play for you guys playing it now? Like, is it?
Did anybody get chosen? Did you dress
Yeah.
Cloud pretty enough? I assume you did. How'd that go?
There's a trophy for it.
Is it cleverly named?
Because you basically have to do like all the things to raise your chances that he's going to select you as Cloud.
You have to do all the things and you have to do them right. So, like, for instance, that dumb part with the squats.
Yep.
You have to save your game before that because, like, it just controls, like, pure garbage.
It's true.
So, like, when I did it the first time, I didn't do enough squats to beat him, and then you get, like, soiled wig or some some crap instead.
Instead of the blonde wig.
Instead of the nice wig, yeah. So then I had to reload and do it again. But I got on my second try. But
I mean... of all the things that they're going to do in this eventual, like, remake of this game,
right?
How they handle the cross-dressing sequence and do a modern update of that. I mean, it's not like a 2-minute thing.
No, it's a whole sequence.
Like, it's a whole section of the game, of the, like, these opening hours of the game.
And they've said it's going to be there. They're not taking it out.
Keith puts this really well. He says, I will say that the only reason the scene works as well as it does is because of the polygonal art style of the characters. It's already hard to tell who is male and who is female in the world, so dressing up Cloud as a female in that art style allows it to be much more believable. It's going to be interesting to see how the Final Fantasy VII remake, yada yada, that's Keith. But I thought about that too, where it's just like these characters, you look at like some of the Avalanche characters or NPCs, like it's not always obvious whether they're guys or girls or have long hair or short hair, and it's going to be weird.
Yeah, I just think there's also a different level of maybe sort of cultural awareness. I guess I can't speak to too much to where the original game or the subsequent remake is being made in Japan, and the cultural sort of mindset around cross-dressing is there. But certainly here, there's some different understandings of that today.
From 97.
From 96, 97, right?
Yeah, it's very much played for jokes. Like, oh, those guys in the gym will probably have a dress, like that type of stuff.
Whereas I don't know that you could do that and not have some sort of broader implications about, like, any number of different things.
Sure. And there's weird stuff where, like, if you don't get chosen and you're Cloud, like, in the basement with the dudes that are, like, Pepe Le Pew zombieing towards you. And
then there's a guy in the corner who just says, quote, leer, snicker, like, as, like, the weird zombie men are walking towards you.
It is weird.
Also, I forgot that the first time that Ares and Tifa met is during that section.
Yeah, like in the torture basement.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, hello, good to meet you, lifelong buddy.
How do you do?
Short life.
Yeah, I don't like Cloud either. What are you talking about?
There's so much of that between those two. Like, gee, is this your girlfriend? Oh,
I promise I don't like him.
It's just constant. Where it's like, I like keeping it like Tifa's just my old buddy, and Ares, maybe something will happen there, and it's tough to role play that when they're constantly Tifa's like, I don't know.
Something I'd say to people: if you're, I know there's a Final Fantasy VII game club, but if you have the extra time and are interested and enjoy the game and the story, pick up Crisis Core on PSP.
Yeah,
because like that adds a very cool dimension after you've finished 7. It adds a really cool dimension to what's going on with Aerith, I thought.
Yeah, it's interesting because
it's a prequel.
I just started playing it. It was like last year, I guess, because I never gotten around to it. And it's interesting now seeing the way Ares kind of talks about that, where she talks about dating somebody from Soldier, and the way she phrases it, she's like, I wasn't really that into him. I liked him for a little while. It all seems pretty passive. It wasn't like love of my life, Zach.
Yeah,
yada, yada,
which
yada.
is I think they need to do I know it sounds stupid, like to make the player feel like they're not it's like to make her feel like she's not taken, that like Cloud has a shot with her. She has to be like not super into this guy. But like if you play Crisis Core, I think that you get sort of a different angle on that.
But yeah, it's also like if Aerith is actually interested in Cloud, like you would not probably try to play up your former romance.
Yeah,
if you want to think about a character's mindset. But
Tim, do you have some good emails there that we should?
We actually only have like 1 or 2 more that we haven't gotten to.
Oh,
but
great.
to maybe like. This is the last one that's really pertinent to the questions we posed, which was the last question was, Final Fantasy VII combines pre-rendered backgrounds and 3D character models. What's the visual effect as a player? In the context of a 1997 RPG, what advantages did this process provide to the developer? This one's from Keith, too. Let's see. He says, I just grabbed a paragraph. I didn't grab the whole thing, but so it says, when you have the camera close to Cloud, his vibrant and sharp polygons are too much of a contrast between the soft focus and desaturated look of the background. It sometimes takes me out of the game, as I'll occasionally have a hard time telling where my character is supposed to be in relation to the world around him, especially when he moves across the Z-axis, which means like further away from the screen or towards you. I occasionally find that I'm always a few pixels off where I think I am, and I get snagged on some geometry, which can be frustrating. Back in 1997, before the character models were up-res and everyone still owned standard definition TVs, I think the blending of these pre-rendered backgrounds and character models would have worked just fine. But in 2016, with a much more powerful system, incredibly sharp televisions, it's much harder to sell on the eyes. Luckily, if you're playing an old school JRPGs for the graphics, then you're doing it wrong, Keith.
Yeah.
I think the biggest point he gets there that I think is really important that I noticed is that thing about higher def TVs, up-res graphics, and how I just don't remember noticing that big of a difference when I played the original.
And thank God this is the PC port, because I've popped in my PS1 version into a TV and using the PS3 or something like that into an HD TV, and it is a blurry mess.
Yeah. We're all just real quickly. He talks about not being able to tell what the character is. We all have the finger notification on and the exit notification.
Not always,
on, right? I just do that all the time. You guys don't? You think that kind of ruins the immersion of the world and stuff?
I just think it's ugly.
I love it. Actually, having lockdown, here's a defined exit for the area. I absolutely adore it.
What I will say that I really like and actually miss about this era of RPGs is because the environments aren't 3D, they can't give players camera control, which means that they are able to, I think, do a lot of really cool framing.
Sure.
That really, I think, sells the areas way more than if you just sort of give the player think about. I can even hear the music playing in my head now. But if you think about when Cloud is going down into that Mako reactor, right? Even at first, and he's just this tiny little speck going down some stairs, and it just gives you this sense of scale that you don't have if your character is just always the same size on your screen and you're just sort of rotating. I mean, you can see things, but it doesn't give you the same sense. Or when they do some cool stuff with top down, or part of the screen might be obscured by some piece of garbage or a robotic hand or something that I think
it was probably a robotic hand.
I think they're able to use the restricted camera angles to sell the tone and the atmosphere, I think, a lot better than if they were to just in a 3D RPG where they just say, here, you get to control the camera, look where you want.
And in a more intimate setting too, when you're in the Shinra headquarters crawling through the vents and you're gonna eavesdrop on that conversation, you're Cloud walking towards the camera slowly through the vents.
When you have to put that in comparison with we talk to a lot of developers now who they have exactly the opposite problem, right? Because they have camera, the game, the expectation is that you're going to have total camera control. When you want to steer a player's attention to a particular thing and you want to put sort of a cinematic quality to stuff, they struggle with how to do that. And I think you're totally right, Joe. There's some particular moments throughout this game where they use it to great effect.
I think it's how Final Fantasy VII, and then we made the Resident Evil comparison before, relate to adventure games, where because these backgrounds are drawn, you can choose the focal point and decide that this area is about this, and it's a clue, and it can be sort of a directorial, what's the word there?
Cinematographic.
Cinematic. Thank you.
There you
go. Flair to it that if you had camera control, you wouldn't be able to have.
There's one section in Midgar that has aged the worst. I want to see if you guys can figure out the sequence.
Visually or
visually?
Okay.
There's nothing coming to mind.
You don't think it's the motorcycle chase?
No. Although, it's so weird. There's art in the motorcycle chase for the characters that you never see in the game again, and it's really ugly. But I'm not talking about that. It's the trains and that section where you're moving the trains to different sections to run along the
ghost yard or whatever.
It's the biggest. Yeah, it's the biggest example of the pre-rendered background versus the movable objects, and it's just night and day, and it looks so gross.
Yeah, it can be tough. It didn't stand out to me that bad.
Yeah,
really?
Yeah.
One other thing I wanted to talk about real quick that I think is a really important thing about FF7 is the speaking of cinematic is the implementation of CG cutscenes.
Yeah,
which is not something that we really had a whole lot. Before in Final Fantasy at least. Yeah. And in addition, we can talk for a while if we wanted to about how this has a ripple effect just on the whole industry in general and RPGs in general. But I think what's really interesting is it sets a precedent that wasn't in Final Fantasy games before of story sequences as reward.
Totally.
Which I don't know necessarily that I'd seen a lot up to that point of just if you go back and look at my old PS1 memory card, I have saves before each one of like the major cinematic sequences because like I thought they were so cool that I wanted to just like go back and watch them again and again. So like there were times I'd just be like, oh, I want to rewatch that part where they break out of Shinra headquarters in the motorcycle, and like it's not a long scene, but you just like start it up and
completely with you. Also, I was struck playing through it again. I forgot how many small little sequences there were. Like you remember like the larger CG sequences and whatnot, but there's so many just kind of little camera movements and ways that they interconnect the worlds and stuff where it's only like 3 seconds or so. And I forgot about so many of those.
yeah.
I think I think about this a lot as someone who watches a lot of like fantasy and science fiction and geek oriented television and movies and animation and stuff like that. There's so many different cool things now that somebody could dig into and get those experiences that they want, right? Of like, I want to see an awesome sword fight, or I want to see like a cool like sequence of like motorcycle racing or something like that, right? There's so many movies you can go to. There's so many other games that explore that kind of stuff. And I remember growing up and, you know, being a teenager in the mid 90s, something like Final Fantasy VII and those cinematic sequences were so awesome because they were so rare, right? You didn't have a lot of other places that you could go and get that level of coolness.
I can't even tell you how many times I rewatched the Final Fantasy VIII intro because it has like the sweet sword, sweet music, sweet sword play, like magic, and
it was just stylish as hell.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like you could rewatch Akira a million times if you want in Blade Runner, but there wasn't the wealth of it that we have now.
No, like there were, and it wasn't that's exactly it. There was just a couple games,
right? Yeah,
couple games, couple movies, couple TV shows that you could really dig your teeth into and be really excited about these sequences that were playing out, these kind of like power fantasies in a lot of cases. And I'm with you. Like I adored getting to those cinematic moments in FF7 the first time around.
And we'll undoubtedly talk more about those as the game club goes on.
Yeah, where are we playing to next?
Well, I was struck by the place that we stopped leaving Midgar. In terms of the remake, like if they're going to make it episodic, that also seems like a pretty good place to stop. It's such a good point to be like, well, now we have a whole new world of adventure in front of us. Let's go for it. So it seemed like not enough for the first episode or whatever it is of the remake. But after I played, it's like that actually is a really good spot, a good chunk.
And not only that, I think that they've already talked about how they're making Midgar a little more open world and stuff, and like using it as an opportunity to flesh out characters like
maybe Avalanche,
presumably like Avalanche and stuff. So like I think you can expand that section. Like Midgar, I think, is the highlight of the whole game, so I don't think there's any problem with like digging into it and expanding it a little more.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe they could update that script because the localization has not aged
I bet they will.
I would
for better and for worse,
so.
maybe in some situations.
A couple uses of the R word in there, which isn't great. There's a great moment where Barrett's like punching and boxing, and then he just goes, "Shucks, money."
It's pretty good.
It's like blatant stuff.
Yep.
But yes, I look forward to seeing how they adapt that script. But you guys want to look to the future now?
Yeah.
Where do you guys want to stop next time around?
So I think if we want to try and keep this going at a brisk pace, I don't think that we can keep doing like 6-hour chunks of this. We'd be playing it for too long. I think, and in terms of, I think Midgar is great for density of content, and I don't know that the rest of.
What do you mean?
We'll get to it. I think that if people are willing to put in a little extra time, the end of disc 1 probably is the best punctuation, which according to my like estimates is maybe 15 hours or so.
And even though there's not discs, it'll give a prompt. And let people
so if
know
you're
exactly.
playing a different version of it, there's a specific place that this is going to take you to.
Temple of the Ancients?
Not the Temple of the Ancients. It will get you through that, but after that sequence, you're going to go to the City of the Ancients.
City of the Ancients.
And you're going to see can't talk about it too much, but
an important scene.
A big spoilery important scene.
There's no one listening to this that doesn't know.
I know.
It's impossible.
But just in case. Just in case.
And then looking forward to hearing your thoughts next time around for everything up until the end of disc 1. There's a lot of adventure left to have, you guys.
A lot of good stuff.
Good chat. I like that.
And welcome back to the Game Informer Show. We are continuing to play Final Fantasy VII. I am now joined by Joe Juba.
That's me.
And Benjamin Reeves.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Perfect Matt Miller filler.
That's right. Miller is a terrible, terrible man and did not get through the end of disc 1. He had a vacation and all this stuff. He didn't make it in time, so he can't join us for this one. But in theory, he's going to catch up for the next episode, which we'll talk about at the end of this.
True. All right,
in terms of what we're going to be covering and all that fun stuff.
I stayed up late the last 2 nights to get to the end.
That's because you're a real champion.
Yeah, I know. I care.
You
about
care
my
so
job,
much more than Miller.
And
You're soldier first class. Miller is like soldier fifth class.
Miller is like one of those reunion black sack turds, I think is the best description.
Genova. That's
We'll
all
get
Miller's
into-
been able to say for the last 3 days is Genova. So.
He's got a tattoo of 69 on his shoulder. Anyways, we're talking about the first disc of Final Fantasy VII. If you listen to the last episode from a couple weeks ago, we talked about the Midgar section, which was 6 hours or so. I finished the first disc in, I think, 18 and a half, around there. What about you guys?
I was about 20, 21 or so, I
Oh
think.
my gosh.
What about you,
I think I was
Reeves?
like 17.
Wow,
I
speed
did.
running Reeves.
I cheated a little bit by skipping a lot of battles, which did not work out in my favor near the end because I had to grind. But I think I still saved a little bit of time.
Okay, well, let's just start out from the top there, Reeves. What are your impressions so far? Since we missed, you don't have to cover Midgar, but what are your impressions of playing this game again?
It's a lot of fun. I still like the game. So I was one of those people that was really enthusiastic and excited about the remake and kind of wanted just a visual update and like the same gameplay. And now that I've gone back to play it, I still want I understand that there need to be some changes. I still think I'd like a traditional kind of like turn-based combat system. I hope they don't go totally live action or live combat. But
Right. It's kind of an interesting just shadow over this entire game club is the remake, because when I'm playing it, this is all I think about. And I'm actually gravitating more in the camp of I want them to be drastic. I want them to make a lot of changes, because I love this game beforehand. This playthrough has made me love this game possibly even more.
Yeah.
And it's like, you can't improve on this. The tone is so great. My biggest question about the remake right now, everyone is always like, oh, what about the weird, cross-dressing sequence? How are they going to pull it off? What I want to see more than anything in the remake is Red 13 squeezed into that sailor suit when you leave Junin, and it's so funny to see him like jumping around where he's like, there's a great reveal where he's like, I think I'm doing a pretty good job of being a human, and then he turns around and his tail's just like flailing out. It's just like the worst. Like, he can't stop jumping and moving because he's a dog squeezed into a suit.
Well, that's the thing is I don't remember this game being this funny, actually. Like, there's a lot more humor in this game than I ever remember, or maybe didn't even like pick up on when I first played it, because like you mentioned, the cat in like the dumb sailor suit, but then also Barrett in his dumb sailor suit and everybody making fun of him. You go into a hotel like later on and he's in the bathroom like looking at himself in the sailor suit and like making, I don't know, everybody making fun of him.
Yeah,
and, like, he's super insecure.
I think it's Eris that calls him a bear wearing a marshmallow with that suit. But that is also a huge thing for me playing through this game, is the humor. Like, I think that Junin section specifically is probably the highlight of the game. Like,
You
Cloud.
say Junin?
What do you say?
Junon.
Junon. I say Junin. Where you fall, Reeves? Have you ever said that word out loud before?
I think Junon is probably how I've heard it in the
Junanji?
past.
No way. It's Junin.
I don't know.
I'm
Junin. There's only
I don't
one
think I've ever
N.
heard Junin.
I'm going to say Junin, and I'm probably going to say
Junin.
Aries a lot too. And I'm sorry, but that's the way I was raised,
Why
everybody.
Aries though?
I think it's because, I don't know, I'm an
no one
Aries,
cares.
so I
No
heard
one
that
cares.
word. Anyways, but with the comedy of the game, the Junon section specifically, where Cloud dresses up as the soldier, and they're like, you're making a disgrace of the army, and he's just trying to fit in, and he's talking about, like, oh, the finishing move should be this, and it's just him spinning the sword, and everyone's like, that's awesome, we totally want to do that too.
Yeah. Well,
How well did you guys do on that march, by the way?
Oh, awful.
I blew it. Like, I
Absolutely
just could
terrible.
not.
I thought I was doing a great job later on when you're trying to impress President Rufus, because I'm like, man, I'm almost reaching 100% satisfaction. Then like it kept going, so I was like, I got up to like 170, probably on like 1,000-point scale or something. It's like my scale was completely thrown off.
On the humor front, one of the things that I think is interesting about this is like, it's not like Cloud is a barrel of laughs or anything. He's not cracking wise all the time, but I think it's interesting to sort of, in the years since this game came out, the perception of Cloud as
100%.
just sort of just being this sort of like emo, mopey, like silent guy.
Yes.
And he is like not that at all.
This is the big takeaway playing this game again, is just how much more it feels like a wacky comedy anime than I remember. And it seems like in everything they've done to expand the Final Fantasy VII universe since, they're just doubling down on the seriousness and the mopey, like, oh, Cloud's just a troubled soul, Sephiroth is a badass. Where it's like, you play it, the fun is having Yuffie be insane. Kate Sith is one of the dumbest characters. Like, there's so many little comedic touches in these games that I think are so good, and they've never brought it forward.
Do you think a lot of that has to do with Advent Children and like the stuff that happened after?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is the expanded universe.
One of the things I want to say is that, like, I agree that it's interesting that there's a disparity between like how you remember how funny this game and like what they've put in there. I will not side with you on the front that like I think that a lot of them are very good. Like
that the jokes?
Yeah, like
it's just silly. Like it's not like there's jokes.
The Kate Sith stuff, the Yuffie stuff is all, for me, is just like I actively dislike that stuff.
I'm okay. I think with Kate Sith, I'm just talking more about the tone and him doing the weird thrust thing when he's like protruding the fortune teller device and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's not like Kate Sith is cracking jokes. That's funny. But we can get.
He's a regular
I guess all
Louis
I'm saying
CK.
is that I do like the fact that the game as a whole is a little more lighthearted than I remember. But like
Right.
you seem to be a lot more on the side of like I don't know, like calling it funny or like actually like funny or something. And to me, it's not striking me as like a zany anime.
It's absurd.
I'm not getting that out.
I've laughed aloud a couple of times. This is definitely my sweet spot. Like, I love this game so much, so I'm a sucker for it. But I think it is just appreciating the silly is probably a better way to phrase it.
Yeah.
Just the fact that like they have this plane, the tiny Bronco, and like, oh, cool, we're gonna get a plane that we can fly around. No, it crashes into the ocean, and then you just use it like a boat.
Yeah.
Like it's not laugh out loud funny, but like that absurdness, like I kind of appreciate more than I think I did back when I
Right.
first played.
And actually, somebody emailed in, or Jeff from Massachusetts pointed out that using a crashed airplane as a boat seems like a really bad idea.
It really does.
So that actually brings up one. I think we asked a question about vehicles and
Yeah,
stuff
for
in
sure.
there. And that's one of the things that like to me I think is interesting because it feels very clearly like a bridge between. So this is the first like 3D Final Fantasy, right? This feels like a clear bridge to me between like some of the older Final Fantasies and the new generation of them here,
Right.
because like I remember, I think they must have gotten feedback that people really liked having a bunch of weird vehicles that you use to get around before you get the airship. You know, like
Yeah.
So first you get in the first game you get an airship and everyone loves it. So then they're like.
Right.
Well, we can't give them the airship right away, but let's give them, a little like buggy or something. Or in like Final Fantasy IV, you get a hovercraft, and then you get an airship, and then you get a different airship with a
like
hook
that.
on
I
it.
like
And
vehicle
then-
progression. You don't?
Well, it's not that I don't like it. I really liked it in those old games, and in this one, it feels sort of half-baked to me in the sense that like it felt like they were like, well, people like vehicles, so here's this like, this like 8-wheel buggy that you drive around for 5 minutes and then you're done with.
I completely forgot about that buggy. And it's like,
Yeah.
oh man, maybe I'll be driving this for a while. I was like, no, you drive it to Nibelheim and call it a day.
You needed to cross like 2 rivers, and that's about the only
Nibelheim?
reason.
Nibelheim? Mount Nipple? What do you call it?
I've always called it Nibelheim.
Okay, well now you're just. Of course it's Nibelheim. You
Okay.
can't be- I think everybody has their own
I
takes
think
on all
I've
these
called
things.
it Nibelheim, actually.
Nibelheim.
Wow.
That's absurd. But it's like,
Okay.
yeah, and
Nibelheim.
also when you get the tiny Bronco, it's like, oh, it's a
That's
plane.
tiny Brunco.
The teeny Bronco.
The Bronzo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can like drive it around in the white parts of the water, which it's a good way to limit. You got to do something like that. It feels a bit like the Dodo from GTA 3 where it's like, hey, it's a plane. Not quite.
Sort of.
Yeah, but it's not bad. It gets a little bit annoying to have to navigate where it's like, okay, I need to get to the northern continent at the end. What weird windy path. I need to find the Northwest Passage through the western continent just in order to find my way up there.
Yeah.
There was a point in the game. Oh man, when was it? Like right after you go Temple of the Ancients? Is that right after? Is that the end of the game? Like whenever you have to go find the Bone Village.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
I was like, what the heck?
That's
I don't even
exactly
remember
it.
where I'm supposed to go at this point. It doesn't
Right.
tell you where to
Did
go.
you know where the Bone Village was, or how'd you know that you even had to find that?
After like 20 minutes of like wandering around, I was like, I'm just gonna go look up where I'm supposed to
yeah.
go next.
Yeah.
Because
I have a guide that I'm actually following along with, but there are definitely some vague points of where to go in disc 1.
Yeah. So we asked a question in general that was sort of like, what do you think of the pacing after Midgard?
Yes.
And I want to hear what some people had to say about it. But I guess what I wanted to say first is like the reason that question sprung to my mind is that like I was really struck in the progression of the whole disc 1, and this actually gets better in disc 2, I think. But throughout disc 1, I remembered this as being, we're gonna hunt down Sephiroth, and that's our like the big thing we're doing, and that's the force that's like propelling you forward. And while it is like that is what you're supposed to be doing, your reason for like going from one town to another is just because it is the next place you can access.
It's the only place you can go. Yeah.
So like in a lot of cases, there's no like okay, we need to go to Calm. Or actually, maybe they do say that about Calm, but there's never
they never say it about Calm specifically.
But
I don't think
there's never a point that's like, okay, we need to go to Cosmo Canyon. Instead, you're just sort of walking around, and it's like, well, here's a place. Let's go here. Let's see what's happening.
Yeah.
And then like after that, it's like, how about Nibelheim? Should we go there? Yeah, okay. It's not like you don't know Shinra's gonna be there. Like you don't know anything that's going to happen. You have nothing actually like driving you to those areas.
But doesn't that work as far as like the concept of the world map, which we also asked about? We'll get to the pacing in a bit here.
Yeah.
But it's kind of the illusion of choice on the world map, right? Where it's like, oh my God, it's absolute freedom. There's an entire world open to me. We talked a little bit about it in the last episode about how exciting that is. But then, you find a town, and of course you want to check it out. And if that's the next place that progresses the story, I think it works to its advantage.
Well, except it. I think that you've got it flipped though, because I think there's a way to do it in which like, this is the next place you're going to go. So let's make there be a story reason why you would go there. You know, so it's like, hey, Sephiroth was last seen in Nibelheim, or we know he's been there. Let's go check that out. Some sort of dialogue that like. That
points you that direction.
That points you in that direction.
That does. It's not like it never happens.
That sometimes happens.
It rarely ever happens that you know why you are going to the next town, other than like it is just the next hurdle in front of you that you need to get over to keep progressing in the story.
I can see that. But what are your thoughts on the overall world map? Do you have any takeaways?
I think it's fine. I was actually kind of like interested, like looking at it now. I never looked at it when I first played it this way, but like just being very aware of like the design of it all and like how they would have had to like structure each continent. So like, well, make sure players can't get here yet, until they get the buggy.
A lot of caves, a lot of obstacles.
But then, I also love how they managed to put in some of those little like aspirational things though, where it's like there's a cave out in the middle of the water. Like, how am I supposed to get out there?
Totally. Or like by Cosmo Canyon, there is like the plateau, and there's like a little flower building up there.
Oh yeah.
Can I drive this buggy up there somehow, up the walls? Yeah, for sure. I was really struck. I mean, we've talked about in the last episode how a lot of the pre-rendered backgrounds don't age well.
Yeah.
But I think the polygonal models do in this HD version that I'm playing on PS4. And I think since the world map is purely polygonal, I think it actually has aged surprisingly well visually.
Yeah, I think the world map looks
You thought
all right.
the backgrounds don't look good?
The pre-rendered stuff, there's certainly moments where it just, like, I think City of the Ancients is a good example, or, the classic one from the last episode is that train sequence in Midgar where it just looks like hot garbage. I know you guys disagreed.
Yeah, we were
I'll pull up a still of that. I have it captured. I cannot stand it.
I don't care. I still think using those sort of still backgrounds gives you a control over the angle and stuff that outweighs any sort of like aging of the visual.
I'm glad they did it. Like, I'm not rooting for all polygonal models, otherwise it all end up looking like that roller coaster on the gold saucer, which is just trash. But with the world map, like, they do a good job. It's their first time going like full 3D for a world map. Square's first time, right? Yeah, not just for Final Fantasy, but I don't think anything predates it.
Yeah, I don't.
Anyways,
not that I know.
But as far as like making it alive, just having like the waves lapping on the shore in the world map, or even like when you go over bridges, how they have that sway, they did a good job of adding a little bit of detail and something dynamic. Otherwise, could be a pretty boring overworld.
What did other people? What did the club have to say about it? I want to hear some answers to this.
Yes. So we should point out there's a lot of good feedback on Game Informer stories. There's also an offshoot of the Overblood group on Facebook, which is like a Game Informer fan group, where it's the Game Club group, and they've had a lot of great feedback and whatnot. We had that chat last week, and that was great a couple weeks ago. Anyway, so Evan from Ericsson says, "Hi, GI guys and gals. Moments after leaving Midgar and exploring the world map, I immediately cringed after my first random encounter. I can understand why they exist, but I'm still confused as to how this antiquated mechanic survived after much earlier games like Earthbound and Chrono Trigger were so successful without it. If it wasn't for the workaround cheats in the PS4 version, I doubt I would make it as far as I did. I'm not sure if the forthcoming remake of 7 or if 15 will have random encounters, but if they do, I'll be sure to skip those games, unfortunately."
Skip a whole game just for that, because I don't know, Undertale has random encounters, right?
There's plenty of games. I always prefer the Paper Mario style where you can see the enemies and whatnot.
Sure,
yeah.
that's kind of nice.
See, that's one of the things, I don't know. Like, I don't think Chrono Trigger has any less of a frequency of encounter. You can just sort of see when they're happening.
But it's a matter of control.
Yeah, and
Sometimes you can avoid them.
it's true. And like once you clear out an area, it's cleared out, so you can like run around freely. I'm not necessarily defending it. I get that there are. I get that there are advantages. I prefer the way like Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross does it and stuff too.
Right.
But I guess what I'd say is that like I don't. If you're just trying to get through an area, usually a game that lets you know where the encounters are, you're still going to have to go through just as many fights to get from point A of the dungeon to point B.
But it's a matter.
It's not like they put enemies in you and just be like, "Hey, you want to fight him or not? Here, just circumvent this guy." I mean, like. They put them in a place that you usually just can't avoid them.
Yeah, but it's a matter of control. Like, there's nothing more frustrating, especially when like you're kind of lost in a cave or not sure. Like, did I come this way? Let me double check that, and then you take one step and you get into a battle. It's that like yanking control away from players. Like, how often are you guys shutting off the random encounters?
Oh, all the time.
I do it a lot. Well, actually, that's the thing. I think that's the solution. Is like I don't mind random encounters so much, but like having a little bit of control over it, where it's like, all right. I just want to get to the next checkpoint and save. So if I could turn that off,
well, it's like Bravely Default did that on 3DS. You know, like it seems like they're learning the lessons that they had to cheat their way into Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, and I actually remember, like, I actually did not use. I have not been using the random encounter disable thing very often because instead I just fight. The other cheats, like the speed up and the God mode,
all the time,
let you get through those battles when they crop up anyway. So it's like I just assume not lose the experience by not fighting.
Okay,
but
it's just every once in a while I'll turn it off. But I'm
in the same boat. But like I said I use it all the time, and I'm like, no, it's really not true. I cheat my way through the encounters. I don't avoid them entirely.
Some people were saying this game was easy, and I guess maybe it's easier than previous Final Fantasies up to this point, but after my first game over screen, which by the way I completely forgot is like a film reel, like a burned film reel with Midgar. It's weird. But after I saw that once and I was like had to reset, I was like, I'm not going to deal with this crappy save point system. Like I am just going to vow to never die again using that cheat. Like literally it's one tap on R3 and you're completely healed. So every time I was in trouble with a boss, like, well, I don't think so.
Yeah.
What about you, Reese? Are you cheating a lot?
I did start cheating near the end just to catch up.
Right.
Because I was behind because we were on a work trip and whatnot. But I do want to like try to like not use. I don't mind speeding up the game or like skipping battles, but I try not to use the like. I don't know. It feels like a cheat button where you're just like, oh, I'll just regen all my health and have unlimited limit breaks.
The thing that sucks with limit breaks is
you can't attack. You have to use the limit break.
Exactly, which becomes a problem when I have like, God, I forget who it is. I forget if Yuffie has one, but certainly Red 13, like his level 2 limit break is just like a haste ability, basically. Yeah. So when you have characters that just have like a healing limit break when they're in that time and they only have that one option, then every time you hit that button, it's like, well, I can't attack this round. That's great.
Yeah, you can use magic or something. But it's not as good.
One of the reasons why, speaking of limit breaks, one of the reasons why I think it took me a little bit longer to get through this disc is I'm going for the platinum trophy on the game. So that means that you need to get all of characters their limit breaks, including Eris.
Wow, what is that like?
So,
is it Whirling Winds? What is it called again?
It's called Great Gospel.
Well, that's nothing like it. Okay.
How long does that take?
Not super long once you learn what the mechanics are. How you learn limit breaks is a very specifically defined thing that the game doesn't tell you, but is information that's available.
What is it? What do you do?
When you have level 1 of a limit break, you get level 2 by using the level 1 limit break like a set number of times.
Okay. Makes sense.
There are exceptions to this. Vincent and Kate Sith learn their limit breaks differently. But
wait, overall or just level 4?
Oh, they learn them differently overall. Like Kate Sith doesn't have a level 4. I think his level 2 is his like ultimate one, which he just sort of learns automatically. But then
I wish his level 3 was he just puts a gun in his mouth. Anyways, go on.
I agree. But once you have a level 2, the way you graduate to the next, or like once you have the second limit break in a level, the way you graduate to the next level is by killing a specific number of enemies.
Oh, okay.
So what I ended up doing
with a limit breaker?
Nope,
just naturally.
But it has to be that character delivering the killing blow.
Okay.
So for a character like Eris, whose physical attack is pretty crap, you need to she needs to do things like kill with magic and stuff. So what I ended up doing is going back to I think it's called the Mithril Mine or something. It's that place you go to right after Midgar.
Okay.
It's a little mine. There's a little mine that you go through, like right after encountering the snake, the Zolom thing.
Okay.
Anyway, that is a section where after you've gotten, towards the end of disc 1, that area is super easy, but you encounter enemies in groups of like 4 and 5, which is pretty good. So if you have the enemy skill materia with like trine on it, is what I had.
I missed the enemy skill. I don't know where it is.
What does that one do? You just
enemy skill like
blue
lets
mage
you.
thing.
It's the blue mage thing. It lets you learn enemy abilities.
Oh, nice.
So I have one of those that's filled up too. So it's like, so I would basically go to that cave and have Aeris use trine on things again and again and again, and then use the cheat codes to activate her limit break so she could use her limit break all the time. Anyway, so there's a way to cheat it, but the whole process took me a little bit longer. And I also used that time to then like, because I knew I was going to get other characters there too, I would like prime up Tifa and Cloud to learn theirs at the time also.
Sure.
Anyway,
Sorry,
that was boring.
No, that's fine. I was curious if anybody was going for
what
Aeris
is her
level 4.
final limit break?
What does it do?
Yeah.
It's basically a combination of like all of her previous ones. I think it's or if not all of them, several of them. I think it's a full heal and temporary invulnerability.
Oh, nice.
All right.
So pretty good.
Clinton writes in saying, Final Fantasy VII has aged terribly. The story has me hooked, and I love the characters, but the game itself feels old. No analog control makes for awkward movement in only 8 directions. It makes it easy to get stuck on the environment. One room in Shinra HQ had me trapped for 5 minutes just jamming on the D-pad, and I almost reloaded to save until I finally magically became unsnagged. In combat, it is hard to accurately change targets quickly, which is essentially the active time battle system where you're punished for not being quick with your inputs.
Yeah.
I haven't died or reloaded a save once yet. So far, the game is pretty darn easy. Okay. It sounds like I'm really down to this game, but I'm not. I need to keep playing. I need to know what Cloud and Sephiroth's relationship is. I need to tell Tifa how I feel about her. I need to save the planet. Pro tip to Clinton, you can just tell the TV how you
true.
feel about Tifa. She will hear you.
You could kiss it.
He says he
hold your
needs to
TV.
save the planet. How much do you care about the overall bigger picture story here so far, Reeves?
It's more interesting than I remember. But one thing that struck me this time is Sephiroth doesn't seem like that much of a villain.
Right.
At least throughout disc 1.
Yes.
Until the end of disc 1, then you're like, okay, I got to get this mother.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the point when I think they did that intentionally. Like,
Yeah.
we need to like spur your hatred for Sephiroth on a little bit more, because until then he's just like a really badass soldier.
Thomas Stensland actually wrote in and says, talking about Sephiroth, he's created in a laboratory, told lies about his past, manipulated into being a lapdog. He's obviously unstable, but who wouldn't go a little crazy finding out the things he did? At this point in the story, at least up to the events after the cargo ship, he's practically a protagonist, slaughtering Shinra agents in a quest to take back the planet from those that mistreat it.
Yeah.
And you can see him get more and more unhinged throughout the first disc, but I agree, up until like the finale of the first disc, it's very much like, oh, he could be kind of cool. He's obviously insane and getting more and more drunk on power, saying he's going to. Well, I mean, he does outline the whole plan of having a meteor hit the Earth, and that's not great.
Once you get, it's a little before the very end of the disc. It's the Temple of the Ancient section where you see him. Man, I remember loving that the first time through, and it was just as cool, like replaying it. The scene where like he's like talking to Seng, the Turq, and like his sort of like shadow self like sort of
Walks
zooms
by,
around and just like jet. Anyway,
It is really cool.
That scene too, where he has like the multiple images moving around, and then Cloud does that too later because he's like losing his mind. And you're like,
Right,
wow, that's
right.
cool.
It does look really great. I forgot, and I don't know if they ever really explained. Maybe they do, because genuinely I don't remember a lot of the Cloud's past stuff that might be coming up again on disc 2 and how that all works out. But I don't understand how Sephiroth is flying, because when you see him in like Nibelheim and whatnot, like he's like, goodbye Cloud, and he throws materia at you, then he like flies out the door and he's flying all this place in the cargo ship, which is, I forgot, the first time you really see Sephiroth is on a cargo ship when you're leaving Junin and going to Costa del Sol, and he just like rises up from the floor, like through the floorboards. Just like, what the hell is happening?
How many powers does he have?
That's not explicitly explained. I can talk more about that in the next book club.
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
or game club.
Oh, they do sort of explain it somehow in universe.
They don't, like, that's the problem. Is like they don't explain it well. But
you can piece some stuff together.
Yeah, I have an idea what's going on there
Yeah.
that we can talk about in the next session.
Do you guys just want to talk about Cloud's past? I think it's a really fascinating sequence to get out of Midgar. The world's open to you, and you go right to Calm.
I want to hear some more community input on some of this stuff.
Yeah, no, I mean that is.
I like
the
that
section
sequence actually, the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
Where they go back to is Nibelheim, right? Or Nibelheim?
Yes.
Nifl.
Yes, that's right.
Like his sequence with Sephiroth, and like I like that, and like Tifa's in there, and you like meet her, and knowing what I remember about the game,
Don't spoil
which
anything.
I'm sure we'll talk about next time.
Right.
I have questions that I'm like, I don't remember how this lines up.
Yes, that's exactly the camp I'm in. I playing it again. It's like, oh, the one character has motion sickness. One of the guards that's with Cloud. It's like that's a good detail. I remember that part. And then I love how quiet Tifa is. Like during the Cloud's past part when they're in the hotel and Calm, she's very much just like, tell me your version of what happened on that day 5 years ago, Cloud.
Yeah, and it's like, why isn't she speaking up at this point?
Right,
She was there.
She's really quiet. And later on, I forget. I think it's when you're in Junna and you sleep. Then the voice comes through and it's like, hey. You should ask Tifa what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
Where was she that day? But I love just how vague it is. I think it's later on they talk about it, where Shinra reported in all the like newspapers that Sephiroth was dead after that incident 5 years ago, and then Cloud and Tifa talk about like, yeah, we know we grabbed a sword and went after him. I don't know why we're alive. Like I can't quite recall. But it seems like the most important part of the story.
Yeah, and and I should say I've heard some feedback from people who are like a little upset that we don't go like full spoiler on some of this stuff in our discussions.
Yeah.
And just to clarify, the reason we're not on some of these is because like it's just beyond where we've played in the game.
Yeah, I think we'll get there.
We have a lot of people who are like playing this along with us, but they're playing for the first time.
Right.
So like even though the hardcore fans know exactly what happens and exactly what's going on, we're going to hold back from talking about that until everyone's sort of at the same
Speaking of which, in
spot.
the last episode I mentioned, well, Jenova is Sephiroth's mother, which I forgot they don't really talk about until this episode and or the sequence, and even later on they start to kind of question whether or not that happens, but Cloud's like, hey, who's your father, Sephiroth? And he just laughs. I think like Sephiroth in the Cloud's past sequence, I think is so good. Like the time lapse of him reading in the basement is so cool.
Yeah.
And just the entire structure of Cloud's past. Like I forgot how cool it is having like the text and the narration and just kind of really doubling down on the unreliable narrator during this section.
Yeah. My favorite thing, so we talked about this a little bit last time. My favorite thing about this whole game is the buildup of Sephiroth. Is like the way in Midgar, he's just this like whisper behind the scenes. And then until the very end where you sort of like, he's sort of unveiled. And then this flashback sequence for me is so cool, partially because like this character that you've heard so much about is like, not only you get to learn more about him, but like you're his buddy.
Yeah.
He's on your side.
Except Cloud calls him Mr. Sephiroth.
Yeah.
Which makes me wonder, what is his name
It's his
anyway?
first and last name, yeah.
But I love that sequence where you fight just this like huge dragon. This dragon that is just like a more badass enemy than you've seen at any point in the game up to this point. And like you try to attack him and you do like 100 damage, and Sephiroth does like 4,000 damage with this like huge sword.
And it's just so satisfying at that time.
Really good.
And also, talking about being his buddy, it struck me as interesting when they're on their way to the reactor on Mount Nibel. Mount Nibble? What do you call it?
I say Nebel.
Okay. Back in 7th grade, we said Mount Nipple, and we all laughed a lot.
Hilarious.
On the way there, there's a moment where you lose one of the Shinra soldiers. And Sephiroth even has a line where he's like, hey guys, it may sound cruel, but we can't search for him right now. We got to keep going. It's like, Sephiroth's worrying about sounding cruel? Like, this truly are the early days. But I guess it's before he loses his mind. Because once you then get to the reactor and you see the weird FMV sequence, not FMV, but the cutscene of like the weird thing busting out, and you see the weird face when you look in little pods, and that's when Sephiroth starts to worry that like, my God, I'm just one of these things, Gast or Hojo or whoever.
Yeah.
Has completely worked.
I love
me
that
over.
scene afterwards too, where they're back in the mansion and he's like locked himself in that like library room and he's just reading for a week. I'm like, I thought that was a cool scene, and I don't know, I like Sephiroth a lot more.
Sephiroth?
What am I saying?
You're saying supper broth.
Supper broth is what I had for dinner last night.
But talking about him being so powerful, another awesome little nod after Calm, and it's confusing structurally, but when you go in the cave after the Chocobo farm for the first time, you then just go to like a field and there's just the Zalem snake impaled on this tree. And it's like, well, Sephiroth did this, everybody.
That's so badass.
It's so
I forgot
cool.
about that scene.
And then I left and then went back in. It's like, oh, now you're just in the cave. It's like, well, where was that other area? How do I go back there? I want to see that shit again. It was awesome.
really cool looking.
Yeah.
And you're like, holy crap.
Yeah, I'm really with you. So you guys want to talk a little bit about, it seems like at the Jun-In we already touched on.
Did people have anything to say about Sephiroth?
People liked
Supper
the
broth.
flashback.
Okay.
They liked that a lot. They liked the Sephiroth angle. It's interesting to think about Sephiroth and the overall stakes of this game after 6. And I assume we're going to spoil Final Fantasy 6 halfway through. We have to.
Okay, yeah.
But anyways, the entire world is destroyed in Final Fantasy 6. So literally the next entry after that, when they talk about like, hey, there's a meteor and it's going to come destroy the planet, like there's a good chance that they could actually wipe out a lot of things in this world.
Well, that's what I was thinking is like, this feels just story-wise more fleshed out than any other. Because I had played Final Fantasy 3 when it came out, which is 6, and I liked that story a lot. But this one just feels much more robust and like all the characters are a little bit more developed than in like previous Final Fantasy games. So I feel like when this came out, like this was probably like one of the best video game stories of its day, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, it feels that way to me.
We talked about it a little bit last time, but this time they're still doing a good job or an annoying job, if you're a smart person maybe, of restating the goals, restating exactly what's happened. A lot of times when they meet somebody, they go over it. Like when you go to the Gold Saucer for the second time and they're in the weird ghost house with the South Park ghost waving at the camera. Like they also like, hey, I need to go. I need to know what's going on here. Sid's confused, so let's go over exactly what's happened again, just to make sure everyone's on the same page. Like they really take that lesson to heart.
Sid, the pilot who has nothing better to do except follow you around, apparently.
That was very vague. Also, I like that Red 13 was in my party when they're offering Sid to join a board, and Cloud's like, "What do you think, Red?" He's like, "I really don't care."
Really?
He's just like, no opinion. He shouldn't have an opinion. He's like some weird alcoholic who beats this woman in his house, and it's like, okay,
Beats.
well, he's very
Verbally
He's
abusive.
very verbally abusive.
Yeah.
You're saying that if you're a gambling man, you would not imagine he's ever laid a hand on Shira?
This got really dark. I don't know.
That whole sequence is weird and dark.
I did
mean-
not like Sid when I first played the game. I kind of like him more now. I don't know why. He's just like, he's sort of grumpy, but I like that, and I like his I like being verbally abused.
Well,
Hanson. That's why I like you.
Shut up, Reese.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Rocket Town and the Sith thing. Like the Game Club group on Facebook was obsessed with the idea of how brutal and mean he is to Shara. I forgot how much I like going to Rocket Town for the first time. Everyone's like, "Oh, you want to know what's going on? Got to go talk to Sid. He's the captain of this town." I just love the idea of this old, presumably alcoholic astronaut is just like in charge of this town.
Presumably alcoholic.
I'll assume that. I think it's a pretty safe bet. If one member
You
of
don't see him ever take a single drink.
no, but I'm just going with
He
his
smokes
overall
cigarettes,
tone.
so he's probably an alcoholic.
Absolutely.
That's true.
Yeah, I think it's in his backstory. At
I think
some
that's
point.
a lock. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I love the idea of this astronaut just running the town, obviously crushed dreams, super frustrated. His backstory with the Shara stuff is where it gets weird.
The
Where
like actual rocket launch
all they would
was
have had,
really absurd.
His choice was to postpone the launch 6 months or murder this innocent woman. And he's like, "Ah, damn it, Shara, why are you making me choose?" Like screaming up to the heavens. I understand Shinra was ready to pull the funding and it was a tough deal, but like that shouldn't have been much of a choice.
I'm gonna kill you.
So now it's just a weird life debt situation where she is just going to.
Also, that scene where the rocket actually takes off like 20 feet or whatever
Yeah.
and lands, like, looked ridiculous because a rocket wouldn't land back down like that.
The
but
audio sucks.
also, there was a ton of rocket like propulsion, like and fire. She would have been vaporized, even
Oh
just
my
that like
gosh.
2 seconds.
Absolutely, immediately have been vaporized. Yeah, it's not like he even stopped the entire launch from happening there. Yeah, but also in that sequence, I like when there's the actual countdown, like the countdown clock that you're used to pops up on the screen. To like clue you into like, oh, Sid, even though it's you can't interact with this, he only has this much time to make that decision.
Right.
And it's something I've noticed actually in all of Disc 1 is they do a really good job of mirroring or like incorporating the story into the gameplay and the game that you're actually playing. It's not a very clear distinction a lot of the times between like, here's a story sequence, here's the gameplay sequence. And there's a couple things I wrote down just as examples of that, where it's like, you mentioned battling with Sephiroth in Cloud's past. You immediately see how strong he is. I was like, well, that's your way of interacting with this game, and now you understand this guy is super powerful. I love the joke in Junin about the TV producers just being flabbergasted by how terrible you are as a Shinra soldier.
Yeah.
And he's like, someone send a bomb to his house. And then grenade pops up on the screen that actually puts in your inventory. Even like getting the characters' polygons into the pre-rendered cutscenes, I think that's a super smart touch. And they do it a lot throughout this disc, where it's like whoever's in your party, they're going to be on the tiny Bronco riding it away, instead of just making it a jarring transition. Palmer getting hit by the truck in the battle in Rocket Town. I think it's my favorite part of this game. No joke. I absolutely love it.
You're going to your notes a lot. I want to know what I want to hear what people are writing in.
Hold on, another Palmer thing
We've
that I
only
wrote
read
down.
like 2 things from people.
We're working our way through
Look how
it,
many
Joe.
people there are.
Yeah, absolutely.
You gotta
You're
give
really
people credit
concerned
for
about
what-
the people.
Hey,
That's
Joe.
a club. It's supposed to be participatory.
We're all clubbing.
Joe, I completely agree. We're getting to all that stuff. There's a lot of stuff in here. This is a big old section, man.
On a note, the Palmer note, in that same sequence, like before that fight, he's like in the house talking to. Do we say Shira?
I say Shira, yeah.
And like he's getting tea, and he's like, "Hey, remember to add sugar and honey and lard."
Lots of
And I'm
lard.
like, what? Who adds lard to their tea? Like,
Well, he's a big fat guy.
I know.
That's the joke.
That's the joke, and it struck me as really. I don't know. That was one of the points where I actually laughed because it was so dumb and like weird.
Yeah, I remember when I was young, thinking like this game's adult and this game's awesome. And one of my favorite lines was when you go in the house and then Sid screams to Shara to make some tea, and everyone's like, "Oh, we're just gonna get going here," like Cloud's party. And he goes, "Sit your goddamn ass down and drink some goddamn tea."
Oh yeah, I love that part too.
This is a cool game.
Oh yeah, mature games.
Cosmo Cannon, you guys want to jump there?
Sure.
Daniel Melman on the Facebook group mentions that if you named Red 13, you literally told him that Hojo's name, which he used as the name for an experiment, was good enough. It's kind of a dick move, but a canonical one.
Yeah, Hanson, stop talking about what other people are saying about this game. I want to talk about what we are.
Yeah. No, but I remember one of my playthroughs, I did the big joke of naming him Nanaki, which is funny because then when you get there, he's like, "My name isn't Nanaki, it's Nanaki. It's his true native name."
Yeah. I mean, it's not really a dick move though, because if I remember that scene correctly, where he's talking about it, he's basically just like, "This is the name Hojo gave me. Like, it means nothing to me. You,
Right.
Like, you call me whatever you want. Basically.
Yeah,
you can
I have
call
a
me
tattoo
this.
of 13. Really go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you guys think of Cosmo Canyon in general?
I love that music. That's probably like
my gosh, the
that's probably
music
my
is
favorite.
great.
That's probably my favorite like background music in that game.
It is really,
It
really
is
good.
really good.
Bugenhagen
is awful.
is awesome.
What is he flying around on?
He just maybe lost his legs in the war that Cito fought in or something against the Gi
I don't
tribes.
care how he lost his legs. What is he flying around on?
Do you think practically they did that because he has to show off like the planets and stuff in the observatory later on, and like it was a tough thing of like, well, how do we animate him? Is he like on like a library ladder? Like, let's just have him fly around.
Didn't they animate all the other characters in that scene?
Yeah, I
But
mean,
they were
I'm sure-
standing there, but he was like flying around.
I'm
and showing
sure
the
that they
stuff.
just wanted to like do something different.
Yeah.
Maybe he's like psychic powers. I don't know.
Could
Yeah.
be.
I actually like that scene though, where they go into the observatory and they show all that stuff, and like you get a lot of backstory on like this is how the world works and this is what materia is and all that.
Yeah. No, I really like that. Yeah, it's like showing basically the concept of life energy and basically the force a little bit more.
Yeah.
The thing that struck me is there's the whole Cito storyline. People in the Facebook group were confused about why the stone statue is crying. It almost looks like he's crying
Looks like he's
materia.
crying- yeah,
But I
exactly.
don't think it is. There's
No,
nothing,
I think,
it's
I
just
think
like
it's just supposed to be him crying.
right,
Just
right.
he's sad
because he sees
for his
Red. Because
boy.
Red apparently hates his father. He abandoned everybody.
Well, no, but there's reconciliation at that
Oh
point.
yeah, there is. That's when he realizes
Yeah,
that. Oh
yeah.
no, he's actually
I
defending the
didn't
tribe.
totally understand why he thought his father abandoned him in the first. Like, why didn't his mother say like, "No, your father
Yeah,
died
why
in
keep it a
battle"? Like,
secret?
yeah, that was a weird thing.
Right, right.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Also, it's weird to think that because Bugenhagen talks about how Red 13 is 48 years old, which is
Yeah.
the equivalent of like a 15-year-old. Yet, like Red 13 has an eye gouged out and he's all scarred from war. So why are they sending this 15-year-old into battle then? What the hell are they doing? But I forgot that Cosmo Canyon was the place where Avalanche was formed. It's a weird little detail. That's what Barrett says. He says, like,
that's right.
Jesse and Biggs and Wedge, they all sat around that fire like the eternal flame. And that's where Avalanche was officially founded.
Oh, okay.
But
That was a cool scene. That was a
that's
cool story
stupid.
sequence, and like it's funny because like
How'd they get
That-
out of Midgar?
that goes to how did they get out of Midgar? What do you mean?
there's a little hole in the fence. They snuck through.
But the only reason you go to Cosmo Canyon to begin with is your buggy breaks down. Like that's the story you can see. It's like, oh yeah, and Red's on presumably on that buggy, and you're about to pass it, and he's like, "Oh, there's my home."
Wait a minute, really? I just went right to it. I didn't know that a little thing popped up when you.
Oh yeah,
drove
if
by
you try
it.
to go past it, your buggy breaks down.
Yeah. If you try to go, you have to basically drive right by it. But if you drive by Cosmo Canyon and like try and go on to Nibelheim,
Right.
your buggy breaks down and they make you go back.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it's just like you're sitting around the fire at one point, and Barrett's like, "All right, the buggy's fixed. Like, we can go again."
Of course. Yeah. So let's see. So talking about Barrett and that entire sequence with Dyne in Coral Prison, everything like that. We should just get that out of the way.
I'd actually forgotten that Marlene like wasn't his daughter.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So like on this playthrough, I was like, oh, okay. It just totally it slipped my mind. I thought that she was his biological daughter.
Yeah, no, she's just a little girl that Barrett takes care of and that Kate Sith is holding at gunpoint, but we don't get into that yet. So let's see. We have Aaron here who says, "Hi guys, it's been a while since I played through the game. When I got through the Gold Saucer and down to Coral Prison, I knew I was going to meet Dyne down there, but I did not remember the details of what went down. The game for the few hours before the prison had just been somewhat lighthearted, coming right out of the parade in Junin, Costa del Sol, Gold Saucer, so I wasn't expecting the tone to change so quickly. The segment in the prison did a great job of explaining just why Barrett is doing what he's doing and why he seems a little bit rough. The guy's been through a lot. Then to watch his old buddy completely losing it was quite the gut punch. This made the ensuing boss fight with him super effective, even if it was easy. And to top it all off, just a small note, Dyne kills himself right in front of Barrett.
Yeah.
For a game that has been very Save the Planet focused, it was interesting to see it suddenly deal with a mental issue like PTSD, even though it's kind of foreshadowing mental breakdowns.
Yeah.
And Aaron even was kind enough to list out the dialogue here, conveying how dark it is. Joe, will you be my Dyne here?
Yeah.
I'll be
Dyne.
Barrett here. Dyne, Marlene's still alive. I went back into town. I thought she was gone for sure. That is why I wanted to be by her side to the end. That's when I found Marlene. ... She's in Midgar. Let's go see her together, all right?
So she's still alive. All right, Barrett. I guess that means you and I gotta fight.
What?
Eleanor's all alone by herself. I've got to take Marlene to her.
Dyne, are you insane?
Marlene wants to see her mom, don't she?
So Dyne's plan is to see his daughter again and brutally murder her.
Just so he
apparently.
can be back with his wife.
He's just cracked. And this is another question largely I have about Dyne. So when you first get to Coral and you see the town, and I love it because right when you walk in that town, it's just those guys beating the crap out of Barrett.
Oh, yeah,
calling
yeah.
him a techno freak, which is like this complete badass you see in his element, and it is terrible.
Yeah.
But he says in that whole sequence with the past and to show off the history with Dyne that Coral was gunned down by the Shinra people because there was a plotted terrorist attack that turned out not to be true, they said. That's what Barrett said. Do you think that's true? Do you think that the writers wanted to maybe subtly slip in there that maybe it was a real terrorist attack and that Barrett was responsible? Or my theory is that Dyne might have been responsible? Because it's a weird thing to have Barrett suddenly be the leader of a terrorist organization after he said there was a terrorist attack that was 100% unfounded.
Yeah.
Well, he was the leader of Avalanche, wasn't he?
Well, that's what I mean.
Kind of a terrorist.
That's exactly what I'm
Oh,
talking
okay,
about, though. But
okay.
this is in the past. They talk about everybody in the town being murdered. My theory is that it's Dyne.
Like,
he's
so he
clearly
snapped
not
before
sane.
that?
But like, what do you have to back that up?
He's a crazy person, and somehow
Not at that point,
Barrett
he's not.
knows the
He's
ins and
not
outs of a
crazy at that
terrorist
point.
organization. I'm saying there could be some stuff going on there that's never addressed and never brought up.
It is definitely never addressed and never brought up, and in fact, no threads to that point exist anywhere.
To each their own. So let's see. Jeff from Massachusetts writes in.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
There's one thing I wanted to bring up that I thought was kind of funny, just while we're on the subject of North Coral.
Yeah.
Is that like as far as I can tell, that town is the only entrance to the Golden Saucer?
This is exactly what Blake brings up. He says,
gosh,
Blake
that's
Anglin
super
says, I
weird.
laugh every time I'm forced to go through the shantytown of North Coral just to access the saucer. Is this how all the big wigs get there? Because I don't see another path.
No. It's like there are two ways into the Golden Saucer. You have to like go up from the elevator in the like prison,
Right.
Or take the tram from like coal mining disaster town.
Also, Jeff from Massachusetts writes in and says, Barrett's story is intriguing, but why don't those people get jobs at the Golden Saucer? It's like living 10 minutes from Vegas and complaining there are no jobs and nothing to do. It's true. Like, where are we gonna work? We're gonna scrape in the dirt. Meanwhile, it's this casino with a talking cat that has a job upstairs. Jesus Christ!
What is he? He's riding like some kind of Moogle or something, or what is that?
Oh, this is
Sith?
Okay. It's a real question I have: is what the hell's going on? I mean, he says. I mean, to make it clear that it is just a robot being controlled by somebody in Midgar, I believe they say in this section.
Right.
But so is he like the best puppeteer of all time? Is he the next Jim Henson? Is he controlling the cat and the Mog? Like the fat Mog and the cat? Because as we know,
Yes.
the Kate Sith always work in two. They're always two.
Yeah.
Sith Star Wars joke, everybody.
Oh, I get it.
That's bad.
Yeah, that was.
But is your theory that he's controlling both? Is one a living creature and the other is just this weird stuffed animal?
No,
they're both robots,
Yeah,
right?
they're both being controlled.
Okay, so he is just an amazing puppeteer.
Yeah, he must be.
Is the best that has ever been.
is
Probably, yeah.
Does anybody else want to talk about like just how absurd it is that he betrays you and then wants you to trust him so that he can help you out? Like
He feels
I don't
bad
understand
about it.
his
Yeah, it should
character
be just-
arc at all.
It is a disaster.
Yeah.
A lot of people, I mean, Jeff from Massachusetts included, just says that he absolutely hates Kate Sith.
Yeah. And like, so one of the funny things about this is like, I couldn't remember why I hated Kate Sith so much. Like he came in and I was like I don't like he's abrasive. I don't think he's funny, but it's like, why did I hate this guy so much? And then that scene at the Golden Saucer happens where it's just like, oh, that's right. He just totally betrays you. And then it's just like, I'm still going to be on your team, okay?
Just
And it's
hands
like,
the keystone to the Turks.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I'm like, oh, yeah, that's why I.
And if you don't like me on your team,
Yeah.
I have Marlene at gunpoint.
Yeah, so
all
I'm
right,
gonna hang out with
cool.
you.
Yeah,
I guess hang out with us.
I don't know why, like Cloud, for me, I think it was like Cloud and Eris at that time. Like, I don't know why we didn't talk to the rest of the team to be like, hey, this talking cat that we thought was cool is a complete psychopath. Also, why didn't they acknowledge if he's just like a stuffed animal? Why don't they acknowledge like how weird this is that this thing is walking and talking and wants to fit in?
Maybe it's not that weird to them. I mean, maybe
It's a weird world.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Shinra just has that kind of stuff. One of the things I wanted to, I don't know if this came up anywhere, but I want to talk about the fact that there are 2 optional party members in this section.
Hang on a second. Before that, which is Garrett Mitford wrote in, and he says, when I got to Cosmo Canyon and everyone was sitting by the bonfire, I didn't know who Kate Sith was. I had forgotten he had forced himself into my party because of like a fortune cookie or something. So he's just like, if you completely forget about that part where he walks into Cloud and you never use him, and you're sitting on the fire, it's like, what's this fat white thing?
That could totally happen.
It's
I love
Kate
that.
Sith. If it would have fit, I would have just named him, what is this fat white thing?
Yeah.
white
Or
guy.
just what?
Yeah.
Question mark, exclamation point.
I wanted to use him because I like using underdogs in games and undercats in this situation. And so like I had him in my party for a little bit and it's like, even I can't do this.
No.
I can't deal with Kate
It's like
Sith.
he's so weird. His limit break sucks too. So it's like he's just not worth
What's
having
his limit
around.
break?
It's dice. He just rolls some dice and they do some damage.
You don't want megaphones as a weapon there, Joe?
Ugh.
Does him doing his weird thrust move to reach
Yeah.
your fortune? Who do you use in your party then?
Well, obviously it depends on the stage of the game, but like I pretty much stick with the core 3 when I can. The Cloud Tifa Barrett is kind of who I use, but
You're a fascinating personality, Joe.
well, here's the thing. I also like to bring in because I underused him my first time through the game. Is I've been bringing in Sid a lot.
Okay.
I like Sid.
Okay.
One thing that I'm finding that is, and this ties into the optional character thing, is that like when I first played this game, I loved Vincent. I thought Vincent was so cool.
Oh boy.
And like I have not used Vincent at all. He is garbage.
Also, it's just such a weird thing to be like, all right, I'm just a former Turq sleeping in this locked basement in this coffin.
Yeah.
There's like a weird vampire thing going on, but like they never really address it.
It's
Like,
always
why?
It really, as you go on in this game, you miss the simple early days when you only had humans on your team, not this freak show that shows up. It's like, hey, Kate Sith and Vincent, he's a flying vampire.
Also,
All right,
this
have fun.
talking cat and
And I don't remember, and I guess don't spoil it, but I don't remember if they ever explained the vampire stuff. If Vincent is he just a weirdo?
yeah.
I remember some of the elements of his backstory. He's very interested in Genova's real mother.
that why you
or
liked him,
Sephiroth's
Joe?
mother, but
Well, his backstory stuff is something we can talk about in the next session because
Okay.
like you don't really access the key part of that until then.
did you get Vincent?
Yeah, I got Vincent. I didn't get Yuffie.
Okay, that safe sequence to get Vincent sucks.
Oh my gosh.
Because you can't go past it one number. I
Nope.
spent so much time on that. It's so bad.
I had some I remember having some trouble with that boss fight. Also, the lost numbers.
Right.
Was kind of rough.
Yeah, I died actually my first time fighting him because he did like some kind of disaster move that killed everybody in one hit.
So you didn't get Yuffie.
I did not get Yuffie.
Does that mean you didn't go to Wutai or anything?
No.
Oh,
you can do that. Like you haven't lost your chance for that.
I think I can still go back.
You can get Yuffie like super early. Actually,
do you remember how to get her?
Well, you have to go to that town. I don't remember how you.
No. You find her in the woods. The first place you can get her is right outside of Junin. There's a forest
like right by Fort Condor.
A random fight or something.
Yeah, she's like 1 out of 10, and then you have to do the correct dialogue sequence, or else she'll run away. And it's like multiple options. It sucks.
And there's some hilarious fake outs too, where like you really have to play hard to get with her. Like you can't act like you want her in your party at all. So like they basically. There are two like great fake outs with it. One of them is when they're like, "Sure, join on. What's your name?" And you like try to name her, and like it takes you to the naming screen, but then she's just not there. Like if you go to the name, if during that exchange you do the like, "Tell me your name," you don't get to name her. Like
that's
like
good.
You just, and then there's also a save point that appears in that section.
Yeah, if you save
that, if you go and you try and save, she also disappears.
I remember really liking Yuffie. Her personality sucks.
I hated Yuffie.
The Wutai stuff gets a little bit better, like the conclusion of that little storyline, but every time she talks, because I have her in my party, it's like, this is boring. This person sucks. I want some materia. Like literally just those 2 little notes over and over again.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
And she gets motion sickness.
Yeah, what a hell of a character. But I think Wutai is an interesting town.
I never understood what was on her arm. Like, is it a fake
It's a cast thing? I don't know.
No, it's like a shield.
Is it? I don't know what the
it's
hell's
a
going
weird
on
looking
there.
thing.
Anyway,
It's a weird weapon she uses too.
But Wutai, it's a longer storyline than I remember. Also, I completely forgot that Don Corneo comes back and it like kidnaps Yuffie and Elena and like pins him to the side of a mountain.
yeah.
And then Singh just brutally murders Don Corneo, like drops him off that mountain. It's awesome.
And that sequence is really cool too, because like if I'm remembering correctly, if you do that, I think you doing that sequence is what allows you to eventually kind of like befriend the Turks. Like,
what is that like a branching thing?
There's a point. I mean, like you have sort of a love-hate relationship with the Turks, I think.
Right.
Or, you know,
Joe loves them. Yeah.
No, you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
Your party kind of, they're just sort of 2 people on different sides of the fence doing their job.
Right. And Wutai, it comes up in a really funny example where like the Shinra soldiers are like, hey, Cloud's here. We need to take him out. And they're all drunk sitting at the bar. They're like, hey, man, it's our day off. We don't want to deal with this crap.
Yeah.
The Turks, I think, do a really good job of being consistently funny throughout the entire thing. Like even early on when you talk to them, or you don't even talk to them, you just overhear them, and they're talking about like who they have crushes on.
Yeah.
It's like
This
those
guy likes this
Japanese
guy.
little thing.
And this guy likes somebody on your party too.
They like Eris and
Tifa
somebody
or
else
something.
like Tifa. Yeah, and it's like, oh, I'm in love with Elena. Man.
If you do that section in Wutai, it gives you an option like later in the game on disc 2. When there's a potential fight with them that you can actually just choose to not do.
that's cool.
Interesting. Okay.
I remember really liking the Turks when I played through the first time, but this time I'm like, there just doesn't seem like there's that much to them. There's some humor moments, but
right. I love
other than the fact that I think they look cool because they're all in suits and
their
I like
music's
their
cool.
music.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I don't remember why I liked them. I don't know if there's
probably
more...
the music.
Yeah.
I love the little scene in Junin, real quick, where you're coming along the shop by the shore, and then it's like Rude, and he starts right by the camera, and he just walks slowly across the frame, going into like a little alley in the back. But it's also a great example of just incorporating the gameplay in the story. Where it's like, oh, here's an important story character that like you don't talk to, you just see him walk on by in the real world, and he starts right up in that camera.
Yeah.
It's really great. But with the Turks, there's a funny moment. I think it's when they talk about who they like and whatnot, where they talk about the possibility of there being a spy in the midst or a traitor. And Cloud's like, I don't even want to think about a traitor. I like and trust everybody. And this is immediately on the heels of recruiting some random woman in the woods who tried to murder and steal from us. And also Kate Sith being a complete random maniac who just says, I'm going to go in your party now.
Yeah.
And Cloud's like,
Try to stop me.
I love them all.
Does that come back again in disc 2? Does that wrap up the Kate Sith like...
What are you talking about? It's Kate
Makes
Sith number
sense.
2 now.
I know, like there's
no,
because like the first one dies, but
there's no, his moment of redemption is like, I'm gonna let myself get crushed in the temple. because I'm really with you guys.
Why couldn't that be the death at the end of disc 1?
That should have been.
That is the most emotionally jarring moment for me on disc 1, is that entire sequence where it's Kate Sith's like journey and prideful sacrifice and him like tripping along the way, where it's like, I don't know what you guys think this is supposed to feel like, but
I wish he was an optional character. I mean, seriously, make him some guy that if I'm replaying this game, I can just not have to deal with.
Also, it really is during the middle of like an emotional moment, which we can talk about later, where Cloud hands the black materia over to Sephiroth. It literally is just another Kate Sith coming into the frame saying, I'm Kate Sith number 2, and then no one acknowledges
I'm here,
it.
guys. Like, why are you even there? Like, this is not the time for that.
Do you think originally they wanted to kill him off there? And they'd be like, well, we can't have 2 characters die at the end of disc 1. So
I thought maybe it was a fake out death. Like, people knew one of your characters was going to die, and they're like, okay, we'll do this fake out. And then
But then they just ruin it right away.
Immediately.
This is also, though, this is another thing that I think is kind of maybe a carryover again from like Final Fantasy IV. In that, like, that game has people dying left and right.
Sure.
Like the only time anyone ever leaves your party in Final Fantasy IV is through some sort of like noble sacrifice and death. Even though it ends up sort of like I don't think anyone except Tella actually dies because he's super old.
Sure.
But like everyone else is like, I'm going to lock myself in here while it explodes. But then he shows up later. We're going to turn ourselves into stone, but we're going to be okay later.
Right.
And like all of that kind of stuff. So that's kind of what that felt like to me. Is just another like noble sacrifice, but then like don't sweat it.
On the topic of Kate Sith, we should talk a little bit about Gold Saucer. We kind of skipped it. Brendan Smith says, even as someone who isn't a tremendous fan of Final Fantasy VII, the opening sections are tremendously paced. This, unfortunately, does not hold true for the rest of the game, between grinding side missions, chick stealing all your stuff, and making you play the most annoying game of hide and seek I can imagine. That is rough if you don't have the guide with Yuffie and Wutai. Encountering the Golden Saucer for the first time is the first place where I felt the game start to lose focus and felt anxious to move on and get back to the good stuff. When the game first came out, having this much extra stuff to explore and mini-games to play made the game feel huge and alive. I think under a modern light, particularly given the less than stellar mini-games, it comes off as a bit unnecessary. I do agree that it's a nice change in tone. I just wish it was over with quicker.
Yeah, those mini-games are rough.
Yeah, I totally agree with that statement.
Also, you think Cloud would acknowledge, hey, why are all these mini-games based on things that I've experienced in my life?
Or will experience.
That's right. Yeah, it's a weird.
Well, no, the ones you will experience aren't available. Like
until later.
Oh, really? I didn't even try those yet.
Yeah, it's like you can't snowboard if you haven't snowboarded yet. You can't use the submarine game if you haven't done the submarine yet.
Hey, so months ago at Game Informer, we had a top 10 list, which was best games within games, and it was an email thread.
Okay.
And jokingly, I responded to that email thread saying Mog House from Gold Saucer, and it made it on that list.
Really?
Yes.
Because I went back and played that this time.
It was on the official list.
How did that happen?
You didn't stop it. I used a joke and Kyle put it in. Mog House is the biggest turd of an attraction at Gold Saucer.
I failed the first time, and I'm like, what? There must be more to this. So
What
I
happens when you
replayed
fail?
it.
I must have been
fed
out
him
of the
too
office.
many like Koopa nuts, and he like fell on his face like an idiot.
Why is that an attraction in
I've
an
never
arcade?
succeeded at Mog House.
It takes
really?
forever.
No.
It goes on for a long time.
You
You just
need
have to
to,
give him the right amount of Koopas and then just wait it out. When he makes
Yeah.
a sound, you literally have to wait there for like 40 seconds or so.
Oh my god! You hit the 3x speed, but even then, it
I
feels
didn't think
like
of
it
that.
takes too long.
Right.
Like you're going at 3x speed, and you're like, this is.
I
a long
feed him
time.
some, and then I wait, and then he just falls on his face.
No, you got to feed him until his like
makes a
tummy stops
sound.
grumbling.
Yeah.
He makes a like yay sound.
Joe, you're a smart systems-driven guy. You can't figure out Mog House?
I didn't.
You have to do it twice,
This
too.
demonstrates how many shits I give about anything in the Gold Saucer.
All right, that's fair. But if you continue the storyline, you get to see him fall in love with another Mog, as they put it, make a bunch of little babies, because it turns out
They
big
make like
Mogs got to eat.
dozen babies. Big Mogs got to eat. That's true.
But what's confusing to me, Joe, in any of the other Final Fantasies, do they call Moogles Mogs? Why in this do they call them Mogs?
It was Mog in 3.
Yeah.
One of the Moogles in your party was named Mog. wasn't it?
Maybe his name was Mog.
Yeah.
But did they still call them Moogles as a species?
Yeah. I think that might be just a weird translation thing or something.
Okay.
Because like I noticed that like referring, but wait, they call it Mog House.
Yeah.
And then they refer to the species as Mogs as well.
Oh, okay.
I wonder
Yeah.
if they were called Moogles in Japan then.
I don't know how it all worked out. It's very confusing. But yeah, we talked about the other mini games. The arm wrestling, it'll make your fingers hurt. The
Or
basketball
the
crap
the
sucks.
dumb like Rock'em Sock'em
yeah, where it's like, oh, it's just random. If you're gonna hit high, medium, or low, you'll eventually die.
And the other thing, does it even let you do battle square at this point?
I don't know, because you have to do it to work your way out of the prison.
Okay.
That old trope of working your way out of the prison through the gladiator pit. It's like, all right,
Did you guys try the arm wrestling one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't beat that one against the wrestler. Like, I don't know if you
wrestler's
need
super
like
hard.
a turbo button or something.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't know how the hell it works.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. I
Yeah.
couldn't do that naturally.
Also, just other stuff in Gold Saucer, that speed square, I mentioned it earlier, that roller coaster, like, I understand it was exciting for Square at the time to experiment in pure 3D and pure polygonal design, but holy crap, does that not age well. Oh, it's a disaster.
Okay.
Also, the Ghost House, which is just Beetlejuice.
Yeah, it sucks. So did anyone talk about the date?
So Jordan writes in and kind of alludes to it, saying, most important question that can be asked about this game, Tifa or Aerith, you got to choose. I believe that ties into the date. I had Tifa in mine.
Huh.
What about you, Reese?
I had Eris, but I don't know how that happened. Like, I don't know what the
There's a couple
cursors
little
were.
options.
I talked about it a little bit in the last session, in the last discussion, but there's
you
basically
date Barrett or something too?
Yep, that's what
Joe
I
did.
did.
Okay.
I got Barrett. So there's basically a whole hidden affection system that's based on you don't know, you are never given any indication about where you're at with different people, but just choices that you make as from the very beginning of the game up until that part in the Golden Saucer.
Okay.
The Gold Saucer,
Interesting.
determine where people are and sort of your priority, and the one who's on top at that point in the story is the one that you go on the date with. So I basically had to be a jerk to Tifa and Aerith at some critical points in order to get Barrett on the top so I could get that trophy.
So you went in knowing I want this.
Yeah, I and you have to you have to know from practically the beginning, because there are specific, when Tifa offers you a drink in the bar, right after that intro sequence, you have to not accept the drink.
Yeah, we talked about it last time. But what happens with Barrett then on the date?
So that's what's so hilarious, is that it's a huge letdown. It is so not worth it. And at one point
Don't get
he's
lucky that night.
At one point he's sort of you should be doing this with Aerith or Tifa or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because
That's good.
And okay, so the part in the game where you go into someplace with Tifa or Aerith, and he's like, "Congratulations, you're our 100th couple."
Go to the
and there's some dumb play that happens. or something. Yeah. You walk in with Barrett, and he's like, "You're the 100th couple." Oh, never mind. And that sequence just doesn't happen.
It's so good.
Yeah,
Because I love that sequence. It's like a weird callback to previous Final Fantasy. They're knights and dragons and
There's a
kings
scene where
and
you
stuff.
kiss.
Yep.
Or you can kiss.
I didn't kiss Tifa.
Really?
No.
And there's also a scene.
We
so,
went all the way.
when you're up in the cable car. Whereas, I remember there being sort of a nice conversation with the Tifa and Aerith side of things.
Yeah.
Barrett and Cloud are just both kind of
Sitting staring at each other.
Yeah, they're just sort of sitting back and staring at each other and looking out the window. They're just nodding.
I love that. There's still a lot of sitting there quietly. I forgot, because I went on that whole cable car thing, even the tour of Gold Saucer, before the date, the first time we went to
really?
Gold Saucer. And with that, they have some cutscenes and whatnot and pre-render stuff, and it looks cool. And then with the date, they actually add more. So if you didn't see it, you get new kind of tours around, and it looks surprisingly
I did
good.
like the chocobo racing is they come right by your car and
Yeah.
I thought that was a cool little sequence.
Yeah, and you can
then
rotate Cloud and actually look at the different stuff.
Yeah.
But so
it's
we
weird because
have-
with Eris, she's refers to oh, you look just like him, and you're like, okay, well, I don't want to spoil anything, but I'm like, oh, this is knowing what this is. You're like, whoa, where's
Also,
we can talk about that.
we missed Gungaga.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Maybe not reveal too much. But with Gungaga, you can go to somebody named Zach's house.
Yeah.
And his parents are like, "Oh, you're back. Oh, wait, no, never mind. We haven't heard from Zach in 10 years. What are you gonna do?"
Well, and Zach's been introduced at this point. That that Eris was kind of dating someone named.
They
Zach
said they
or
briefly
something.
Oh, they
dated.
do say
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that's in the Midgar section. So with going to Gungaga, though,
Can you
is that
go
the
in there with
university? I
Eris?
forget. You can, and then there's a sequence with them talking about the whole thing.
And she says oh, my boyfriend.
Yeah, but I didn't do that, and you can't go back then. It's only that first time you enter the house. Joe, did you do it?
So here's what's tricky is in order to get the Barrett date, you have to not engage with that.
Okay.
So basically, I go into the house and they're like, "Say, you know Zach? We're looking for we haven't seen him in a while." And both Tifa and Eris, who were in my party at the time, get sort of emotional.
Okay.
And they leave the house, and you're supposed to go and talk to them about what happened. But in order to lose those points with those characters to get Barrett on top, you just have to let him sit there and simmer, and you just leave town.
Oh, that's
Perfect.
interesting.
So, yeah.
So Jordan also wrote in and said, there are certain points throughout the game that try to be comedic, having certain characters and events lighten the mood. I'm specifically talking about Hojo tanning on the beach of Costa del Sol while wearing his lab coat. Do these out-of-character moments tend to break the immersion for you? I didn't see that sequence. Reeves, did
Really?
you get to it?
I did, yeah.
What is he doing?
He's just on the beach hanging out. He's got like 3 women around him with all in bikinis.
Yeah, he's just kind of on vacation, hanging out.
Applying suntan lotion to his lab coat or something.
I understand it kind of breaks the mood, but I am all for the silly stuff.
I thought that was fine. Like, and I don't even remember what he says. He's just like, "Hey, what are you doing here?" And
Yeah, for me, I think the benefit that has, and we've touched on this before, is that like I think that there are so many like ancillary Shinra characters that like you just kind of have to do something to keep them visible, you know?
Right.
Like to have people remember who Hojo is when on disc 2 he becomes a little more significant. It's like, oh, yeah, it's that guy. Versus, like you need to have some touchstones with those characters just to like keep them in the forefront of the player's mind.
Absolutely.
That's a good point.
It was weird to me. Like there's somebody on the beach in Costa del Sol, and I love Costa del Sol as a location, Cloud's Villa specifically. But there's somebody on the beach who's like, yeah, a man in a black cape walked out of the ocean and said that he wanted to go to find the gold saucer. It's just like a weird image to imagine, like Sephiroth like coming out like a Bond girl, just coming out of the ocean while people are tanning on this beach and be like, trying to get to that amusement park. Have you guys seen?
I got some money to burn.
Also, it's weird to think of Dio, the head of the gold saucer, having these long conversations with Sephiroth.
Yeah.
Like they're best buddies.
Yeah. Also, I mean, Sephiroth is totally unhinged and crazy at this point. So the idea of him just like sitting down and being like, "Hey, Dio, how's it going, man?"
He's shifting in and out of reality, like multiple versions and phases of him happening as he's flying around.
there's like a scene where you're meeting with Dio on the Golden Saucer, and he's like, "Oh, boys your age must really like this guy." And,
Yeah.
like, making a lot of weird like, "Oh, you must know what Black Materia is because like he was about your age, and he asked me about this."
Yeah, where he's like,
You're
I
like,
know he
what?
seems like a cool guy. I don't know what they're going for with Dio, but I like Dio as a character. He's just constantly flexing, and he's just the most absurd. He's basically Rock Hawk from Paper Mario and Thousand Year Door, if you remember that classic character. What's that, Reeves?
Hey.
What is that?
Hey, if you're into that, I don't know. No, I thought he's a funny character as well.
Yeah. Should we get to the emotional climax here?
Yeah, that's what I'm curious what people have to say about that one.
All right. So, best way to get into it. Okay. So Nick writes in and says, I came into this game literally knowing nothing beyond the famous Eris death scene at the end of this play session. Having played up to this point now and experienced it in context, I can't help but feel that this moment doesn't live up to the hype. It happened and it sort of went, that's it? Maybe it's because I knew it was going to happen. Maybe it was a presentation. But it kind of left a sour taste in my mouth. I was expecting a lot more, yada, yada, yada. And he says, it's an interesting note here is he says, Eris hasn't seemed to me to be a particularly memorable or worthwhile character, so he didn't really feel it. Or she didn't
Or
feel
he
it.
maybe went on a date with Barrett.
Could be. But I thought Eris was more of a character than I expected playing through it. Like, I like her little moments, like when Barrett is freaking out we already mentioned when she made fun of his sailor suit earlier on.
Yeah.
But then when he's freaking out at the gold saucer and she's like, just ignore him, he's fine.
Yeah.
She's like, puts that up in front, like, yeah, go on, run away. Go murder those people in another room with a machine gun arm. Go, it's all fine.
Go ahead. We're going to have fun and play video games.
And also, like, they don't foreshadow her death too much. I think they do a good job of keeping it subtle. There's a little, like, fortune-telling sequence between her and Kate Sith.
Yeah.
Which is the only interesting thing Kate Sith does.
It's true, where it's like, oh, you guys get along well together. Don't tell Tifa. And then also, there's a moment where you're in the frustrating weird temple, the ancients thing with the clock, and you have to catch that weird random dumb.
Oh my gosh,
miniature
that was
thing.
so the part where you're going in the doors and he's coming out. That was so annoying.
But they acknowledge it by Eris in that point saying like, "Oh, this is going to be annoying now, but we'll look back on this when we're old and we'll laugh at it." It's like that's really the only real foreshadowing they do that she's going to die.
I thought she was constantly like flirting with me.
Yeah, that was just you. I didn't notice that at all. Did you, Joe?
No.
Well, I've
came
been
must just
taking
be-
my TV to bed with me. So
Maybe when you get to Costa del Sol, yeah, she's like, "Do you like it if I tan or like should I stay pale? What are you
does that
into?"
have any? I don't know. Does she tan if you say I like
Yeah,
tan
she just
skin?
becomes like John Boehner if you say it one way. Yeah, it's a very specific thing. So Blake writes in and says, her death might have been my first real experience with permadeath. It's a weird angle for permadeath, but I didn't really know what to think, but it definitely raised the stakes, made everything more personal, and gave the player a real reason to go after the bad guy rather than he's trying to take over the world. Zach Pliggy, friend of the show, writes in, my dad and I literally just sat there for a few minutes, put the controller down, and went for ice cream. It was the first time in a game we were both like, what the F? It still is one of my most memorable gaming moments, and a moment I actually felt emotional towards the game. Stephen Eggers writes in and has a good point. The way the music continues during the Genova fight still gets to me.
Yeah.
That is so smart. That's another good example of having the story bleed into gameplay, where it's just the quiet, somber music during that entire
Even
boss
just how
fight.
it starts up when that Materia is like bouncing down the stairs
so
and it
good.
hits with each like moment it lands. I'm like, oh, that's really really good.
Which that moment, like when you go back and watch it again after. We can talk about this more in the second disc, but like that moment has more significance than you even know at the time, which is also kind of cool.
My question, a couple questions about the burial scene. Well, first, I want to point out that I remember that being in a commercial for Final Fantasy VII, them showing Eris being dropped in that lake, and I went back and I found it on YouTube. Those commercials just don't give a crap about spoilers. They show clips from the end of like the team waving and stuff. Like there's certain shots in there, for sure. It's fun to go back and watch.
I feel
on
like
YouTube.
though, without context, you don't necessarily know what's happening there either. You know,
She's just it's a baptism.
Well, no, okay. You want to know, and this is totally Ben. You'll like a super like dumb train spotting thing like this.
Okay,
so the scene where Cloud is sort of like dropping her in the water,
right,
has always bothered me.
Yep, I'm with you.
Because Cloud is standing, and he drops her. And the second she goes under the water, then the camera sort of goes from under the water and showing, and there's like no cloud, no surface for her to be standing on,
right,
or anything. It's just like he was just sort of like hovering and then just disappeared.
That's exactly what I was going to point out. Okay. Also, my second big point about it is, don't bodies float? Isn't that a thing? If I learned anything from the Jinx, it's that bodies float.
Well, not if you're an ancient.
Oh,
Your
I
body's
see.
so full of like spirit energy.
Hey, can you guys explain the concept of ancients to me? Here, I have something from in Cloud's past when Sephiroth is talking about ancients and the Cetra. This is what he says. Okay, the Cetra were a migrant race that would, quote, migrate in, settle the planet, then move on looking for the promised land. But a group didn't want to migrate, and they were traitors. So the humans are a branch off of the Cetra, but the promised land is on Earth? I'm still confused about like the idea of like the Cetra migrate in, settle the planet, then move on looking for the promised land. But the idea that
aliens? Is that what the...
Well, that's what he implies. Yeah, but it's all just his explanation in Cloud's past of what happens there, and like humans are an offshoot and they were the ancestors to the humans because they didn't want to migrate on. But if they're going from planet to planet looking for the promised land, and the promised land is presumably on this planet, why
do you say the promised land is on this planet?
Because Sephiroth's looking for it, everyone's looking for it. They're all like, hey, promised land, it's over here.
Well, he's looking to like create it, I think.
Really? But no,
Yeah.
but even like Shinra, they're like, oh, that's where all the Mako is. We got to go find this promised land because Sephiroth is also hunting it down. And I think it is, isn't it? Did they address this and get back to the idea of like the Cetra's origins later on?
No.
Well,
Okay, so maybe they were right in moving on, that the promised land isn't on Earth.
confuses me then still too. So what makes an ancient different than a human? Or if they're both descended from the same race?
I think they are descended from the same.
I don't know that they are.
But
I
he
thought
says
that
that
they're
humans
supposed to be
are like traitors and they didn't want to keep migrating and they wanted to stay there on the Earth. That's what Sephiroth, he's a mess, and in Cloud's past,
Are you
it's
sure
a
he
mess.
said humans are? That's
He
what
says
humans
he
are?
says Cloud's ancestors are the traitors.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, so it gets murky. I'll have to go back and look at that footage, but that really struck me as confusing, and maybe it's just poor translation.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know what the hell's going
that
on.
doesn't
I
make
wanna
any
know-
sense then.
I want to know. I want to know what you guys. I want to go back to the Eris thing.
Yeah.
I want to know what your initial like reaction or.
Oh, when we were little?
Yeah.
I think I knew it was coming. I think people had talked about it, or maybe I just really remember that commercial. So the music really gets me, like you said, like timing it up when the Materia bounces.
Yeah.
That's a big thing. But outside of that, yeah, it's still, I think it's a really nice scene. I really want to meet like the animator on that team that did it. It'd be interesting.
I kind of feel like I knew about it ahead of time too, because I had like some friends who were like crazy excited for Final Fantasy and blew through it right away, and I was a little bit slower to finish the game. But it's still an emotional scene. I thought it was well done at the time. Like this time going back, I was surprised by how short it is. It's actually pretty quick. You just kind of walk into a room and then Sephiroth's jumping out of the
a
air.
lot of these sequences where it's like, I remember this taking forever. It's like, oh, Cosmic Cannon. It's like, 35 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, moving on.
Yep. That's like, because for me, when I played Final Fantasy, I was, I don't know, late teens or something. And or 7, and like I didn't know this was coming. I had heard. I think I'd maybe heard that you lose a party member, but like I didn't know much about it beyond that. I don't think, because like it's like, and it's the perfect example of like I played it. It was already late at night. I was already tired, and then that scene happened, and I like got to the end disc save point or whatever, and kind of like what Zach had said. I just kind of had to like put the controller down and just be like, I need to go to bed. Like it was like I needed.
Did you even have ice cream?
I didn't get ice cream. I needed time to digest that a little bit though, because I think RPGs do a lot of like character death stuff, like that, and that wasn't even. People treat this like it's some big revolutionary thing, and like that wasn't even revolutionary. I think in FF7.
Yeah, Juan from Tustin writes in real quick. He says, "So many other team members died permanently in previous Final Fantasy games and games released after 7. Why is this one so memorable?"
And I think what makes this memorable is that like it's a death that's sort of against type, against expectation, right? Is that like when you have a character who's so clearly being like groomed as the love interest, you know, like even though she's
sweet. Well, I mean, Tifa, I think is still being kind of
Tifa's. I mean, there's definitely a love triangle going in there, but
right.
I think the game really leans heavily toward like Eris being flirtier with you.
Yeah,
and
she seems more interested.
Yeah, I mean, there's a presumption of history between Cloud and Tifa that is sort of like you're left implied and not said, versus like most of the active sort of relationship development is going on between Cloud and Eris.
Right.
And I think that's why I think the death was sort of like interesting and unexpected. It's like it's not just some schlub who joined your team, or you know, like she didn't have the feeling of a expendable party member. She felt like she was just like a core part of the story.
It's a George R.R. Martin thing.
Yeah.
Was there intention of killing a different character at one point? I thought I remember reading an interview or something where maybe it was going to be a different character. I don't know if I'm making that up.
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting. I haven't done much research like on the history and development of the game with old interviews and stuff. But
I know they went into the project thinking like, okay, we're going to have at some point one of the characters is going to die and what's going to be memorable.
Yeah. It would surprise me if it was someone else. Just given how important it is that it's Eris for the rest of the story beyond that.
Yeah.
Going back to
which we'll get to. But.
Yeah, going back to like the 6th thing too. It's interesting, just like the Square team learning that, like, yeah, people like consequences. People love that the world was destroyed.
Yeah.
I assume people liked that idea back in the day.
Yeah.
And so the idea of like, well, let's just kill off this pretty lady. All right, see ya.
Pretty lady.
What do you guys think of like Cloud's mental state towards the end of the first disc?
I think it's cool. Like that was the thing that keeps driving me forward. Is like I remember some things from my first playthrough about it, but I don't remember all the details. So I'm like actually kind of eager to get through disc 2 and like put all the pieces back together. And I want to know like his history, his full history.
I love the scene of him handing over the materia that you get from the Temple of the Ancients after it collapses.
Yeah, and I forgot
you
about
control like young Cloud as like this shadowy figure walking around. That's awesome. As Cloud's like, I can't control myself, and he hands the materia over. And like I also forgot that Cloud almost killed Eris. Like you're controlling Cloud in that weird thing, and you have to like wiggle and move the sword.
To me, that's part of what made that death scene so creepy. Isn't necessarily the cinematic of like Sephiroth descending, as it is like the game. I think this is super brilliant. The game just sort of like making you kind of like a party in what's going on. Like you're going up there and you're pressing X to talk to her, and then you like pull out your sword, and you as a player is like, no, don't do that.
Yeah.
So then you press something else, and then it's like, you're like, no, don't do it. But like,
What are you doing?
You
can't trust yourself.
Well,
almost
yeah,
at
and
that
that's what's
point.
interesting. Is like as a player, you need to press something to keep it going.
Right.
But you also know that if I keep pressing things, I'm going to do this thing that I don't want to do.
Yeah. And I love after the Temple of the Ancients scene, Cloud just being the ultimate reluctant protagonist, where he's like, I can't go on, you guys. Like Sephiroth can literally control my mind. It's a lot like Jessica Jones. That was the analogy where I'm like, this feels like something I just watched. Like, oh yeah, Jessica Jones and Purple Man. That's totally the same thing, where he's scared to be around Sephiroth.
Yeah.
But just to have like the protagonist of this RPG who's a little bit shaky in his version of stories going forward, and also just to be like, I need to sit this one out. Like, and I love that they put Tifa and Barrett in your party at that time too. Like he talks with his oldest friends at that moment just to like try and sit this out completely, because he is a super huge liability for this entire game.
And I'd forgotten how much he recognized that too.
Yeah.
Like at that time, he was just like, I am losing it, guys. You can't count on me.
Well, if you were like I don't know, Sid or like Vincent or something, you'd be like, well, what the hell are we doing with this guy now? Like, why would you totally just
let's make that cartoon cat our leader.
Yeah, this cartoon cat, this guy knows this stuff. Like,
yeah, absolutely. I tweeted out the other day, just trying to get a sense, because I love this game so much. And genuinely, I was maybe in an emotional mood because Tim was leaving, but I was on the verge of tears and I got a little bit choked up. Even like the Tiny Bronco scene when they're taking off the Tiny Bronco, like this is so much fun. Like, why don't they make games with this tone anymore? It's just consistently fun. And I'm sure it's just overwhelming nostalgia flowing through me.
Yeah.
But God, just the overall sense of fun and just having these really distinct characters, like just go to this character, this character, this character. Each one gets their own little story.
Yeah.
And each city has its own like different feel to it, which I like.
Yeah, even like I love that like Rocket Town,
Canyon,
like Rocket Town
Cosmic
specifically, like it's glory days or in its past, and it just the interior design is all like 70s garbage. It was such a good job with that. So I went on Twitter and I asked people just why do you not like 7? Like why isn't 7 your favorite? Because I think I understand people who are in the 6 camp, but like I cannot imagine 7 not being your favorite. And a lot of people brought up gameplay stuff. A lot of people bring up no resolutions to certain characters' stories, but a lot of people just talk about how with the Materia system, it just makes the characters too homogenous. They lose their character and personality in battle, and that the actual systems are kind of juvenile compared to previous entries. And Joe, you're an expert on system stuff, and I wanted to get your take on that philosophy.
Yeah, well, so I am a big fan of 6. Like that's my. I mean, not only is that my favorite Final, that's like my favorite game.
Right,
period.
right.
So like, that's I'm biased on that, but I mean, like, I think I would echo all of those complaints about the way, like, just like on a performance standpoint, the battle system is slow. Like it just moves slowly.
Yeah.
Which is easier when you're playing on PS4 because you can like zip through things and stuff like that.
Right.
But 7, I think it's funny that like 8 also did not learn from this in that like your characters are essentially interchangeable, just depending on the material you give them.
They
like,
still have stats. I mean, that's still a big thing.
I mean, they do. So like Eris is never going to be your like heavy hitter or whatever. And like I get that, but I think when you compare it to let's just look at like the 2 previous ones, right? Or the 2 that we would have played previously,
right?
4 and 6, is that like in 4 in particular, all of those characters had like unique character specific things that they could do, right? So it's like in addition to being, a white mage, she also Rosa also can like shoot her bow and arrow and has this like prey command that's helpful, or like Rydia can do like white magic and black magic and summon, and like there's this sense of like characters being given personality just by virtue of what you can do with them. And like on 6, you have like Sabin who can do the blitz stuff, Edgar who has all the tools. These are all things that like regardless of what you would consider like their classes, these are just other fun things that give them some flavor. So the stats that you're talking about in 7 are essentially just defining classes.
Other than limit breaks, though, too.
It's gently nudging them in a certain direction.
Yeah. Right. So it's like okay, so Eris isn't an attacker. She has high magic stats, so like she's going to be a mage. But beyond Eris is mage, there's not much you can do with her in like on the battlefront. I think that's why they tend to feel a little more homogenous. It's also the fact that, again, like comparing to 6 with the way the magic system works and like how people learn magic through espers and stuff, when they level up, like that gives you a degree of allowing you to shape your characters even further in
ownership.
6.
They have those spells permanently once they learn them.
And not only that, but like what espers you have equipped when you level up also gives you a boost. If you have Odin equipped and he maybe has strength +1 or something, when you level up, if you have Odin equipped, you get that extra stat boost. So it gives you that like degree of customization also.
Right.
That again is just sort of absent in 7. So if you're really into it on the systems level, I think that that's a big part of it.
Yeah.
I think also on the story level, though, Sephiroth is cool as the sort of centerpiece to it. People have hit on this too with the pacing, and this is what I was complaining about before. It's like I think after you get out of Midgar, I just kind of like I just don't really care as much about what's going on and why.
I disagree. I think there are those moments like when you have to go back to the gold saucer. First, you have to go to that weird blacksmith house to find out that you have to go back to the gold saucer to get the keystone for the Temple of the Ancients. Like, I think that part is
terrible.
It's way too open-ended. And like we talked about, like the hide and go seek with Yuffie is really terrible as far as just being super vague and nearly impossible. But outside of that, like I was waiting for a huge drop off, but I feel like they keep the momentum going pretty well. And the person who wrote in talking about gold saucer and like how it just drags on too long, you can make that a pretty quick stop. And even when you're there, Barrett's freaking out, saying like, "We got to get going. Like there's bigger problems here." And it's not too long before then you find the murder and all that stuff there. Like I was more impressed by the pacing of Disc 1 than I expected.
I think for me, what the disappointment is that like what I would consider the heart of the story, the sort of like the chase after Sephiroth is too much in the background for me to be interesting. It is not sort of like integrated into the story as it's presented to you well enough.
So you just want more little cameos from Sephiroth, him flying by a screen?
Not only that, it's just what I was saying before, is that like I want more of a sense of intention. I want to know exactly, like I want to know why I want to know what the f***ing plan is. Like why are we going here other than the fact that it's just in front of us?
Right. Shut up, Bugenhagen is another way of phrasing it.
Well, so I like the way that they do sort of give different characters their little moments in different towns and stuff.
Right.
Like I like that aspect of it.
That's what I'm in this game for.
But to me, that a lot of that stuff just diminishes the sense of urgency that I think should be what is driving you forward.
Maybe I'm just misremembering. Did some of those previous Final Fantasies or even just RPGs in general do that better?
I feel like games have always had a problem with that in general. Yeah,
I got that sense from any other of the RPGs I played back in the day. Maybe it's just like Final Fantasy story is a notch up above some of those, and so you feel like that urgency should be there, but it's not like other games are doing it better.
I feel like Final Fantasy VI did it. I mean, like Final Fantasy VI has a very deliberate drop off in its pacing in the sense that like you get to the halfway point in 6, and then it's basically like a prototype open world game.
Totally,
you know? But like up to that point, you have a very clear sense of like, okay, we need to escape the Empire. We need to join the Returners. We need to reunite with all of our friends. We need to fight the Empire off at Narsh. Like there's always a why.
Yeah, but Final Fantasy VI has a town called Narsh. So,
That's a good point.
So let's see. Jonathan writes in and says, the mini games are the absolute worst. Specifically, though, I want to mention the chocobo part where you have to catch one using bait. It took me forever and it sucks. Why do the mini games in this game suck so bad? There is a big push in 7 for so many little one-offs that I forgot about. Like the CPR sequence with Priscilla and Mr. Dolphin.
My gosh, that was weird.
Falling through the tracks when you're going through, I think it's Mount Coral. It's like the weird sequence where you have to tap real quick with like the sequence in the background, the video. There's so many weird little one-offs that I completely forgot about in this game.
And most of them are frustrating to go back to.
They're bad.
They're bad. I mean, obviously enough for why they're bad is their one-offs are expensive. And when they're trying to make a gigantic RPG, like obviously it's insane to put an amusement park with a bunch of little mini games in there, so they're going to be cheap.
You want to know the thing that's funny though is that like when I'd agree with the person who said that like when I first played this, it just made it feel vast. Like
I get that.
My memory of it at the time, like playing it when it was new, like when it came out, was that like, wow, this is like a normal RPG, except it also has these cool little sequences in there.
The sequence was different.
And I also like I don't want to, even though they don't hold up by modern standards by any stretch, I also just like feel like I want to give credit to them for trying.
Right.
Because like I think that's a problem we see even persisting in games today is developers are like, well, our game has this system, and this system. And that's all we know how to do, so we're just going to make you do this and then make you do a slightly harder version of it again. And, it's like just the willingness to try that stuff, even though it doesn't all pan out, I am totally fine with.
Okay. I can see it.
I think Assassin's Creed Revelation comes to mind where they tried to add the RTS stuff, like...
Oh, speaking of RTS, did anybody do the Fort Condor stuff?
Holy crap, that stuff sucks so bad.
I skipped that immediately.
I did it once, and it was like, just could not stop the guys from coming up, and I eventually had to do the battle anyway.
But, I mean, proto tower defense genre.
Yeah, I mean, I just let them I didn't even place any soldiers. I just like started the battle, set it on fast, so they got to the top as soon as possible, so then I could just fight off the commander.
Yeah. I was so delighted to skip
How many times
that.
do you have to do that to get the?
You only have to do it. You don't have to do it at all. Sort of like optionally. You can skip it completely. You get nothing good from doing Fort Condor. There's
Isn't there,
only
like Materia or something.
There's some stuff that's okay.
There is one part in disc 2 where you're sort of like going around trying to collect like huge materia.
Oh, that's right.
And you have to win the Fort Condor battle for that to turn out well.
So I can't skip Fort Condor in this playthrough?
Well, you can do what I did.
Yeah,
is
just speed it
that
up.
like
Okay.
like you're gonna go there, just don't place any soldiers, speed it up, let them get to the top, and just like win the battle at the top, and then you're fine.
That sounds much better.
Yeah.
We should talk about next time.
Yeah.
We should point out also for this section, the first disc, there's going to be another live chat session. Miller hosted it last time, did a really great job. Still to figure out who's going to host it this time, but that'll be up on Friday if you're listening to this on the Thursday when it was released. So you can go to GameInformer.com. The story will be up there. We saved the live chat, so you can still read it along with the community afterwards.
A lot of good stuff in there.
It's true. Next session, we talked about all of disc 2.
Yeah.
Really? Go all the way?
Joe, how does the
long is
time compare?
Man, disc 2 is definitely shorter than disc 1. Like I said, I took 20 some hours on disc to get to disc 2, and I've already finished the game. I played ahead, and so but like my finished clock is around like 38 or something. So like
Okay.
So like all I'm saying is that like that's including disc 2, disc 3, all the post game stuff, the trophy grinding I was doing and stuff. So
But
like
isn't disc 3 super short? Like, wouldn't it make more sense to like go halfway through or partway 2/3
talked
through?
about that.
disc 3 is
two,
short,
and then-
but I think that there's also a lot of sort of like things we can talk about like overall. Because like with it's not only talking about
the extra weapon battles. And all that.
like not only talking about the final dungeon on disc 3, but then also talking about like all the post game content that you can do. Plus, then at that point, we will have played the whole game, and we can and I think we can sort of talk about it from a much.
So you're confident there's not a
broader-
good dividing spot in 2 that we should gravitate towards?
Maybe the Fort Condor battle.
Okay, let's just do all of this too. It'll be easy.
I think just going through disc 2 is the way to do it, and also just in the interest of sort of like keeping our discussions like so. This just
Super
doesn't-
short,
yeah.
like today's.
No, what I mean is in the interest of like not having the game club just sort of like stretch out over
Totally.
Yeah.
way too many
fair.
episodes. I think because then this way we'll be on track to have it be like a 4 episode little thing.
That sounds great.
And I think that sounds good.
And welcome back to Game Informer's Game Club. I'm still here. I'm Ben Hansen. I'm joined by Ben Reeves now
I'm still here.
and Joe Juba.
I'm still here.
We're all still here.
Yep.
You know what we're still doing?
You know
in this
who's
room
not
the
still
whole
here
time.
is Matt Miller.
No.
And Tim Tur. There's been
Punked
some
out.
casualties.
Yeah,
It's like our
yeah.
Kate Sith 1 and our Eris of the Final Fantasy VII Game Club. We're still here.
Who's Keith Sith? Which
I'll
one?
let you
Yeah.
fill
All
in
right.
the math.
I think you know.
That's
I
right.
think you know.
So, Final Fantasy VII second disc is what we're here to talk about. We gave people 2 weeks to play through the second disc. We appreciated everybody's feedback on the first disc. We still got a lot more coming in. People sending fantastic emails. Thank you, absolutely everybody. So, you guys just want to go over some basic feedback before we dive into the beast that is the second disc of Final Fantasy VII?
Dive in.
Yeah.
All right. Number 1, email from Joshua S. He says, I love the game club. I'm playing along with you guys. Keep up the great work. My only note is for Joe to sit back and relax and let Ben determine when to insert comments.
Okay.
It shows a lack of respect and makes for bad radio. Hang on, he has
Dear
more points.
Ben-
Joe,
Ben
I
Hansen.
listen to over 30 hours of podcasts and talk radio a week and can honestly say Ben is a great host. Thank you, Joshua S.
Hey, I'm not saying you're a bad host.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm not going to harp on this. I'm saying for the last discussion, we spent a good 20 minutes of just us talking among ourselves.
Right.
And I wanted to get some other feedback. With that being said, I'll let Ben handle the flow this time.
That's right. We're cutting Joe's mic just to help that out. Let's see. Chad writes in. He says he really enjoys hearing us debate how to pronounce certain things in Final Fantasy VII. I feel like this is a recurring theme. He says that, personally, when playing Japanese original games, I look at how the Japanese have a name phonetically written. So Eris/Aerith is Eris. not Aries, like I say sometimes. I'm sorry about that. Also, the name Kate Sith is taken from traditional Celtic folklore and is traditionally pronounced Ketchi.
Ketchi?
That's how he typed it out phonetically. We'll find out if we ever check out Advent Children again. But I didn't know that in Crisis Core, there's a level where you play as Kate Sith.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's a...
Man, I played Crisis Core, and I don't even remember that.
It looks like a quick little thing where you're sneaking around just as the cat.
How do you pronounce
Are you
Final
sure-
Fantasy?
Are you sure that's Crisis Core and not...
I'm sorry, it's Dirge of Cerberus.
It's Dirge of Cerberus.
Yes, I'm
that's
sorry.
in.
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
totally Dirge of
I also
Cerberus.
played Dirge of Cerberus, but I remember that Kate Sith had a more prominent role in that.
Right.
Which is great. I mean, that's what you want, is a game that with like Kate Sith and Yuffie in like primary supporting roles.
That was the PSP one?
No,
No,
that's
Dirge
PS2.
of Cerberus was PS2. Crisis Core was the PSP one.
Yeah, we're also going to do a game clip for all those. Luke Chambers writes in and says, cheating? Using the cheats on the PS4 version? Oh, for shame. The player's struggle in Final Fantasy VII or in any game is part of the story. Playing this game without obeying original rules is like listening to a movie without watching it.
Which does he consider cheating? The speeding it up? Is that considered cheating?
That's a good question. He
I don't
might.
know.
He seems pretty strict about
To
this
go with
stuff.
his movie analogy, though, like if you I have played this game several times, like to thorough completion. So it's like if you watch a movie that you've already seen several times before, do you need to sit and give it your undivided attention every time, or can you maybe like fold some clothes or go to the bathroom in the middle? I mean, like
And skip
with
to your
you.
favorite part or something?
I'm just saying when you have already sort of absorbed your full appreciation of it through multiple other playthroughs, I don't think there's anything wrong with sort of like easing yourself through another one, especially since for me it actually made this playthrough more fun because it's like giving me options that are like I never had when I played before. It's like, oh wow, I can have limit breaks whenever I want. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it made
you know?
grinding
Like,
so much easier and kind of fun, actually.
Yeah.
Grinding was great because I had to like grind to get some limit breaks.
Question is,
We
do you
might
guys
talk about
use
later? But
Did you guys use a 3 times speed for any story moments? Do you always turn it off during that?
I turn it on most of the time, actually. So yeah,
too.
for story moments, I do just
do
because I
too.
like how fast it moves, and the text actually moves fast.
The text is a big thing. It's interesting to me, the scenes where you can't, like any story moment where there's some sort of like FMV in the background or something, any sort of like weird animation, you can't use 3 times speed for that.
yeah.
It feels like the game's just crawling when like when you get on the airship, like the background CG is happening, so you can't
Right, you
speed it
can't.
up.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So listening to them all go around in a circle and talk, it's like, oh, come on. It's sad. But
I feel like especially with the battles too, which is like,
yeah.
I mean, like that was at the time those battles felt like so awesome and I don't know, revolutionary, but now like going back to them, yeah, I definitely feel like I don't know that like they just go too slow. They move too slow normally. It feels like the system is just sort of like caught up on something. So like being able to speed through it, even if you take some extra damage because the enemies are like their ATBs are filling up faster,
Right.
that doesn't bug me.
Especially the intro, like pan in and then like the winning, they do their little animation
Oh, yeah,
spinning
yeah,
sword
yeah.
around your head. Just
Oh,
feels so
sure.
much slower to me than it did when I played it the first
probably because we've been seeing it at 3 times speed. So every time you slow down, it's molasses. But I've been on a slippery slope. Like if you're watching the YouTube version of this, all the gameplay that's on the left-hand side of the screen, that's all captured from my playthroughs. You can see how much I'm speeding through and how much I'm cheating. It's a lot. Where like I'll be in a boss fight and I'm like, nope, I don't feel like losing here. And
Yep.
I'm sorry
I'm
to
the slash.
Luke.
I'm the slash. I'm the slash.
Totally, yeah. It's a slippery slope.
Oh man, we can actually talk about this now. It's disc 2.
Yeah.
Speaking of Omni Slash all the time.
Yeah.
The battle arena.
I haven't done it yet.
Oh,
I
man.
consider that a disc 3 type thing, but go ahead.
Oh man. Well, I think it opens.
Yeah, you
It's
totally
open.
can. You can
It's
totally
open.
do
I
it
mean,
now. Yeah.
like it's open. I think the special battle stuff is open already. I guess I don't
think
want to
so.
get too far into it, but
Yeah.
like this is definitely the area where, because like I would get so frustrated before when it's like you need to beat it like so many times if you want to get like an extra ribbon reward, and like to get is that how you get Omni Slash?
That's how you get
I think it's in the
Omni Slash.
Yeah.
I think
Yep,
it's in
it
the
is.
battle. Yeah, so like you have to go through some of those, and it just gets so stupid when you just get a bad run, and it's like, oh great, I'm poisoned, have no MP, have half HP, and
Right.
like,
Oh, now I'm a toad and I can't use items.
Yeah, and then you
Yeah.
get to the last fight, and it's just like there's one that's such bullcrap where it's like it's like the ghost ship or something that has an instant kill move. That has like basically just like picks you up on the paddle and like flings you out of the battle.
and so
then-
cheating won't even help you there, right?
No, cheating doesn't even help. If that happens, you
let
just
you-
lose.
Just kill it fast enough, yeah.
Yeah, so you have to. It just has to not use that attack. So like things like that on my original, excuse me, on my original playthroughs of it, it always just felt so cheap that I like the fact that like with cheating, once you have Omnislash, you can just be like, I'm not dealing with any of this garbage. I am like grinding through this battle arena as fast as I can to get the rewards, and then I'm just done with it.
Yeah, that kind of bonus stuff, I definitely want to save for the next episode. There's so many little optional things and whatnot. I'm totally with you. By the way, speaking of just Gold Saucer quickly, a lot of people wrote in defending Gold Saucer, saying how great it was. And actually 2 people emailed in talking about how Square predicted the future of microtransactions and having the premium currency with GP and all that stuff. It's like, interesting point.
I forget, did we generally not like Gold Saucer? Where did we land on that?
No, I think we just bashed the minigames a little bit.
Well, they're
polygonal garbage.
terrible.
But
the minigames aren't fun, but like I think in concept, I mean, like we talked about last session, in concept, in tone, it's this like it's like a fun little vacation in something that's otherwise pretty grim landscape.
For sure.
I like the setting.
For sure. Hammy from Fridley, Minnesota writes in and says, in response to criticisms that the characters in Final Fantasy VII are homogeneous, I wanted to put forward the idea that at the very least, it felt like Square tried to fit each character into a classic archetype from previous entries. Yuffie's the ninja, Cid's the dragoon, Kate Sith is the dumb dildo who doesn't belong. This theory starts to fall apart the more I think about it, but I actually appreciated having the choice of making one team member, my guy or girl, who poisoned enemies when they hit them, but also could summon Hades, then shoot meteors down out of the sky. So I think last time we talked about kind of the characters they're getting more bland, but that is true that they at least go for some form of an archetype with most characters.
Yeah, I think our general criticism of that wasn't necessarily even in their characters as much as it is just like kind of like in Final Fantasy VIII, where just like characters are kind of interchangeable, right? Where it's like anyone with 8 materia slots can do the same things as anyone else with 8 materia slots.
A lot of people, I mean, it's not like it's news, but a lot of people wrote in defending the materia system as well, really loving it.
Yeah.
And I'm with you.
I think it's great. I would love to see the materia system somehow, like, maybe certain materia have different effects based on who equips them, or
but
something
then it's
like
not
that,
the free form. Like, we're min-maxers, Joe. Like, you're gonna just slot it into the assigned character, and then at that point, what's the point of materia?
Well, no, I don't necessarily mean assigned. I think I mean like give them separate but equal effects.
Isn't that kind of what 9 did? They had the weapons, and only certain people could equip a weapon, and the weapon is how you learn.
I'm not talking about
skills.
okay, look, this is just pie in the sky stuff. Like, this is not real. Like, all I'm saying is that, like, let's say everyone can equip the fire materia, but maybe it has a different kind of bonus or assigns a different kind of ability based on whether or not Cloud has it equipped or Aerith has it equipped.
Sure.
Right.
Something like that, to give you the sort of the sense. I think last time I brought up like Final Fantasy VI, and that like all of those characters, like every character can learn every spell, but every character also has unique abilities, like Sabin's Blitz or Cyan's like sword techniques, and things like that, where it's like something that distinguishes them in addition to the level of customization that players have.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say about it.
Sure. Hey, last time we touched on it a little bit, but just before we dive into the meat of Disc 2, Reeves, you said that you got Yuffie on this disc. So you did the whole Wutai thing.
Yeah, I finally went back and did that because I was kind of in a rush to finish Disc 1.
Yeah.
But I went back and did all the stuff. Like, I went and got Vincent as well.
Oh, sure.
On this disc. And I did the Wutai stuff, which was fun. It was a little annoying.
Wutai ain't nothing to F with, by the way.
It was a little annoying running around that town and looking
Trying
for
to
her.
find her.
Like, it was a pain in the ass. And she has all your materia. So I remember the first time playing it, just freaking out. Like, I need to find her now before.
Are you playing on the PS4 version?
Yeah.
Did you have so on the Wutai side quest? I had this part. I don't remember if this was in the original one or not, but you're supposed to like pull a lever on some back wall or something.
Yeah.
And the location of it, or the not collision, but like the area that's active was really weird for me on mine.
Actually, I do remember that. Yeah, it was a little bit
Like,
funky.
I went up to like pull the lever, and it's just like nothing happening. I'm like, oh great, I have a glitch, and it turns out you have to like stand in some weird position and face some weird direction, and then do it, and then it activates.
On the PS4 one?
Yeah.
Yeah, Adam Greensboro wrote in actually talking about the one problem I have with this game that's driving me up a wall is just the analog control. At least on the older versions. So you exit a screen in a particular angle, instead of walking straight, you have to do it in a serpentine, like lunatic. People wrote in that are playing on the iOS versions, and like trying to control some of those finicky areas in iOS apparently is garbage.
It's a pain too at 3 times speed if you're trying to run around the environments at 3 times speed.
get stuck, yeah.
Which you have to turn it off at some point just because like I'll feel like I'm pressing up on the stick, but he's running right. You know what I mean? Just like the.
Are you
analog
hanging
controls.
sideways though?
But I mean,
I'm
so
upside down.
An
when I
important
press.
thing to note though is that like this like analog control wasn't really like analog control multi-directional 3D sort of like working on that plane was still kind
Right.
of new at this point.
I don't even think they had
It's not
analog
like
They
control
didn't know.
sticks.
I
Oh, no,
remember
no, no.
wanting a re-release with that because
Yeah,
they
yeah.
did that for like Resident Evil 2, where it's like, oh, the director's cut with analog controls. Like, God, give me that for Final Fantasy 7.
Yeah. Okay. So not even analog, but just the idea of like working on like multiple perspectives like that rather
Right.
than 2D. I mean, like that's something that I remember even all the way through the PS2 era. Developers still really having a lot of trouble with like that kind of thing, with like intuitive directional controls with like camera shifting and things like that.
Yeah, and somebody wrote in talking about like how Midgar with the fixed camera angles works relatively well, but he was driven insane just by the slow kind of mushiness once you get out into the world map and other areas of just trying to rotate and work in this polygonal environment is so clumsy.
Just have the top-down camera all the time. That's what I do on the world map.
Wait, what?
You can switch the cameras when you're in the world
Really?
map. Yeah, because it can be behind you or it can be just top down.
What button is that? I didn't know
I
that.
don't
Yeah,
know.
I didn't-
One
I
of the
didn't
left
find
triggers, maybe, or maybe
Holy
it's the
cow.
maybe it's the touchpad.
I'll have to try that. But speaking of the Yuffie quest real quick, Chuck from Portland wrote in and says, when Don kidnaps Yuffie and Elaine, if you have Vincent in your party, at one point he looks at Don and says, I have no issue with what you're doing. I'm just offended by the stupid way you are doing it.
Oh, what?
Or something along those lines.
So I don't think I had Vincent at that time, but I remember that scene. I'm like, well, this is really messed up because it's sort of like implied that he's like kidnapping women and raping them or something.
Who
like,
knows? It's
like,
weird.
yeah.
You're
Yeah.
like, and plus then he's hanging them upside down off of this weird statue.
They clearly just watched North by Northwest or something. Like, who knows what they're going for? But speaking of Don again, because we can't get away from old Donny boy, London wrote on the Facebook group, he says, fun fact, the symbol that's on Don's bed sheets in his room, it translates to heaven. It's the katakana symbol apparently for heaven. So his bed sheets just say heaven on them, which is pretty cool and
just
classy.
like mine.
Yeah, good old Don, he says. All right, you guys want to dive into some good old-fashioned Disc 2 stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Well, let's start out. First town you get to is the mountain town, right? I don't even know. Does it have a name? Mountain Snow Place.
Probably has a name.
I was so excited because I got there, ran in, I was like, oh boy, let's go, and ran straight ahead and immediately got stuck behind the sign. There's like a sign like, welcome to Snowtown Place. And I was like right to the right of it, and I just could not get out. I couldn't move. I just had to load my game again and start over from the end of Disc 1. Like, all right, let's go up to the mountain town again.
You moron.
So it was a great introduction to all of Disc 2.
You're not supposed to go up to the sign.
One thing I do remember about that was like kind of interesting and even I think a little bittersweet too is that like having just lost Eris, you get to that town and like one of the first things you do is like find that little hut where like her parents lived.
Yeah.
And it kind of makes you think like, oh man, sure would be nice for Aerith to see this.
It'd be nice if you
Oh, that's
walked up
right.
here.
There's those videos that you
Yeah,
watch of
yeah.
her parents like talking. And you're like, oh, that is kind of. I liked that actually. I like those videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's Gast, who I completely forgot. Like he's been referenced and kind of teased a couple times, but I completely forgot that Gast was her mom and Ilfalna, constantly wanting to film the little baby videos. I do like that one of the videos in that bunch, there's no video feed for it. Like, oh, I forgot to turn the camera on or something. So it's just the audio, but it's the one where like Eris is born, so in theory they just don't have to make the little baby polygonal model. I'd imagine is why they did that.
So Ilfana is an ancient, right?
Right.
But Gast
Yes.
wasn't. He's just a normal dude.
Yeah,
He's just a
he was
normal
a
dude,
scientist,
yeah.
like Hojo's predecessor in that science
So,
division or
so
something.
technically, Eris is only like half ancient.
Yeah,
Right.
she's a mudblood, if that's what you're getting
Yeah,
at.
that's what I'm trying to.
Okay,
It
yeah.
wasn't going to be so
I mean,
offensive.
I think the idea is that like you're kind of part of the bloodline or you're not. I don't know that there's the concept because like really, since there haven't been ancients around for a long time, it would be like super thin and well whatever.
Yeah, it's a complicated story, but
Yeah.
they do go into kind of the history with Genova as, you know, the crisis from the sky, as they call it, and that whole history with the Cetra up there. I forgot that they call the northern area Knowles Pole. This is one of the handful of things from 7 that I completely forgot, but like at Northern Town, it's called Knowles Pole. And so they talk about like how they were trying to be kicked out of Noel's pole and all this stuff. And Ilfana,
Wait, who?
like the Cetra, they were all up there. And then when Genova came down from the sky, from outer space, started infecting all the Cetra. And see, I wrote it down. Ilfana said before that the planet wanted them to leave the Noel's pole, and that the threat came disguised as their brothers and their mothers. It's a very confusing piece of lore. And this is like, this is one of my big overall takes for Disc 2 is every time there's a little nugget of lore in there. I think outside of like Cloud's Past, I feel like Cloud's Past does a pretty good job.
They explore that, yeah.
They explore it thoroughly. But everything else where they're trying to explain, I don't know if it's the localization or the original script, but it's a lot of me staring at the text on the screen, writing it down, being like, I don't think this makes sense. I don't know what they're trying to communicate here.
Or the idea that like it's clear that that like out of the game and on the page they have a clear idea of like what the story is and what happened.
Right.
And it's just that that's not necessarily clearly communicated.
Right.
That's some stuff that I really hope they are able to address in the remake whenever that comes out. Is the like to actually like identify those points and sort of blow them up a little bit, I think would be great.
Yeah. Let's see. Matt from Akron, Ohio wrote in and says, my main complaint about the game so far is the terrible dialogue. I mean, the story is interesting and there's a compelling arc here, but the moment-to-moment dialogue is cringeworthy. I can't tell if it was written for 9-year-olds or by 9-year-olds.
Whoa. Come on, man.
He says, thanks again for the game club. You incentivized me to play a game I've wanted to play for 10 years.
Oh,
so
all right.
nice.
Glad he's playing.
Yeah, glad you're playing. Sorry for the dialogue.
Is the dialogue that bad? I guess it hasn't bugged me at all.
Really? I mean, there's typos here and there that we call out, but it is just like when they're trying to explain that any lore nugget, I just feel like it's murky. I don't know what you're trying to get at.
That criticism I totally understand, but like saying the dialogue is bad, I mean, it just feels a little dated. I mean, for the time though, that it was more than acceptable. I think
Right,
it's
It's not over blood levels or something.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
I think that there's a degree of time and place in it too. Is that like prior to this, before all you had was the dialogue and some basic a handful of different like sprite animations. So I actually remember really liking the dialogue and the exposition when I first played the game, because you have this whole other dimension of expression going on with like actual character models being able to sort of shrug and emote in ways that like you weren't able, that just hadn't been possible up to that point. So in my mind, the dialogue is good because it has this like additional element that it didn't have before. Now, of course, in retrospect, yeah, it's a little rough, but I don't know. I think from a nostalgia standpoint, it didn't bug me.
Yeah, Raph, by the way, wrote in, just going off that point a little bit. He says he really loves the gestures that they all do, especially the shrug. And no one does it better than Cloud. And Yuffie's ///. He hopes he understands what he's talking about. Yes, we know exactly what we're talking about. We've seen it 1,000 times.
That's all she does.
Yeah. For me, these little clearly a product of the PS1 era quirks help give the game its charm. The game may be dated, but there's never a dull moment. Thanks to Yuffie's /// move.
What is that move?
And I love Barrett's, I'm just going to shoot things for a while.
Of course.
I do like that he shoots things, but it never seems to really damage anything permanently.
Right, naturally. I do love, getting back to the mountain area, how Barrett seems to go back on everything he stands for. When they get to the mountain, because it's so cold, he has a line where he's like, God, nature really sucks. It's freezing up here. He's like, maybe Shinra does have a point. He's like, oh, what am I saying? He's like, just because he's cold for the first time in his life, he's like, I take it back.
Hey, that's
all
how
those
I feel
people
when
I
I'm
murdered. I'm glad I murdered those people.
And murder for a cup of hot chocolate.
Joe, you seem to really hate the entire mountain section.
Okay, so I like the town.
Okay.
But once you get past the town, you get to that snowboarding thing.
Right.
Which is awful. Like even at the time, I thought that was awful.
Josh Jones writes in, he says, I'm a first-time player of Final Fantasy VII at the age of 23. I'm very glad you're not throwing in spoilers, by the way. Thank you, Josh.
Yeah.
Was there a goal when doing the snowboarding part for the first time? It was extremely strange how no instructions were given, and you had to figure out what to do on your way down. Do you think this was on purpose?
Well, because it also affects, I mean, I guess I don't remember this exactly, but like I thought it affected like the path you take on the snowboard. I think affects like where you land on the map.
I think it does too.
It's just like, I don't know. It's again, it's just like not clear.
But they have like the little collectibles in there, which is I'd imagine just because they didn't want to change the programming from the minigame version of it, which is at the gold saucer after you unlock it. Mm-hmm. And so there's like the little balloons and stuff. It's like, what is
super weird
happening here?
But to be fair, have you guys ever been snowboarding? It's a lot like that.
So Nathan Keeling writes in and says, I want to quickly mention how surprised I was to hear all the hate directed at Seven's minigames. He talks about like later entries, and he's like, oh, they didn't have nearly as many minigames. Final Fantasy VII had so many different game modes that it kept the players on their toes, and they were fun, in parentheses, when the game came out. This game had tower defense before it was a genre, twisted metal vehicle combat, SSX snowboarding, and even an underwater simulator. It also had one of the most well-remembered arena modes. Even stuff like chocobo racing and breeding was not done on a 3D console before. The fact that you could do all this was mind-blowing at the time.
Underwater simulator.
And to call it SSX snowboarding is a real stretch. I am a huge SSX fan. I take that as a colossal slap in the face.
SSX was great.
Or like the motorcycle, calling it twisted metal vehicle combat. Boy, I don't know. Snowboarding stuff, it's just quirky. Like, it doesn't last long. But the real meat of the area, once you get out of that snowboarding thing, for me, it wasn't as bad as I remember. And maybe it's just because I happened to take the right path on the way down, but I just kind of kept walking straight, and then the screen rotates, but it was easy to keep track of it, and it was over really, really quickly. Reeves, did you have a problem with it?
I think wandering around the mountain, you're talking about when the snow's flurry is happening?
Right.
Yeah, that I didn't have a problem with it. But the part before that, where you're wandering around the mountain, because I didn't
Like
really...
trying to keep warm, you mean?
I was confused about where to go, actually, at first, because I didn't know I was supposed to go up or down. You don't find that out until later. And then I think it was frustrating. I eventually turned off random enemy encounters because I was so frustrated about not knowing where to go.
Sure.
And continually being interrupted by combat, which I think is maybe part of what upset most people.
Yeah, I ended up having to turn off the random encounters during that part because I got so. There's also a part where, and this is partially due to my own negligence, that I just froze outside.
To death?
Yeah, because it doesn't go all the way down to zero.
Yeah, you don't know when
forget.
you're gonna freeze.
Yeah, I don't remember what it is. So I got a little too daring and was like, I bet I can make it up there before I need to warm up.
Don't make me tap the square button.
Also, it took me 3 times before I realized, I should turn off 3 times speed because then you'll warm up a lot faster.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
So
I was
that
like,
makes
Man, this
sense.
is really slow, but it's because the game's moving so much faster than I am.
But when you freeze, you just get shunted back down to the cabin, and then I was like, I don't want to go back up there again.
So can that guy not get back? Or he was just
He's trapped there forever.
I think he's just warning people, but it seemed like everybody in the town thought he was dead, and he's not that far away. Like, he should really send message back. You're not Chocobo. Nate McClellan says that the mountain stuff was okay. The map is easy-ish to follow if you know that when you're standing by a dead tree, that's where you are on the map. Having no cursor where you are on the map is a pain in the ass.
I guess what I'd say too is that I feel like when compared against the tight pacing of stuff in Midgar, and even the way things progress in Disc 1, which I mean we talked about last time, I don't think is as good as the stuff in Midgar. I think that the mountain stuff is just taking another step down in terms of keeping the game, keeping the action going and making it clear what you're doing and why.
It is probably a low point in the game, but I don't think it's as bad as you remember it.
Yeah, and that's really what I wanted to get at is just I don't know if I'd say straight up this is a bad section of the game,
right?
As much as it is, a low point.
Well, I think it's a response to Eris's death. They wanted you to feel bad because Eris had just died, and so they were designing this part of the game to actually.
And
that's why they put the balloons on the snowboarding hill.
That's actually another part of it. Is it's weird that your kind of girlfriend gets murdered, and then 10 minutes later you're like, Yahoo, gonna collect some balloons.
Can I do a backflip?
Yeah, exactly. It's just,
but I mean, we talk about it being a low point, but I do think that the payoff at the end of the entire mountain sequence is where this game gets awesome. I mean, clearly I already love this game, but it's kind of the first dabbling of dealing with Cloud's past again.
Yeah, and that's where you encounter Sephiroth or dead
Sephiroth? Sephiroth?
Sephiroth.
Sephiroth.
What did I say?
You say Sephiroth.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Sephiroth Rod Stewart is when you first encounter this guy. But actually, I was confused because I was like, he's dead. And then
so
I'm like,
Hojo
wait,
reveals that he died, that he's been dead for 5 years, and this is just his body up
this
there.
is something I guess I didn't remember from the first time through.
It's
so
a little
the guy you've
confusing.
been meeting this whole time has been clones.
No,
It's been like a
Sephiroth?
vision.
it's like think of it like an astral projection sort
Sure.
of. Is that Sephiroth isn't actually dead? He's I don't know what the word would be, kind of slumbering or incubating or something in this so basically what happened is all of that. What happened in Nibelheim was he got thrown over the ledge, and fell into the life stream. And sort of, I guess what I gather is that he sort of had this like, sort of became encased in materia, and the life streams just sort of like carried him north.
Everyone knows there's underwater currents with the live stream, as we'll talk about later.
Yeah. So he was just sort of planted there. So this sort of like the Sephiroth you've been meeting has just been this kind of like this like echo of him, or this like projection of his power that he's sort of, using what influence he has.
Yeah.
Because I think he also has, I don't think this is clarified in the game, but he fell over with Genova's head.
Yeah, he's carrying it. You can see it in the game.
So that's what, like, part of the reason why like Cloud and all the other clones are drawn north for this like reunion is because like that's where basically like the essence of Genova is.
So what part of Genova did Shinra have earlier? Just
Her
the
torso.
body and stuff? Okay.
Yeah, the weird nipple eye.
I guess that makes sense.
Who could forget? So you go up and you see the first. So talking about like the astral projection version of Sephiroth, I think it's interesting because we talked about how he was flying around in the last episode and how confusing that is. This time he's just like disappearing in and out of reality. He like warps you guys back to Nibelheim again. Like it's just a confusing element of like, does he obey the laws of physics? You just have no idea what's happening.
Yeah, which I love because like before this was a popular thing in games, it almost has like a kind of Lovecraftian bent to it.
Sure.
Because like Cloud, at this point it becomes more and more clear that like Cloud's grasp on reality is tenuous.
When he's walking on the ceiling, it's a subtle clue. Yeah.
Yeah. So Cloud, Cloud's not all there, and then like Sephiroth, this like menace is suddenly just seems completely omnipotent, and you're just like,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's weird that the live stream carried him up north, but then later on it carries Cloud south.
Well, everybody knows good guys go south, bad
Sure.
guys go north in the live stream. It's the way the direction works.
Well, no, I mean like it's not like the live stream is a river. I think the idea is it's like the like the wind patterns or something.
Yeah, you ever seen one of those wind maps on Earth? It's all over the place.
Of course.
Yeah. But also I love when the team kind of unites is maybe a weird word, but meets up with Rufus and Hojo in that kind of northern shrine. And Cloud's just like, hey, this is going to get rough, you guys. Like, we don't know what's happening here. And Hojo is so excited to see Sephiroth there, and he really starts laying into Cloud again, calling him the failed clone. And then I forgot about this moment, but Cloud just gets... Believe it or not, Cloud gets weird. It's kind of a theme for the second disc, and starts like begging Hojo for a number. Like, please don't make me a failure. Give me one of your numbers. Right. It's cool.
Like he just wants a number. Like that legitimizes him. Which is super weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is when the game starts to dabble with getting surreal, really messing with your mind. I forgot, and it's going to come up a lot later too, but I just forgot how bizarre and bold this game is, just visually, and how surreal it is, and how it's crazy. Like, you remember 7, you remember like, oh, Midgar, stuff like that, but you forget like the weird abstract white planes of existence with Tifa running around confused. There's so many little touches with that I think is great.
Yeah.
So, weapon awakes in the Northern Crater.
Well, multiple weapons awake in the Northern Crater.
I guess so.
Does that happen then though?
Yeah.
Yes, that's when the weapons get out. There's a really crappy animation of them on the high wind trying to stay on it. And then you're out for 7 days.
Yeah. So one thing I want to bring up about that sequence actually is I think, and talking about potential for the remake again, there are actually multiple weapons that are not fought in the game, and I think that we get a glimpse of one of them in that sequence. I think
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you know how many there are?
So the ones you fight in the game are
I'd be amazed if you can name these.
Diamond,
Okay.
Ruby, and Emerald.
But which ones are optional though?
And Ultima weapon.
Yeah, Ultima's the one that's like hovering above the water and stuff. Yeah.
Right. So those are the 4 that you can fight. I think, is there another one? Anyway, the point being is that I'm trying to remember, there's also a sapphire weapon that's referenced, and I think that's the one that you see briefly in the cutscene. I could be totally wrong about this.
Referenced where?
Like there is a weapon that you see in that CG cutscene that I do not think you fight.
Oh, like maybe they
that
prepped it for the
wakes up.
cutscene and then it just didn't make the game.
Yeah, something like that. So
Sure.
I'm hoping I forget the other one. I'm almost sure that as I was reading, there were like 2 weapons that are sort of like referenced in the lore that you don't actually encounter.
Sure. So this
DLC,
is
you think?
Or just like part of the Oh yeah, never mind. I mean, for the remake, it would be nice to sort of.
Oh yeah.
fold
No,
them
that'd be a good addition.
But,
so there's only really the one that you fight in the story though, because the others are optional, aren't they?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's one you have to fight in the story. And you don't even get to kill it.
Yeah, that's the one that gets killed by the Sister Ray.
Yeah. That's coming up later.
We'll get there.
This is my favorite part, I think, of the entire game is waking up as Tifa. They lift the blinds in the room in this awesome video. It's like, oh, welcome to hell, Tifa. You've been out for 7 days. This is what we're dealing with. Like, the team is disbanded. You don't know what's happening. There's a meteor bearing down. And then you're immediately put in, like, an electric chair or, like, a gas chamber. Like, all right, see ya, Tifa. It is the best. Just clouds gone. No one knows what to do. It's chaos. It's this weird power vacuum within the party. And then you're trying to break out of Junin and all that stuff.
Yeah, I thought that seems cool. There's a weird like Tifa. Was her name Scarlet?
Yeah,
The slap fight, which is like
so
super.
weird.
We've seen Tifa kick a lot of ass and do like backflips while kicking enemies and stuff.
Yeah.
And then
And like pile drive robots, and then it's like all of a sudden it's like let's get our nails out.
Also,
It's really-
Scarlet seemed kind of like a badass. I'm like, why? I don't know. It just seemed super masochistic, or not misogynistic.
misogynistic?
Massage or
Sephirotheristic. We're the same round. Also, then Tifa like falls 1,000 feet at the end of that sequence, and then obviously is saved by the high wind and all that stuff.
All Back to the Future 2.
Very much so. So talking about Meteor being summoned, Tony Dungan writes in, I thought it was interesting how much Meteor was described from previous Final Fantasy games, namely 4. In 4, the characters and I both pictured it to be this end-all holy power made to stop evil. But in Final Fantasy 7, it feels like the incarnation of evil.
Yeah.
Which is, God, it's been so long since I played 9, but I remember being fascinated because it's like, holy is the ultimate materia here, and Meteor is the ultimate dark materia in 7. And then I feel like in 9, it's Ultima, right?
Ultima, you don't get to cast in 9.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Ultima is like, it's kind of weird as I remember, because like Ultima 9 is just like a spell that Kuja uses against you.
Right. It's just interesting, like in the Final Fantasy lore, how these different spells have varying degrees. Sometimes it's like untouchably powerful. So other times it's like what you use on a frog on the
It's
world
just a
map.
thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and like, and it's kind of weird in like between 4, which he's talking about, and 6, or and 7. There's 6, which has Meteor as a spell, which is super cool in that game. But there's also a version of Meteo, or there's a spell called Meteo in that game also, that is a lot more like the Final Fantasy IV version of just like some fireballs kind of raining down. And it's weird.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
So this entire sequence, we got to talk about, what do you think they're going to do in the remake? Do you think in this section, because they talk about like how it's going to have different perspectives, do you think you're just going to play as Tifa in, the second installment
For
of
like
the 7
one
remake?
episode, maybe it just plays
Yeah.
her. Like that'd be cool if they do that.
I mean, I remembered it being longer that you controlled Tifa. It's really not that long.
Not that well. It
in
depends
7.
how long you take to get to that town. What's it called? Not Costa del Sol. but
Medial.
Medial. Yeah.
Right. I guess you can, because
Because you could take a while if you don't know where to go.
It's pretty ambiguous as far as where to go there. It's like Red 13 just says like, hey, I heard, sometimes the live stream carries people someplace. All right, bye.
Yeah.
But I mean, the only clue is like the only town you couldn't get to, I think.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like, well, I haven't been to this town before.
Wait. Right.
With now that I have the airship, I can get there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So I think that's what.
But like,
What I did is I just kind of flew around wherever I've been.
yeah,
Right.
this ties into one of my complaints back from the first disc, though, too. It was just like, there's no story reason necessarily that's like driving you to that town. Like, you don't know you need to go there. You just kind of on a meta level need to go like, well, what is the next place I can physically access that I was not able to get to before?
Well, we got to Steven who writes in and says, first off, absolutely love Game Club. Nostalgia is quite the love bug. Thank you. I agree, Steven. The criticism of, quote, going from place to place with no rhyme or reason in the overworld is actually one of my favorite parts of 7. It truly makes the game feel like this incredible odyssey where you're hopping from place to place, hoping you scrounge up more information along the way. I actually think it waters down the explorative quality in a game when it's like, we got to go to X next because that's where Y told us to go so we can figure out Z. In fact, I actually hate how you just know where to go next in modern RPGs. So that level of exploration, I guess it makes you soak in the world a little bit more. But you like RPGs to have like the very clear beat to beat.
See, I think that there's a balance to be struck, because I agree, if there's no like incentive to explore, it does take something away from it. If you've always just got an objective marker saying like, go here at 600 meters away or something like that.
Right. Always having the like Elder Scrolls compass,
But
pointing
all
where to go.
I think my bigger complaint from all that was just the sense that like the party in general felt like they did not know what they were doing or why. And it's not necessarily like every step of the way you need to know exactly what's next. But it's just like, it seems like all they ever had to go off of was like, well, let's find Sephiroth. Maybe he went this way.
Yeah. And I feel like in the first disc, they do a good job of constantly resetting the story like we talked about. In the second disc, I feel like it's like this huge materia thing, which I'm still a little bit confused about. Maybe I'm an idiot, but sure, everybody needs this huge materia to take out Sephiroth, sure. But just they don't reframe the larger picture story much at all.
Yeah.
It's just a series of little chop out quests, little quest here, all strung together. And a lot of it's really cool.
I actually liked all the quests. I don't know if it was just my approach to this. I thought that it's a weird thing to say given what we've just said, but the pacing felt better to me. But
a lot of people actually said that. Yeah.
After you get to Midgar, I think the pacing is better.
Well, I mean, talk about pacing. Also, I feel like I forgot how much in Disc 2 you're just sitting back and watching. There's little interactive moments, like when you go back to Cloud's Past again and the full reveal, like you're literally just walking 5 feet and kind of talking to somebody and then triggering the next moment there. But there's a lot of just non-interactive stuff.
And that whole, I love how they treat that sequence, because like it's not even so much of like, it's not even gameplay. It's just like, it's this long reward. It's like them just sort of finally pulling back the curtain and being like, all right, you've gotten this far, sit down and get ready to take some stuff in, because we're gonna. And I thought that they do a really good job of like, for a game that sometimes is a little bit spotty or inconsistent in its explanation, I felt like they did a great job during that section of like explaining, this is what happened, this is why it's significant, this is what's really going on, through that whole like Nibelheim flashback stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's definitely one of the strongest moments in the game. Like when you're in the live stream with Cloud and you're trying to piece back together the three disparate parts of him, and like the weird see-through version of Cloud is freaking out, which I guess is the real version of Cloud ultimately.
And when it all sort of like comes together and shrinks into, you get this sense of all of like assembly all of a sudden.
I thought that stuff was really cool. Actually, that's one of my favorite moments from the game. And I thought that stuff happened right after the mountain stuff. So it was interesting to see that there's actually a lot of stuff that happens between that, like with Tifa and then Sid leading the group.
Yeah.
Right. I think the Rocket stuff comes
happens
after when you go back to Rocket Town.
Yeah.
Well, there's
Wait a minute.
Tifa meets up with Cloud, and she's like, Cloud's a like potato at that point. And she's like, I'm gonna hang out with him.
Yeah.
You guys should go on.
Oh, and then you do control Sid. That's right, but then
becomes the
I'm
leader.
confused because then you need Sid in your party later when Cloud's back to go into space,
Right.
which we can talk about in a bit. But I love the debate and the weird power vacuum where Barrett's like, I thought I could lead this train, but you gave me the black materia and I blew it. Like I handed it over to Cloud and he was under Sephiroth's control. Don't go for me, man.
Yeah.
Sid is like collapsed on the floor of the highway and like, I don't know what to do. I just love, it's so dark and depressing, and I don't remember it being that hopeless.
Especially because you assume that like Barrett's kind of second in command. Like, oh, he was in charge of Avalanche, but then Cloud kind of came. So it's like without Cloud, of course it's going to be Barrett, or at least Tifa. And then all of a sudden Barrett, I love when Barrett's just like, nope, I am not your man.
Yeah, that seemed weird to me at first, but I'm like, oh, it's kind of cool that it almost seemed like the designers are like, well, we need to focus on Sid a little bit more or something. Like we want to show him off, and so like let's put him in charge.
Yeah, and he has a lot of great moments in this too. I mean, he's arguably outside of Tifa, like the star of the second disc, really. And I love that when Cloud's gone and you're Tifa and you're on the highway, and he even has a moment where he's like, hey, just to be honest, like I wasn't the biggest fan of that guy. There's a lot of like subtle dissing of Cloud. And then even when he comes back to your party, I still feel like he's very much second fiddle to everybody else, even though he is like we got to have a leader. We'll put him in charge.
Yeah.
Like there's a great moment when you're going into space and Cloud's like, hey, Sid, I think we should. And Sid's like, shut the hell up. Like, go back, sit down. Like, it's just clear that people aren't really in love with Cloud on a personal level outside of Tifa. It's just kind of like stringing them along.
Okay, P.S.
Yeah.
I know you said we'd get there later, but like, can we talk for a second about how, this is something I totally forgot. You literally go into outer space.
How did you forget that? It's awesome. It's the entire payoff to Sid's story. I love it, man.
I forget. Like, I remembered that there was a rocket and some takeoff stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I totally forgotten that. Yeah, you literally take off and go to space.
Also,
for a little while.
The rocket launches when everyone's just standing around in the cockpit. Suddenly the countdown starts like, oh my God, someone sit down. And then it takes off. And then later you find out that Shara was on board, apparently down in the same engine room where she's died like 8 times. And then you get into outer space and it's that great moment. Basically Armageddon.
What's weird about that is there's this like huge space scene in Final Fantasy VIII, right?
Yep.
And I remember thinking like, oh man, space. Like, this is cool. We're actually in space. But that's weird because I played Final Fantasy VII before 8. So it's weird that I wasn't like, oh yeah, I did this in 7 too. I totally forgot about it. Like, must be like a year after I played it.
It's pretty quick.
I think part of because you've also, that's sort of a recurring thing too. You go into space and like you go to the moon in Final Fantasy IV. Like it's not a brand new thing. But I think it's forgettable in 7 because it's like you don't do anything there. Like all of your gameplay is really in a rocket. And you're just sort of told you're in space.
Well, you have
versus
to
like
figure out that dumb code.
Yeah. I don't know how
yeah.
you're supposed to know that. I immediately was like, how quickly can I Google this?
That's exactly what I did also. Yep.
I failed the first time. I was like, I guess I have to replay that now. Like,
yeah.
Which was
What
kind of a
happens if
pain.
you fail?
Yeah. You don't get that materia. And then because you don't get that, you can't get whatever.
Neo Bahamut.
Yeah, Neo Bahamut, which is...
Or Neo Bahamut?
I think
Bahamut Zero, I'm sorry.
Yeah. That one. That once you have all 4 of the big materia, you can get that Neo Bahamut, or Bahamut Zero.
Right. But so being in space, it's so weird. I forget what I was going to say. Another good example when you're in space of just being really confused about what they're trying to go for in the script is like before you get that huge materia, Sid is just talking about like, oh, we could either side with tech or side with nature. And it's like this weird monologue all about technology versus the natural world and how you picking up that huge materia is taking a stand in that fight. It's like, I don't know what philosophy you're trying to pull off here, Final Fantasy VII. I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm just going to go grab that thing and go back down to Earth.
Drink your goddamn tea.
Drink your goddamn tea, writers of Final Fantasy VII.
But how can you say the dialogue is bad?
I do love Sid's dialogue. But I do want to go back to Cloud's Past because I think it's an amazing part. Cloud's Past Revisited is just, I guess, ultimately what I call it.
I thought that scene happened after the rock. But I guess not,
nope, that's
because
before,
Cloud was on that rocket,
right,
so never
right.
mind.
So yeah, it's totally before that. So a lot of people have a lot of thoughts. It's a lot of people's favorite part of the game. Let's see, Nathan Keeling writes in, it just says, the best part of the game is the end of the Whirlwind Maze to the end of Midgar. Very quickly, the game reveals that the hero is gone, possibly dead, the villain is invincible, and the world is about to be blown up. Part of what makes the next few hours of 7 so amazing is how beaten down the team feels. This is not the first game that removes the main character, but even in Chrono Trigger, spoiler, when Chrono straight up dies, he's gone for less than 30 minutes of gameplay and then he's revived. Cloud's mind is broken. His fractured memories are splitting him into multiple personalities, while the real Cloud is reduced to a giant transparent figure writhing in pain and confusion. This is why his screen flashes every time Cloud lies about his past and Midgar, which is something I didn't pick up or remember, but that's the reason it flashes.
Yep. On this replay, I noticed that where I hadn't before, where it's like when it does that like weird sort of like scratchy sound effect, and flashes the screen. It's like it's when there's some sort of like dissonance or disconnect between like what Cloud believes and what actually happened.
Right.
Yeah.
I was confused about like, okay, well, how come Tifa's memory is screwed up?
It's not.
But yeah,
things are just naturally, I think, a little bit confusing for her. She's like, oh, I think we hung out as a kid. But she does a lot of like, there's even a great part where like when you're in the north where Sephiroth starts to show him Nibelheim again, and Tifa just turns to Sephiroth and is like, Sephiroth, don't do this.
Well,
now.
no. She says that, so she knows ever since Cloud like told his flashback story, she knows he's lying. She remembers it.
It's just weird. I thought it was weird that she didn't say anything if she knew.
But
she kind of did in the sense of like, how did they explain it? It's basically like she knew that he believed what he was saying, so she didn't necessarily want to like open that can of worms because they needed him together for whatever it was that they were doing.
Sure.
Is I think kind of
that makes sense.
The implication.
I don't think her intentions there are clear in the game.
Nah, maybe not totally. Because like, there's one part where like I think some ghost of Sephiroth or something even says like, "Why don't you ask Tifa?"
Yeah, no, for sure.
No, I
Yeah,
remember that.
It's like the black screen. Yeah,
Yeah.
totally. So Nathan has an interesting theory that I don't fully buy into, but he really loves this cloud
Are
stuff.
these crackpot theories?
It's hot crackpot theories
Oh
coming
man,
in.
I hate. There's some crackpot theory about Final Fantasy VIII about how Squall's dead the whole time.
All right, well,
Anyway,
you'll love
let's-
this.
let's
There's
get-
a Zelda one like that
I
too.
like this. It's not that crackpot, but Nathan Keeling says that the whole reason with Cloud's past, this is why there's no NPC giving you a clear, you need to go to X city to continue the plot, Joe, because Cloud knows where Sephiroth is going because he is biologically programmed to follow the leader.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's not a like. I think that's directly. But
That's the reason that the player has a less of a sense of direction for certain parts. That's what he's getting at.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't think that it's as deliberate as that.
Right.
But I mean, like, I think that they explain in the story that like one of the reasons that you're sort of drawn in the direction you're going is because like it's kind of the illusion of choice that you think that you're picking up clues and going there, but I think it's implied that part of what's going on also is Cloud is just sort of being pulled there anyway.
Right. So Andrew from Missouri writes in and says, 7 seems to have one of the darkest stories in the entire Final Fantasy series. The previous and subsequent games haven't quite reached the dark and grim tone of 7. He's just wondering what we think of how dark things get during this part on Disc 2.
Well, I've always been a fan of 6 and think that actually gets a little bit grimmer.
The world gets destroyed, but I feel like, I don't know, I don't remember feeling as hopeless.
You have a main character in 6 who straight up can like try to kill herself.
That's true.
So I mean, like, and
Okay.
then, yeah. And you-
But thinking about the darkness here and just during that whole section when Cloud's out of commission, in interviews, Katase has said that like, what makes a great villain is taking something away from the player. And so people point to Eris there and it's like, oh, well, there, you obviously hate that guy. But beyond Eris, I mean, you don't really factor in that Sephiroth literally takes away your main character from this section of the game, the person that you're supposed to feel the most connected to, that you've been leveling up this entire time for sure. Beyond that, then you have to see this former version of yourself in a wheelchair, like not able to talk. It's messed up.
I think that's messed up. I don't like, for me, I didn't get necessarily, I mean, like, Sephiroth jabs the blade through Eris.
Right.
I know I'm super inconsistent. Sometimes I say Eris and sometimes I say Aerith, but
Sure.
like, he does that.
Uh-huh.
I feel like the sense of like causality isn't quite there for like Sephiroth turning Cloud into what he is in that particular
that was
moment.
almost
I feel
incidental.
more like
Well-
it's a culmination of a lot of events rather than just like Sephiroth did this to him.
It's not like he's pointing the finger directly at Cloud, but it is directly from Sephiroth.
It's related. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that I don't feel. I feel that that's more of a consequence of like a variety of actions
okay.
rather than just like Sephiroth took Cloud away from
It's almost
you.
more Hojo's fault than Sephiroth's ultimately.
Yeah, or a combination of things.
Sure.
I guess I didn't see it as anybody's fault necessarily. It's almost Cloud's fault as much as anybody's because he's the one like freaking out, right?
He's the
He's the
weirdo.
one like losing his mind.
Well, yeah. Okay, so
Yeah.
what? Okay, his backstory. Let's see how well we can remember how this thing works. It's still a little bit confusing. So he tried to join Soldier. He did not make it.
Correct.
He was so embarrassed about that he didn't want to tell everybody in his hometown. So that's why he wore the hat and disguised himself as a normal soldier going back.
He didn't disguise. I mean,
Well,
he was a normal soldier.
Right.
No, I know. I'm sorry, not disguised,
But
but
he didn't want to
concealed
take
his face.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and didn't want to tell Tifa or anybody else there that that whole thing was going on. He ends up stabbing Sephiroth, which is awesome. Like, I think there's a moment where like he runs out and Sephiroth is like, "Don't even, buddy. Like, you already got lucky once."
Yeah.
And Sephiroth stabs him. I'm sorry, and then Cloud picks up the sword when it's in him and then throws him over.
Yeah,
the
that was
side.
confusing me. Is like, how is he that strong?
Right. And
I think so. I think in that moment, I don't know exactly what's going on, but like, is that like Cloud basically is like totally defeated in that first fight,
Right.
Like in the Genova room. I think the implication is
Yes.
that like he gets taken down.
Yeah.
But then chases after Sephiroth as he's on his way out, and that's when Sephiroth just sort of like runs him through, and Cloud picks it up. And I think that moment is more about sort of like tapping into the idea that Cloud has some kind of like latent strength or some, something like
Right.
that. That there's some sort of like untapped destiny in this character that allows him sort of in that moment to like win a fight that he should not win.
And so the whole like failed experiment angle is with Hojo right when he joins Soldier, because everybody's tries to join Soldier. I mean, everybody's injected
No.
in theory, with these Genova cells, is what Hojo says.
The failed experiment element comes after all of this.
Okay.
Where that's when he and Zach are in. I'm getting a little crossed because I don't know how much of this is detailed in 7
Versus Crisis
and how
Core.
much of this is detailed in Crisis Core.
Right.
But basically what happens is that both he and Zach are then taken to like the Nibelheim mansion and experimented on. And that's when so like Zach, I think in theory should already have some sort of like Mako exposure because he was in Soldier.
Right, right.
But Cloud was just like a regular dude, and that's when he started getting the like Genova cells and the Mako infusion and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
So he's not necessarily like a straight up clone of Sephiroth, as he is sort of like has some weird Genova infusion thing going on. But it totally screws with Cloud's mind. So like when they escape, it's actually Zach that is like keeping stuff together. Cloud is just like incoherently babbling at that point and like super sick.
Does he get some of Zach's
And-
memories? Or
No,
is that just
there's a detail in
his
that I caught
craziness?
this time where they mentioned that like Genova's cells will really mess with your mind and kind of convince you that you're a different person or change your personality.
Yeah.
And so that it's just Genova's cells messing with them.
Yeah, I mean, I think basically what it is the idea that like in the sort of aftermath of that experiment, they basically sort of like demolished Cloud's mind, and in the wake of it, as it was sort of reforming, it was piecing together pieces of Zach's history in addition to his own. So it's like as soon as they escape, Cloud's in a bad way, and that's when Zach is doing all of this like awesome stuff. That's when Zach ends up dying. So I think during that whole
When they're
period,
escaping?
Cloud is sort of getting his wires crossed in terms of like what's him and what's Zach doing.
Yeah.
Stuff. So by the time he gets back to Midgar with like the Buster Sword and all that, he kind of just ends up believing that like he was Zach.
Wait,
Right.
was that in this game? I don't
not
remember
the
that
mansion
stuff.
stuff.
Some of that's in Crisis Core.
Yeah, a lot of it's kind of implied. So Raph writes in and says, I was very happy with this too and its improved pacing, as well as some of the story revelations, particularly the ones involving Cloud. Learning the true history behind his past made me appreciate the character a lot more when he was shown comatose in a wheelchair. My favorite moment in Disc 2 has to be when Sephiroth shows Cloud the photograph in Nibelheim. My overreaction was so strong that I got a cramp in my right calf. I don't know what you're doing physically where you see that
weird
picture.
thing.
Just stand up, start screaming. He also notes that whole scene where Tifa and Cloud escape Midil is downright hilarious. You don't expect me to take it seriously when they look that way, do you? It is weird. I remember that too. Like the art
scene?
style in the whole scene where Midil's cracking up and the live stream's popping through, and she's like running with the wheelchair before they fall into the live stream. The animation and the art style is completely different from any other FMV in that game.
No, there are a couple where they kind of there's the super like it is in the Aerith death scene where it's like they totally like realistically do the characters. There are a few cutscenes where they kind of CG the polygonal versions.
I
of
hear
them.
you. It's like I even think the one where Tifa falls off the sister ray and stuff.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
she's
yeah.
animated that way. I still think this is a different art style beyond that. I think there's another variation, and it's this weird thing.
I would have to go back.
I'll
and
have
look
to go
at
and
it again.
relook. It didn't
Yeah.
strike me as different.
I do remember it being, I don't know, hokey. Is that the best word? Like the animations were awkward.
A lot of the animations,
the wheelchair
in
stuff
FMVs.
looks weird.
Which,
It's-
yeah,
yeah.
but maybe it's just because like what they're doing and the way they're running while things are collapsing just makes, I don't know, that more exaggerated
I like that
and silly.
doctor died. Like a lot of people in Midil died, including in theory the doctor
yeah,
went to
yeah.
a live stream, unless he's also put in a crystal up in the
He
northern
might
area.
still- well,
I think he's gone.
there are some people that are alive in like some little area. up-
Yeah. Oh, up.
It's weird because I thought that town was gone, but then if you come back later, there's people there and still selling things. Like
yeah, their
in front of
inventory's
this
changed
crater.
a little bit, but
yeah,
yeah.
But there's like there's a shop that's kind of like up a ladder or something there that had some people that I thought died. I don't remember if the doctors.
Yeah, I think the doctor's super dead. You can see his corpse floating in the background.
Oh, yeah,
on the
yeah,
live
yeah,
stream.
probably,
It's
yeah.
classic stuff. So we asked about like favorite moments. Randolph mentions one we already talked about. Sid finally realizing his dream of going to space.
Yeah.
I mean, just having that music, the dun dun dun. I could be staring at a black screen and still be like, "F yeah, your dream's coming true, Sid." Adam Clark and Nate McClellan both mentioned that their favorite moment is Weapon waking up and coming out of the water on the world map
really
and
cool.
walking towards Midgar.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's so great because you're leaving, at least for me, I was leaving like Bone Village, I believe, and then getting into the High Wind, and then on the world map, a little dialogue thing pops up, which in itself is crazy. And it's Cloud saying like, what's going on? And then it cuts over, and to see like that kind of interactivity where you don't expect it on the world map is so cool.
Yeah. I also want to just say how much I remember when I first played this game, how awesome the idea of weapon seemed to me. The idea, like,
these guardian figures.
Well, yeah, because like they talk about, the planet, has like, you think about the planet as this entity, but it's as sort of an inert entity, right? I really loved the idea of like, no, the planet isn't just some inert thing. Like the planet has an army.
But as they also explain later on, like, hey, the planet's kind of a baby. It's kind of a little teenager. So it's like, a kid
So
warrior.
they're punk ass.
Yeah.
'Cause, I mean, these are basically the planet's white blood cells, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good.
They're going to, like,
analogy.
Reeves, that's the best analogy anybody's ever made.
That's really good.
You really did it.
All right, I'm out.
But two of my favorite sequences on this disc are just the cutscenes of them trying to fight the weapon. Like when they're in Junin, it's coming, like cutting between the FMVs of that thing coming out of the water, and then just the like polygonal characters running around, or Rufus trying to react to it. Like the pacing and the music during that entire sequence is awesome. I love the soldiers are also a little bit jokey again in Junin, which is my favorite.
Wait,
and then,
is that the scene where you get on an elevator and there's a girl there and two soldiers and they're like, oh, we get to take her on a date. The
like whoever
last guy
beats
standing.
Cloud.
I was like, what?
But then there's a moment where they're like, what if we're both left standing? Like, we'll worry about that when we get to it.
Yeah,
Like,
and then you're like, I'm going to
threesome
murder both
joke.
of you anyway. Don't
And
worry.
then
Right.
I think she
And then you
seems super
marry her.
disappointed actually after you win, right?
Because you murdered people
Yeah,
in an
because you
elevator.
killed
Yeah, they were like
Elevator.
two good soldiers who were interested in.
But the other moment is when the sister then is moved to Midgar, which I love, is just hopping around like wherever, put it anywhere.
Yeah.
And I love just how reckless they are, because when they fire the sister ray at the weapon, then like Shinra headquarters, like it's shattering, like steel girders are falling apart, all the windows are broken because they're just so desperate to take this thing out. But it just goes through it and goes obviously to the Northern Crater, which is what they're shooting at.
Are you sure that's why that's happening? Because
I think so.
I thought also because like weapon shoots a
Well, that's
barrage
when
of
Rufus
energy.
dies. But
Oh,
this is
okay,
before
okay.
that. It's when just like they're like gearing up to fire the weapon for the first time. It's just like destroying a lot of things. You see
Yeah.
people like running away from it in Midgar.
Oh,
I
yeah,
love
I mean,
the idea that this thing's so strong. It's like tearing apart the city it's attached to.
Yeah. And then Rufus dies. He gets shot. I love that shot of him and his close up of his eyes as
Yeah.
he's watching the bullets come in from weapon.
Yeah.
Oh,
Except he doesn't.
well, he does, Joe. For the sake of our game
spoilers.
club, he totally does. We'll get into Advent Children in theory in the future. He's just in a dumb wheelchair with a bandage on his head. He got blown up. That entire tower got blown to bits.
I know. I'm
See,
with you.
this is my fear actually for the remake is that they're going to like take the story and they're going to be like, well, we don't want to just retell this story. We're going to like try to add things to it or change things to it to like make new surprises and just make it way more complicated than it needs to be. Just take the story they have and clarify some things. I think they can clarify things.
I think they're going to be radical with it, and I'm more and more excited about that idea.
You want them to be radical?
Totally.
Yeah. I mean, we just played this. If you want Final Fantasy VII, play Final Fantasy VII.
But why even remake Final Fantasy VII at that point? Why not just make a completely new game? If you're going to change everything.
But why
about it.
remake
They're not
it if you're just
changing
gonna,
everything.
Why remake it if you're just going to make the exact same thing that you've already
Right.
made?
I'm not saying make the exact same thing, but I'm just saying like radical changes to the story. Flesh it out some, but I feel like they're going to completely change some things.
I don't know. I guess we'll see what you mean by radical changes.
What changes would you be okay with, Reeves? Give me your threshold for annoying versus.
Well, the stuff we were just talking about, like how confusing Cloud's past
Script.
is,
Okay.
and the script, like clarify some things, like what's the deal with the Guardians and the
Weapons?
Ancients,
Oh, okay.
like their history, like
But
that
what
stuff
if-
would be all fine. But stuff like
what
we're
if
talking
there's a
about
bunch of
Advent
new
children?
What if there's
like,
a bunch of new storylines with like Avalanche or something like that? The members of Avalanche.
That's fine. Like you can flesh out their background.
What
and
if
stuff. Like,
what
that'd
if
be cool?
Eris doesn't die in that part? What if instead she like turns around and punches Sephiroth in the face,
I don't know,
and then
what-
ends up dying like halfway through disc 2 or something?
Oh man, that would be the best fake out. As if
That
like,
would be an interesting
As if
fake
like,
out.
okay, now Tifa's dead instead of Eris, everyone, and you're
I
like,
could-
oh, sad. And then Eris dies like moments later anyway.
Later on.
Yeah.
I
that's
would
a good
love
one.
that if they messed with that moment. Sincerely, if they killed Tifa instead of Eris, I think that'd be an awesome weird twist. It
actually-
wouldn't work
man,
thematically as well, obviously.
There are lots. No, I mean, Eris needs to die. Like that,
Right,
Like that.
right.
That is so critical to what's happening in the story. But
Oh well,
I
Joe,
think-
why not just play the same game then? Why even bother remaking the game if you're gonna stick that rigidly
not-
to the script?
Go on, Joe.
yeah.
So Tifa can't die.
no. Eris can't.
Right. Right.
So I don't know about Tifa.
What do you think of Tifa in Disc 2?
I think Kate Sith could die
Yeah.
again and
I don't
again.
know. I
and
mean,
again.
I don't know that like. I don't know that Tifa stands out to me in particular in Disc 2.
Oh, really? I think just her trying to grapple with Cloud's past and her being like the caretaker and be like, I'm not going to leave you.
Yeah.
I think that's really sweet. I mean, the moment at the end where they spend the night on the hill, probably make sweet love to each other while everyone's watching from the high wind. I think that's a great moment with Tifa.
Okay. I get like I think yeah, from like not just Tifa herself, but like in terms of her relationship with Cloud and stuff. I like the way that I like the fake out where the game's like, hey, Aerith is being pretty flirty with you. Maybe she's your new girlfriend. To like, I think that you get a lot of like actual sort of like payoff on the Tifa end of that in Disc 2, which I like because I mean like you get this sense of like Cloud being conflicted about it or something, and now he's like you feel like he's maybe a little more all in with Tifa.
And also, I mean, we talk about Cloud's past and revisiting Cloud's past, but I mean, you forget that section is also very much Tifa's past. Like seeing her crying in her room because her mom died, and then
her dad dies.
Yeah, I forgot about that scene.
Yeah, her dad dies in the town as well. And then it's also implied that they weren't as tight as they thought. Tifa like kind of ignored Cloud more
I
than
actually
she
like that
originally
a lot
thought.
too.
Yeah.
Like she has this history that she sort of built up in her own mind. That's not actually true.
Right.
Like, I
and
thought
she has
that
the
was cool.
crazy person correcting her.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a different thing. But going on with favorite moments, Blake says, I thought going back to Midgar was amazing. The whole experience is so surreal, especially trekking back to the Shinra building. And Chris Cochen, I'm sorry, Chris, I forgot how to pronounce your last name, but you're the best. He says, I like when you finally have a showdown with Hojo. The fight itself is goofy as hell, but the amount of disdain he has for Cloud as a failed experiment really sheds a lot of light on just how worthless Cloud's existence was meant to be.
Yeah.
And I love like end capping Disc 2 with the return to Midgar. I forgot about that entire sequence about parachuting in.
Yeah.
Like that's the only way into
That
Midgar.
looks so
folks.
cool, by
it
the
does
way.
look amazing.
Yeah.
Also, right before that, I'm a sucker for all these moments in games, Final Fantasy specifically, where it's like, hey, we're getting ready. This is basically the end of the road. And Cloud's like, I think he has a really great speech where he's just like, everybody needs to find the reason to fight. Like, this is going to be brutal. Everybody go off on their own. If we come back together, that's great. But find a reason to fight. Well, we'll see how it goes. And then you get the big reveal where everybody's back on the high wind and they're all like, they all chant together, ain't no getting off of this train. I love it. And the music, so I was like, genuinely, I was close to crying. It reminds me.
I thought that was super hokey.
I love that crap where it's like, no, we're all friends. We're going to die together. Let's
Did your
go.
calf muscles spasm?
It did. I don't know what was happening. But it reminds me of like the moment in 9, and I forget the context. You're in like the prison, and you're like slowly trudging through. It's surprising how much 9's coming up, by the way, instead of like 10 or something. But you're like trudging through, and the song that's playing is called You're Not Alone, and you're like re-recruiting the entire team on your way out of this place. It's my favorite moment in 9. But going back to Midgar, what'd you guys think?
I was surprised that some stupid vending machine that I had put some money in earlier in the game, like, ended up spitting out some items for me finally when I went back.
Oh, really?
Weird.
Yeah.
didn't know
It's
that.
like, yeah, when you like put money in it at first, and when you go there early in the game and you like bang on it and nothing happens, you go back now and it gives you, I forget what it was, like a speed source or something like
that's
that.
cool.
I didn't do stuff. Well, so there's two different versions of going back to Midgar. I feel like there's going back for the story where you fight Hojo and that running through the tunnels that never end,
Yeah.
which is very dumb. But also there's the getting the key in Bone Village,
Right.
Which then you can go back to. I think that's how you get back to like Shinra building, and you can go visit Aeris's house and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I didn't do any of that stuff. I'm
You
saving
need
that for later.
for like, I think Tifa's like final weapon or something.
Okay.
Yeah,
that
it's
that
part
way.
of some. Yeah.
Also, Kate says final weapon is in the Shinra headquarters.
Yeah, that dumb. Which is funny too, because I remembered it was there, and when you play through the first time and you open that locker,
Yeah.
it's just like, there's just some megaphone here. Like they acknowledge, like it's right there, but it's some dumb megaphone, and I don't have the party member who can use it. So I'm
Right,
just
right.
gonna
Why
leave it there.
bother picking it up?
Yeah, but it's the dumb HP shout.
Oh, good
Weapon.
name. Great name.
But,
Love you, Kate Sith, baby.
Yeah, it's.
I like going back to Midgar and seeing. I don't know if they're going for this kind of like dual storyline necessarily, but I like seeing after Rufus is dead, much like in your team when Cloud is out of the picture, the weird power vacuum and like debate. I love the power vacuum between Heidegger and Scarlet, where they just keep laughing and arguing and basically out Kate Sith or Reeves, just like get the hell out of here. And I love that Reeve just completely comes out and just says like, "Hey, Cloud's coming, and you guys better not get in his way." I love seeing like Reeves say that instead of Kate Sith.
And this is the part of the game where you fight the Proud Claude also. Right?
Proud Claude, her master design, and then at the end she's like, "How did my Proud Claude not work?" It's like, you named it the Proud Claude. Cloud Stripes.
It's like a diseased.
Yeah. Also, the whole Kate Sith thing, when Weapon's attacking Midgar, that's the moment when like Kate Sith confronts Barrett about murdering everybody with the terrorist activity in the beginning. It's like this weird little moment where they start arguing about what happened at the beginning. Like, hey, by the way, I might be Reeve, but you murdered all those people. There's so many moments in this where Kate Sith in the second disc is just like, yeah, I'm a spy, but anyways, let's keep going. And just throw him off the high wind. Like, get that jackass out of there.
Talking about radical changes in the remake, I really just hope Kate Sith is not in this game, not in the remake.
That'd be such,
I hope he's just not
thing
there.
Ever.
That would be I'd actually be fine with that too.
Yeah, that would be so. Like he's just universally the worst thing.
I wonder if there's a way to radically change his character so that you kind of like him, like a Raiden
He's still
thing.
like a dumb cat, like a Robo Cat on a Moogle, and like I don't know.
Cat on a Moogle.
But I was hoping that like, oh, why not just like get rid of this dumb puppet? Why not just have Reeve join your party? Like that would have been way cooler.
He can't fight as well as a stuffed animal.
That would have been way cooler.
As
actually.
controlling.
I like the way
dumb
Reeve
puppet.
looks. Yeah. Do you like him just because of the name?
Yeah, I mean, I am him.
Ben Reeve.
But also, he's a Turk. Like I don't know, he just got a cool. Like,
No, he's not.
He looks like it, but he's not.
Oh wait, he wasn't a Turk.
No,
I thought he was a Turk.
He just wears a suit. I think he doesn't hang out with the.
No,
Turks.
the only Turks we meet in the game are Tseng, Elena, Reno, and Rude.
Oh, this whole time I thought he was a Turk for some reason.
I thought he was too,
And
actually,
Vincent.
but right.
Vincent used to be a Turk.
Vincent's
That's
an
right. Before
ex-Turk.
Hojo did his weird experiments on him.
Speaking of which, this is my favorite part of the return to Midgar.
Oh, yeah.
is the encounter with the Turks.
Yes.
Down the tunnel.
Like
Yeah.
last time
So
you
like,
fight him.
if you do but you don't have to. That's what's awesome. If you do the Wutai side quest, you kind of make friends with them, or
You have the option. Yeah.
yeah. So then when you run into them in the tunnels, they basically straight up ask you like, I don't know, we're not into it. Like, should we fight or not fight? And you can just be like, I don't want to fight. And they're like, all right, see you later.
Yeah. They're like, oh, this is the end of the Turks Road.
And then they turn around, and then it's the end of their storyline. That is the last time you see the Turks.
It is as cool as the Turks are, where it's just like they realize what's going on. It's basically, like Osama's dead, Rufus is gone. They're like, there's nothing to fight for. This is a disaster.
What
See
are
ya.
they exactly? Were they like the Secret Service for Shinra, or like what was their?
They love their little special
role?
organizations in Shinra. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I think, the idea is that they are the, like, I don't know, the special forces, the elite. The elite agents.
They also keep an eye on Eris. They have a lot of different duties. They're
They got
all
a
over
lot
the
of
map.
roles.
So let's see. Jared Kane Corbett from DC writes in. He says, my feeling is that each character kind of got an introduction and then you never really heard from them again, save for Cloud, Tifa, and sort of Kate Sith. I played through Final Fantasy VII just last year, and if I'm being honest, I actually didn't think it held up as well as I'd hoped. I felt more characters needed their time to shine. Red 13, for me, it felt like his story was resolved just way too soon.
Yeah.
I'd have preferred waiting until disc 2 or even 3 to see him come to terms with his father's memory.
Yeah.
And then he brings up something you'll like, Joe. He says, I suppose my final thoughts are that I actually think Crisis Core improves the experience of Seven's story and just adds a really somber quality to the story overall, where this guy who clearly existed in 7 was completely forgotten, and even Eris seems to have forgotten over him. Do you think the 7 remake will expand Zack's presence in the story, or do you think it'll remain super obscure like in the original game? You seem to like Zack quite a bit more after playing Crisis Core. I haven't watched it. You mentioned it, like that I should watch the ending cutscene to that game.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's just like you only get like Zack is really just a phantom in this game, like you don't get to see much about him. And it's Crisis Core, like I'm not saying that everything they add in terms of Zack, I don't know that everything about that character ends up being successful, but the way that they flesh out the specific things that are mentioned in 7, I think works really well and lends it, lends a really cool quality to it. And having played 7, it's cool in Crisis Core when you see like, oh, there's like Zack and Eris going on a date, and it's hard. Like that's kind of a heartbreaking scene because you're like, well, I know where both of you are in about 18 months or whatever.
Right.
Like there's
Enjoy your wine.
yeah. There's this sort of like sense of doom that hangs over.
Yeah.
Like Crisis Core, the story is told in such a way that like it just assumes that you know you're playing it like this is a tragedy when you start. So
I need to go back and
colors
look at
scenes
it.
interesting.
Yeah, for
in
sure.
an interesting way.
Just on the character front as well, Tony Dungan writes in and says, the other thing I liked about this section was characters getting the chance to shine, whether it was Tifa leading for a while or Sid. I agree with that. And he says, speaking of which, I want some input from you guys. I know I want to bring Cloud and Tifa into the final battle for both gameplay and story reasons.
Okay.
I like the story reasons.
Yep.
They seem to have the biggest story
They're in
motivations of the group, and I also like their limit breaks. Who do you think my third party member should be?
Kate Sith, hands down. Best limit break.
I think you legally have to go with Kate Sith. I mean,
I think
there's even reference that he has the third most satisfying payoff as far as the character.
From
God, the best.
I don't know. I went into that last fight with well, I guess it gets a little spoilery talking to some of it, but like there are fights in which you actually use you form multiple parties.
Right.
That's right.
That's true.
Okay.
But for the final fight, like the straight up like last boss, it is a 3-person party, and for that I used Tifa, Barrett, and Cloud.
Just the
classic.
original core team.
Yeah.
That's
well,
nice.
there's actually something about the way the final boss fight turns out where actually, if I'm remembering correctly, he can't it's a flying enemy that I don't think standard like physical attacks work.
Oh, so it's nice to have
So
Barrett.
so it's nice to have the range.
I've been leveling up. I mean, Tifa and Cloud are also mine. But then I've been leveling up Sid just because I like his final limit break. I don't know if we're talking about limit breaks
Sure.
this one or not,
Yeah.
but you call down this like missile barrage from the High Wind.
That's right.
and
It's
it
called the
does
High
a
Wind, isn't it?
I think it is called High Wind, and it does just a ton of damage.
Yeah. Raf writes in and says, 30 hours in, I've just been told how to level up my limit breaks.
Yeah.
That's something that's never explained. The idea of like
Yeah.
resetting it once you get the new ones and all that.
Well, yeah, but what's interesting is that if you're playing, like, it's going to happen. Like, it's not going to happen for the characters you don't use, but like the characters that you use a lot will get their limit breaks.
Yeah, and
Apart from the fourth one.
unlocked. It wasn't until Disc 2 that I realized I had to go into the menu and select
That's
and
it.
set
That's
the
the
separate
thing.
set because I was like, I thought Cloud got his new limit break because that
Yeah.
does tell you
Yeah.
in the menu, but then I thought it would just unlock on the list when I go to limit break, but it never showed up. And then I'm like, wait a minute, isn't that unlocked? So I had to like go into the limit break list in the menu and change it, which is a good point to note if you haven't done that. Go do
Remember to do that.
I want to go back to something that was said earlier about the characters and sort of their storylines kind of terminating prematurely because like this really struck me on this playthrough because on my first playthrough I used Vincent I thought Vincent was so cool, right? So in my mind, Vincent was this character with a rich backstory and like was very present in the story.
Right.
And I didn't use him at all. Well, practically at all, like on this playthrough.
And he's just somebody on the high window who occasionally mumbles
and like
something.
I was really, and Red 13 was another one because his storyline terminates so early.
Yeah.
Is that like, and I wasn't using them. It's like, I was really struck by like in those sort of like closing moments as I was looking around the high window, I was like, who is this guy?
Why is he standing?
Like he's because like that's one thing that I think other Final Fantasy games have gotten better about over time is sort of like finding different reasons to insert specific characters in different moments, right?
Totally.
And this one doesn't do that. So
And,
like,
like,
if you don't deliberately want to use Vincent or Red 13 or Kate Sith, they're just these ciphers in like that are just standing around in your cabin.
Well, I disagree, Joe. I mean, if you go out of your way quite a ways and find a secret waterfall, you get a 1.5-minute long sequence detailing Vincent's backstory.
We'll talk about that next time.
Yes, absolutely. So this is what I want to bring up is for the next episode, covering Disc 3 and basically all Endgame stuff. So I haven't gone around and talked to people on the world map. I feel like in terms of characters, storylines, I feel like I'm going to get a little bit of closure just talking to people, going back to Cosmo Canyon, stuff like that. So that's all going to be for the
There's
next episode.
side quest stuff like raising chocobos, I assume.
Yeah.
All that stuff.
All that stuff.
I don't think I'm going for the gold.
No?
I don't have it in me. I don't want to deal with that crap. I might refresh my memory on how exactly that stuff works.
You don't. For a little preview, I did all of the endgame stuff without having to go through the chocobo breeding. You can do it.
Wait, to get Knights of the Round?
What?
What?
Yep.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
By cheating?
No.
How come it's just been forever baked into my mind?
We'll talk about it next time.
Okay,
Okay,
but
I'm
as somebody who
really
just
curious
did
now.
all that Endgame stuff,
Part of what makes it possible is the cheats. You can do it because of the cheats.
interesting. But
weird.
because
Okay.
of all the Endgame stuff that you went through, I wanted to ask, what do you recommend people do before going into the final fight if they are staying at pace with us directly? Like, do you recommend getting everyone's ultimate weapons? What stops? What storylines should you check out without detailing them? Like, what are your big moments that you shouldn't miss?
Boy, yeah. I mean, I guess assuming that you're like willing to look up some of this stuff, like I think it is important to like to know what's going on with Vincent, to find that waterfall.
Okay, yeah, we'll get to get into it next time.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's
so small.
It's not great, but it's a little bit of actually like important story information.
I think it's
about that
reasonable to
character.
expect people to like get their final limit breaks for their party and like
yeah,
their
you wanna get-
ultimate weapons.
What
and
is
stuff
Cloud's
like that.
best weapon, and where do I get it? Right now, I have I think organics.
Cloud's ultimate weapon is called the ultimate weapon and can be won from defeating the ultimate weapon.
Slow down, Brainiac. Really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe I'll work on that.
Yeah.
Is ultimate weapon hard?
No.
Did
it's
you?
like-
How
it's
is
the
Ruby and
easiest
Emerald?
one.
I know there's like tricks to them.
They're what's the right way to say it? Like they're not actually hard fights. You just need to prepare for them in very specific ways.
Okay. It's like a raid or something. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, like you, if you go into them with very particular setups, you will not have a problem winning.
Okay. So cheat your brains out, and then I think I've taken on Ruby and Emerald before, but I feel like I should do it. I'll cheat my way
you know
through
what?
it.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
like for part of, and I hate to advocate this as someone who like deliberately skipped it on this playthrough, but if you haven't done it, you should do Chocobo breeding.
Yeah, you should.
Just to like see what it is and see what it's about, because it's actually not like the first time I played this game, I had a lot of fun. Like one of the reasons I didn't do it this time, is because I spent so many hours on it before, and it's not like it made me miserable. I really enjoyed it when I did it the first time, but it's like I just remembered it was a lot of work, and I didn't want to do that again.
I've been doing it this time. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
It goes faster than maybe you remember. At least it did for me.
And especially if you have, if you have a guide that will tell you exactly how to
just
breed what you're
look
looking
up
for.
a guide. It's super helpful.
And there's also something, when I first played the game, the use of sort of like game tips on the internet was not as widespread. I think that you may not have to do as much chocobo racing with each generation as I thought you did.
I looked up a guide and it said exactly how many races you need to win for each one.
because like I thought that you just had to like race each one up to S rank or something, and I don't think that's
No,
the case.
it's definitely not true.
But that's what I did the first time I
Okay.
played.
In terms of other stuff to do, definitely the place to train is in the Shinra crash plane, which you get to in the submarine, which I guess we didn't touch on the submarine and the submarine chase and all that stuff.
I don't
but-
know if that is the place to grind. Isn't
Really?
It like the,
Isn't it? I think it's high level. That's where I always went.
it is high level, but
There's a little island
the
thing.
crashed where the meteor.
So the place to grind, is in the final dungeon.
It is. Okay.
Yeah.
And you can get back out once you go in?
Yeah. So in the final dungeon, there's a again we're bleeding into into disc 3 here, but like just so you know as you're playing, like in the final dungeon, you can basically just backtrack and get all the way up and just get in the high wind and fly away.
Okay.
Basically,
Be
just
careful.
do everything.
Be careful about setting your save point in the northern cave. They either give you or you get very early in the cave an item that's like basically like a one use. Use a save point wherever you want.
Oh, okay.
Except there are like a ton of glitches associated with using this. So I would definitely look online and find out like what the danger points are in terms of where and how to use that save point.
Interesting. All right.
Good point.
Hey, Reeves. I don't think I
Reeve.
really... Oh, I'm sorry, Reeve.
Call me Kate Sith, please.
Mr. Sith. What are your overall thoughts on Disc 2? I don't think we really got to that.
Oh,
I mean, you mentioned you like the pacing
I
a
did
fair
like the
amount.
pacing a fair amount, and I think it's tough because like I like this section of I like Disc 2 better than like the second half of Disc 1. But it's hard to like compare it with if you add Midgar. If you add all of Disc 1 to all of Disc 2, it's kind of a
Your
hard comparison.
pronunciations are just mind-boggling to me.
Dosk 2? What do you mean?
Materia.
What did I say? Midgar?
Yeah, Midgar.
Midgar? I don't know,
Heidegger,
man.
Midgar. Yeah,
Heidegger?
it's fine.
Sephiroth.
I did that when I was a dumb
was-
idiot baby too.
Surprised though how much I like this game, or remember liking this game.
Yeah.
like I remember liking it, but then like replaying it through, I'm like really enthusiastic, more enthusiastic than I thought it would be.
Same here. Like all I want to do in my life is play Stardew Valley, and so the idea of playing through all of Disc 2 when I wanted to play Stardew Valley was daunting, but I really got into it. Also, the second disc was a lot shorter than I remembered it.
Yeah, it is.
It's
You
really
said it took you like 8 hours. I feel like it took me at least 15.
well, you're doing
know.
chocobo stuff. Like I was really
I did
mainlining it. I had like a walkthrough, so I mean, mine was a different experience. But
Yeah,
it was like 6-7 hours. I feel like.
For me, disc 1 was like almost 20 hours all told, and disc 2 was about 10 for me, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, it was much shorter.
I guess I was trying to play catch up. I had to go back and do the tie stuff and Vincent.
Right, that's true. Yeah, I guess with all that stuff thrown in there, that's probably slowing it down.
Yeah.
For me, I think it has some amazing highs. Like I said, I think the weapon fights. I mean, but I think the main highs are all non-interactive in Disc 2. It's like you remember the cutscenes and the big moments like that,
Yeah.
but then I don't know. A lot of it comes down to swapping out the team, and I like when Cloud's out of the party and you have different people rotating in, but having to change the materia for all those different people all that time is really a pain in the ass for me.
You can tell that complaints about that PS have to be what inspired the junction swap feature in Final Fantasy VIII.
Oh, right.
Where you can, in Final Fantasy VIII, you can basically just be like, whatever, take every spell this person has and every guardian force they have junctioned and all of that, just like transfer that whole setup to this person.
Right.
And it lets you do that.
Yeah.
I hope that's not something they change in the remake. Better just leave it like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Also,
that's what I
I hope
want.
they don't change, like when you have a summon, you have to scroll all the way down in the menu to find it, that it's not just up at the top, where it's like, I go in to use Yuffie's summon, and it's like, all right, I guess I have to scroll down forever until I find Leviathan.
Also,
Great.
like catching Chocobo with those greens, you have to scroll down and like forever. And
Yes.
find
So
nothing.
another totally random thing I realized when I was playing Disc 2 is that for as thorough as I try to be, I totally missed the summon Kujata.
Oh, really? The weird pig thing?
It's like supposed to be like the first one you get, if I remember correctly.
I don't know about
Or
first.
it's super early.
Yeah,
it's super
sure.
early. And I realized that like somehow I just totally missed it.
I might have missed that one too. Pig one.
Yeah,
What
it's
is it?
There's like lightning, and then a pig comes out. He's like a boar.
Yeah, it's like a giant multi-elemental boar.
Oh, weird.
You've got to see it, dude.
oh
It's
man,
great.
I gotta go get this.
It's I mean, it's that iconic Final Fantasy summon everyone's always talking about.
There we go. Looking
think the
forward to it in
first-
15, running across the world. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
So next episode, Endgame content. I also think it'd be a great place to talk about music. We haven't really touched much on the music. So email into podcast@GameInformer. Tell us like your favorite track from 7, maybe your least favorite track from 7. I want to know people's like favorite little side stories, like in the Endgame, who they talk to, who in what town is great.
Let's say send in your second favorite music track or maybe third, because everyone's first favorite is the Cosmo Canyon theme song.
Not Cosmo Canyon, but Cito's theme.
Whatever
is like the more interesting, beautiful version
the
of the Cosmo
second one
Canyon
is
theme.
One Winged Angel.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's
that's
And then
true.
your third, that's what we want to know.
That's the
what-
really
Okay.
yeah.
All right, that's fair.
lesser known.
Also, let's what do you think of 7 overall in the next episode at podcastgameinformer.com? Just right, people have talked about what's annoying here and there, but like as an overall package, once you finished it, I would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, this is our chance to synthesize, and like also like having finished it, like this is a game that is widely held up as like one of the best, if not the best, in the whole series. So like does that like how
Does
does
it
that
hold up?
assessment hold?
Did
How
it
does it
change your
rank?
mind playing
Yeah.
through this game
Yeah,
again?
yeah, that's a good way to phrase it.
And welcome back to Game Informer's GI Game Club. You guys, I want this to go on forever.
Yeah,
Let's let it never end.
it's been fun.
Yeah, so we got Joe Juba on the end of the table there,
That's me.
and then Ben Reeves.
Hello.
3 best buds. If there was like a party going to fight Sephiroth, I would want the 3 of us to be in it. And then like Matt Miller and Tim can be on that floating rock struggling with Genova every once in a while.
They can be the party 2 that you switch to that doesn't have any materia equipped, and yeah.
Just the first weapon for Sid. He's struggling to fight a cactar. But what we're covering this time is the end of the game. But not just beyond that, kind of like overall thoughts, talking about side stories at the end, music in the game. There's still a lot to cover. So even though Disc 3 is microscopic, there's still going to be a lot to talk about.
Microscopic in that it only takes 5 or 6 hours probably, or 10 to 15 if you're doing a lot of the post game stuff.
Yeah, it took me a long time actually because I did a ton of stuff.
Yeah, I'm really curious about that. So Joe, you beat this game a while ago and you went for the Platinum Trophy.
Correct.
So
Yep.
Disc 3 was huge for you.
Yeah. the biggest thing that I was doing on disc 3, because like the hardest disc for the platinum trophy is actually the first disc, because that's where the most like missable stuff is, and where you have to do the most specific things to like engineer your date with Barrett on the gold saucer.
Min-max your date with Barrett.
That is what it is. I mean, anyway, well, we've talked about it before. So
We've talked about it so much.
Anyway, the point being is that by the time you get to disc 3, the main stuff that you're dealing with is really just like is the grinding, like is making sure that all of your characters have like their limit break level, like have all their limit breaks so they can learn their final ones. Making sure like one of the trophies is like getting like 99 million gil or something, which also involves a ton of grinding because you basically like for that one, there might be better methods out there. The one that I saw online that worked for me was like you basically go to Fort Condor and buy a bunch of all materia.
Okay.
And then load up your party members with like double weapons,
right?
Or double growth weapons, and then go to a particular room in the final crater there where you fight magic pots,
right?
And you throw elixirs at them, which you get a bunch of through item duping, and then you and so you basically just like do those fights over and over again until you master all of these all materia. And then you sell the all materia for like $700,000 each or something.
And this is exactly what director Katase is hoping that fans of the Final Fantasy series would do with Final Fantasy VII.
Exactly.
Wait, how do you do item duping? Is that an exploit?
Somebody did ask about that.
It's an old glitch having to do with you need the W item materia to do it.
Okay.
So basically, it's like if you use an item with W item and then like back out, like you use it and then you back out. It refunds the item, but without actually removing it. So you end up getting like refunding the item again and again and again
so you just
without
keep doing
spending it. So then you can just like max out practically any usable item, I think.
Sure. So we have some feedback from previous episodes and some random tidbits before we dive deeper into disc 3.
Okay.
You mentioned the limit breaks, and Gary from Alabama, the Alabama man, writes in, he says, I just want to say, in the likely event that you don't see my comment on the GI site, forget that part, the tutorial room, at least in Junin, absolutely tells you how limit breaks work. Because we were talking about how confusing that was and buried. But like, okay, so go to a tutorial room in Junin, and you can learn how limit breaks work.
And it tells you that you have to go switch them and everything?
It might. I don't even know what room he's talking about.
I didn't. I mean, like, I'm sure that there are rooms that tell you like how limit breaks function. I didn't know that there was a tutorial room that was specifically like, this is exactly how you learn new limit breaks.
Right.
But
why would they teach you in that town?
That's also the worst. Like having just a wall of like tutorials that you have to go through when you're like, I just want to play the game. Like that's the worst way to do tutorials. You need to like layer that out when it's like, okay, now it's time to learn about this.
Well, they had that kind of early room in Midgar, with the room with all the boxes and the hopping save point thing that kind of also served as that. So I'm sure it's close to that. Ryan Wetlet writes in and says, a quick tip for you guys. If you go into your materia menu for any character, you can press the arrange button, I think that's what it's called, to the left of your armor slots. Then press exchange. You can transfer materia between all of your characters this way.
Yeah.
You can even select all of your weapon or armor slots once to swap them. On my 4th playthrough, I finally found this. Hope it helps. Thanks for the podcast.
Yeah, I did find that late in the game. The problem is, and maybe I was missing something on this, but like unlike a game, because we talked about this, how the junction exchange worked in like Final Fantasy VIII. Part of the problem with this is that, I don't think it works properly unless you have the similar number of slots equipped, right? Because like you have variable numbers of materia slots per character, so you can't just do a wholesale like take these 8 materia and put them on this character.
And then also like the linked versus unlinked, like it's just a disaster.
Yeah. So it's still not. I mean, like, yes, there is an option. They don't make you manually like take each one out and reassign.
Well, that's what I did. So I'm glad I know this now that I finished the game.
But it still is not the perfect solution that they landed on with FF8, which was just like basically just like transferring all of that stuff from one character to
ripping out Squall's brain.
Also, never how I transfer materia. I rarely like take all the materia and move it onto somebody else. It's like usually a couple items, or like, oh, now I want this person to have this summon.
Normally that's how it works, but I think you run into tricky situations where it's like, where they force you to use a character that you haven't used that is completely empty or something like that.
Yeah,
if all of a sudden you don't have Cloud anymore and you want Tifa to fill the role that Cloud has been playing in the party, you can't just be like, hey, all of this stuff, you're Cloud now. You know, you have to like manually go in and assign each one.
Sorry, you're Cloud now.
Yeah.
Do you have any good like go-to materia combos that you always use? Like, I don't think it was until this playthrough that I realized, like, oh, Death Blow combined with added cut is basically another 2 times cut. So you can have 2 characters with that. Do you guys have any like sweet spot?
Death Blow? What does that
Death
do?
Blow is basically just it's another attack, but if you couple it up with, I think it has like higher chance to miss. It's basically
Death Blow is like a guaranteed crit, but a higher chance to miss.
there we go. So if you
Okay.
combine that with added cut, then they'll try that, and then they'll also do just a regular attack, which is a good
I guess that's a pretty good
way
one.
to double up. Do you guys
I
have
was
any
like
go-tos there?
Final Attack and Phoenix, the Phoenix Materia. So it's like,
Final attack.
well, Final Attack's like when you die, you do one last attack.
Oh, I don't think I got that.
So you add that to the Phoenix Materia, which basically reses all your guys, and it's kind of like a free. Like you
Wait,
don't die.
oh, the
then.
summon?
Yeah, the summon.
Okay,
Yeah.
where do you
I
get the
think it
Phoenix
only
summon? I
works,
didn't
like,
get it in
once,
this
but-
playthrough.
Fort Condor, I think. Is
That
what
explains it. I
is.
didn't want to go into that crap hole
No,
again.
it's not great.
Wait, like,
Wait,
there's
it
a whole-
flew away. Yeah, maybe I did have it then.
Yeah, you absolutely. If you do that huge materia thing at Fort Condor, I think you get it.
Yeah, so that's the one that's in like the nest after like the weirdo thing flies away.
God, I think that's where it is. I don't.
Okay.
I don't remember for sure now.
Yeah.
I think
But-
you're right. I think you're right. I don't remember where I got it either.
Are you
but
guys
that's
HP
good
plus
combo.
people?
Oh God, yeah, absolutely.
I feel like don't you have to if you're gonna like get all the way up to 99?
Do you want to get up to?
Well, yeah, for
9,999?
fighting the weapons, you
Yeah.
kind of need to be.
Yeah. I don't know if it's just like a given that, of course, everybody uses HP plus, but it is nice just because by the end of the game, I mean, there's only a couple real like spells and pieces of materia that I have, so I have so many open slots, and then it's like, well, I have the money. End of the game, just gonna go to Cosmo Canyon, load up on HP plus, a little bit of MP plus for good measure, and then just stack these characters with it.
Yeah.
Well, how many did you end up using, Joe?
Hold on one second. I want to go back. I was trying to think of good materia combinations.
Yeah.
I think this works. I didn't do it this playthrough, but I did it on an earlier one, I believe. Is that once you get the master materia, if you like hook all up to like the master magic materia, then you just get to like all of your magic has like all the all effect on it,
that's
so you don't
cool.
need to like individually do it.
Oh,
That's
great.
real good.
Anyway,
There's the 4 times spell one, and Ultima obviously is a good one.
yeah,
Jesus, that's amazing. Yeah, Paul.
And then you mime that, which is actually really good.
yeah.
you can really break the hell out of this system. That's what's kind of fun about
if
it.
you like have someone do W summon and then have other people equipped with mime, and you're just like
You just keep miming it.
yeah.
Yeah, so Paul Swears writes in that big strategy for him is W summon Hades and Knights of the Round link to HP absorb, and
Why-
then W
why
summon
Hades?
Knights of the Round link to HP absorb and have everyone mime it until everything dies.
That's the ruby weapon strategy.
Okay, yeah, that's actually
yeah,
exactly what he points
specifically
out.
that's how you do ruby weapon.
Ah, okay, we'll get to the weapons later. There's a lot to cover there.
Yeah.
One last little.
Ben had a question that I didn't answer, which was
Well, I was just curious how many like HP plus materia you ended up using.
I mean, I had like 1 or 2 on every character. Like whatever I had on my main party of 3 to just like max them
Yeah,
out.
because I only use like 1 on each character, but I wonder if I should just use more. Because Hanson, it sounds like you.
I
were
bought
using
11
more.
total and divvied it
Holy
up.
Crap! So you got all the way up then. I assume,
didn't-
Right?
No, I didn't actually. Nope.
I think I bought a couple, but like because I had them equipped so constantly that they would like they'd master and spawn. So then I would like keep just reallocating that way. So I think by the end I had like my 3 main party members probably had 2 decent HP plus each on
Something
them.
really interesting with Reeves and your tongue, specifically Reeves, is you say materia in a strange way. But my favorite detail of that is that we have a Gears of War special edition podcast coming up. It's going to be released on Monday. And in that, a username wrote in and asked a question for Rod Ferguson from the Coalition. And the username was MUH-teria. And Reeves is like, I don't know how to pronounce this. Like the way you've been saying materia the entire time.
Materia.
No, it's not the mud that's weird. He says materia.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
How do you
alright,
guys say it? I don't understand what's different.
Bag.
Say the word
Wolf.
say the word material.
Material. There's too much emphasis on the T. Is that what you're saying?
Say it's an material.
Luke
not
Chambers writes
not
in and says,
material.
Dear podcasters,
Okay.
did you know that goddamn, Nibelheim to Belheim, whatever it is German and can be translated without much difficulty as, quote, cloud home. So cloud is from cloud home, technically.
Wow, that's deep.
Also, nibble is the first element in the German word Nibbelstreif, famously used by Gotha in Ecological. A Nibelstrife is a wisp of fog.
It's
often
killing me. It's got to be Nebel. It's got to be Nebel.
a Nibelstrife. I'm sure he knows. I'm sorry, Luke, that we're not saying it right. A Nibelstrife is a wisp of fog, often one that looks like a more corporeal creature. Also, Nibelstrife is the same as Cloudstrife. This is particularly well chosen for Cloud, who is a wisp of a person imitating the more substantial Zack. And he says, love the discussion. To Joe's counterexample of rewatching a movie you've seen many times without your full attention, I can only say that I don't do that. Thank you, Luke.
Well, he doesn't do it. He just doesn't do it, Joe.
Yes, a step off, Juba.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's
All right.
been beaten.
So, Reeves, a lot of people wrote in talking about little side stories and stuff that they did around the world. Outside of like leveling up, what did you do in Disc 3? What'd you do before the end of the world,
Oh
baby?
my gosh, man. Well, should we talk about chocobos?
All right.
Like that's something that I got sort of into. I don't know why.
Awesome.
Because I was like, oh, I want to breed all these guys and get to the gold one. And I thought it'd be like something that I would feel like a huge grind, but in the end, I don't know why, because it's not that complicated. But
How long does it take you?
I wish I had timed myself. I don't know, a couple hours. If
Really?
Maybe. I mean, it doesn't take that long when you just sit down and do it.
I always have like 30 hours in my head, just this impossible task to go through.
It's not that bad. You gotta like the hard part is catching the right chocobo. Like having a guide is important. I think if you didn't have the guide, maybe it would take you 30 hours. But if you have a guide, you can go, you know which ones to get, and then you know how many races they have to do, and then you have to feed them greens, and then you have to use the right nuts. But
Don't you get sick
once
of doing
get-
that race over and over again?
At the end, yes. But first on, when you first start doing it, you only have to do it like three times, maybe.
And
Okay.
also the PS4 version, this is a great reason to use the ×3 speed.
Oh yeah, that
Because
helps
like
a lot.
it makes those races go so much faster and they're so much better that way.
You do start to hate that guy in the black chocobo.
Teo.
What's his name? Teo.
Oh, Teo. He's the worst.
That ass hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. and stupid hat.
But no, I think I mentioned this at the end of last episode too. Like chocobo breeding gets a bad rap and people talk about it as being terrible. And like I specifically avoided it this time. I did not want to do it.
Yeah.
But I was glad I did it the first time. Like I had, like Ben, the first time I played, I had a lot of fun with it. But that was back when I think the methodology had not been refined to the point that they were like, you only need to do this many races. When I did it the first time, it was just like, you need to race every chocobo that you breed up to S rank. Mm-hmm. So I did that race way more than I needed to.
Ugh, God, it could be annoying. So Nathan Keeling writes in and just talks about how immersion breaking the idea of doing this chocobo racing and weapon hunting all over the world as meteors supposedly crashing down.
Yeah, I mean,
But it's a game. I don't know. It's just part of like.
Yeah,
the
Nathan,
game.
it's a game.
Yeah.
well,
think
no.
about it.
I mean, like I guess for me that works. It's just so much of a part of every RPG.
Yeah.
There's always the bad guys over here. This is the point of no return. If you have anything else you want to do,
Right.
I mean, like even The Witcher 3 does that,
Yeah.
where it's kind of like, hey, this is where things start to get serious.
Mm-hmm.
So then you're like, oh well, I guess I better go. Ciri's in danger, but maybe I should go turn in some quests and play some Gwent. And
Yeah.
I mean, like it's
It's
just
awesome. That's why.
it's pervasive in the genre to the point that's like, I mean, I agree it's weird. I think it's an exaggeration to say like, oh, it's immersion breaking. Like I don't think it ruins the experience or takes you out of it any more than any other RPG.
Right.
Yeah, I
The
was gonna
world,
say Mass Effect 3 even because like that's like oh the Reapers are invading Earth and then you spend the whole game like doing all the side
Yeah.
quests.
Any weird planets I can mine for
Yeah, I
minerals
don't
while
know.
I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Or
so you finally got the gold chocobo. Was it satisfying?
It was. I mean, even just getting the blue and green ones so you could walk on water was like, oh man, now I can go over here and then I forget which Materia you get, but I know you need the gold one to get Knights of the Round, which is also really satisfying.
So it's been so long. Where do you get Knights of the Round again with the gold chocobo? How does that work?
it's in this like mountain, I don't know, cave or what you would call it, but you can't land your airship in there.
It's just a little volcano tip.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like
it's
on the inside of it.
Uh-huh.
And you
and
have to
is that the one that's an island or is that a different one?
yeah, it's its own island.
Yeah, so it's a
interesting.
tiny little like mountain island that you can't land on or anything.
How did I
And it's
miss
out in the
that?
middle of nowhere too, so you might not even see it unless you're like hunting for it.
Okay.
Like up on the top right, I think, of the map.
So the first time you set off Knights of the Round after all that training of the Chocobo, where
you're like, oh my god, oh yeah,
Tiger Woods in it with your fist, like, yeah, look at it.
Me and my friends talked endlessly in the lunchroom about how cool Knights of the Round was and how cool it looked, and like it's the only one that has like multiple hits, I think, of the materia, and so
summons.
Yeah, of the summons, and so I mean, obviously, it's the best one to use against bosses like Ruby and Emerald Weapon.
I'm jealous because, God, I watched that animation so many times as a kid, and I didn't get to see it this playthrough, and so I'm jealous that you guys experience it. No, I didn't get it. Joe, you said you had a way to get it without doing all that crap?
Yeah, so it's been a little while since I played, but what I remember about doing it is that, like, because I very specifically wanted to avoid Chocobo breeding, and you need the gold Chocobo to get the Knights of the Round Materia.
Materia.
But you also, like, on my first playthrough, it seemed to me that you also needed Knights of the Round to stand a chance against Emerald Weapon.
Sure.
So it's almost like it's almost like that cycle isn't even accessible unless you do it.
Right.
Unless you do the breeding. But thanks to God mode,
thank it.
That's not the case. So I was able to beat Emerald Weapon without getting Knights of the Round. And then I think you get an item from him. I don't remember what it is exactly, but you get an item that you turn into this like traveler guy in Calm. And I believe that's how you get like some master materia. So like when you have the master summon materia, that just has every summon on
Don't you get master summon from the huge materia in the Cosmo Canyon constellation thingy? I think that's where all the master stuff is.
Oh, maybe that's where it is.
Yeah. I don't know how that interaction works though in that exchange.
All I know is I got the master materia before the fight with Ruby Weapon.
Okay.
So then I was able to use the Hades Knights of the Round strategy on Ruby Weapon, and for beating Ruby Weapon, you get a gold chocobo. Then I was able to get the gold chocobo that way, and then go fetch Knights of the Round without having to go through the whole breeding process.
Do the old fetch quest. Got it. So Nathan Keeling also writes in and just says quickly, my favorite side stories for the end of the game would be Vincent's ultimate weapon, which I'm not sure which one that is exactly, and returning to Shinra Mansion, since it gives you extra backstory you would otherwise miss in the game.
Well, that's the one where you go under the waterfall and up into that cave and talk to is like...
Yeah, I think that's the...
Oh, then you get the weapon from that? I never even saw Vincent in battle this playthrough, so I had no idea what item that was that I got from doing that. But Lucretia McEvil's little cave up there, the waterfall.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of that section?
I really liked that, and I think it is the perfect example of the kind of potential that the FF7 remake has, because they touch on that relationship in Dirge of Cerberus a bit also, but like it's this weird sort of like Vincent has all these mysterious things about his past hinted at. You know,
wouldn't understand me.
You see a few cutscenes, or maybe it's only one, of like him wearing the Turq suit and stuff. And
right.
Like, wow, he used to be a Turq. It's like, oh, he's like new Sephiroth's mom somehow.
They're in love, and yeah, Lucretia talks about in the cutscene how like Genova, she has like the Genova inside of her that won't let her rest, and then you get to see Hojo creating Vincent, turning him into a weirdo vampire thing. Like I'm very confused what happened there.
So he's kind of like Sephiroth's stepdad.
Sephiroth's stepdad.
Sephiroth's
I think so. Yeah, you could see it that way.
No.
Okay.
But I feel like maybe it's one of those things that if you go through this game and just focus on this, I think there are interesting storylines with just Hojo and Gast. But it feels so spaced out, and I don't feel like I have a good grasp on like here's exactly what Gast was up to, how it related to Hojo, how they worked together. How
there's a degree of that's interesting. I think like I like the idea with Vincent especially. I think it works well of like giving a hint of his past without necessarily the need to like go into a 3-hour long like sequence, or like Red 13 to have a whole dungeon and cutscene all related to like everything he's doing. Like I think some of the ambiguity works well, but there are also times when like I think there's a difference between the fun of filling in the blanks yourself and then just feeling like you're missing something.
So you want just a little bit more from that waterfall.
I think you need a little bit. Well, and that one in particular, I remember liking that as a kid. I'm like, oh, cool. This is a cool backstory for Vincent, who I liked back then. And then going back and replaying it this time, I'm like, it is incredibly thin on content. Like it's like 2 exchanges, I feel like, and then you go back and there's nobody there, and you just pick up the stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I love how Vincent's like the fallen hero for or at least for Ben and I, who was like we were like, wow. Like Vincent was one of my favorite characters when I played this the first time.
Yeah.
And this playthrough, I didn't use him at all.
Weird
don't even
transforming
care.
hot topic piece of garbage.
Yeah, well, his limit break is just uncontrollable and terrible. But I
Oh
used to
my
think it
gosh.
was so great.
Yeah, he turns
it's
into like
unique.
this beast. It is
Yeah.
unique. I like that. I mean, it's better than Kate Sith's,
Yeah.
at least. But
Watch your tongue. How dare you?
but
So he also
conversely,
mentions.
like Sid is like, I like him way more than I
Yeah,
did
yeah.
originally. So it's just a weird, like, some characters just resonate with you more depending on how old you are, maybe, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
where you
now
are in
you're
life.
a chain smoking astronaut, so you understand.
Well, yeah, I get it.
So he also mentions returning to Shinra Mansion, which is loosely connected to Vincent, I guess. But that is how you trigger the Zack and Cloud cutscene, which, as far as like optional stuff at the end of the game, I'd probably say is the most relevant, the most interesting. That's the one where you see, Zack and Cloud in the back of the truck.
Yeah.
Basically, how they go become mercenaries. There's a funny scene where Zack's talking like, I want to start my own business. I feel like I can do anything. What do you think I should try, truck driver? And he's like, oh boy, you should just try everything. There's a lot of options out there. And he's like, that's it. I'm going to become a mercenary. I got it. And the truck driver's like, I don't think you listen to me. And then just completely talks over. It's a funny little bit of comedy in the middle of that whole sequence. And then everything
Yeah.
turns out great for Zack, and we can just keep
Oh my
moving along.
gosh,
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
out there somewhere, right?
That death scene is so much more brutal than I remember. Did you remember this, Reeves? Did you
No.
trigger this?
I don't think I triggered that.
I didn't do this on this playthrough.
Oh my God, you
I-
guys should
I
definitely go
did
back
that-
and do it.
I remember that scene vaguely because I did it the first time around, but I didn't. It's something I totally forgot about, actually.
Did you go
until
back
brought
and
it up.
did you go back and watch the Crisis Core scene
No,
yet, Hanson?
I'm a terrible host. I didn't
Okay.
do it. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Well, that's all right.
But it shows that exact scene.
Well, talk about what's in FF7 first.
Okay, so
and
in
then-
7, it's just like, hey, we're going to go to Midgar, be mercenaries. It's going to be so much fun. High five forever. Woo, big swords
Woo,
rule.
we're the best.
And then it just like jumps to them outside of Midgar and like
Freeze frame
crawling up.
the air?
That's right. No, they're like crawling up on the side of this cliff. And Cloud is clearly hurt. I think Zack actually might be hauling him. And then like the Shinra soldiers come up and basically throw Zack to the ground and then just take their machine guns right over Zack's body. Just unload inches from him. And then they walk away and they're like, what about this guy? Pointing at Cloud. And they're like, forget about him. He's fine.
He's garbage.
He's garbage and he knows it. And then it's like, it's really good. And then it has a moment where Cloud like crawls up to Zack's riddled corpse. It's a polygon, and then does like the classic no without voice acting, where he just like looks up at the sky, and then
Yeah.
the camera just tilts up, and you see Midgar in the distance, and it's just like a really beautiful shot, really well done.
Yeah.
And so then that links to where he shows up and Tifa finds him? Is that what happens right after
mean,
that?
no.
Is that what's implied?
No, and then after that, God, what I forget how like off the train with Tifa. you mean?
Yeah.
It would be after that, yeah, but I don't know exactly how that links up. It doesn't
Yeah.
like
I mean,
tighten it perfectly.
yeah, the idea is it's not like 10 minutes later Cloud and Tifa meet up, I don't think. But the implication is that like not long ago Cloud came into town messed up.
Right. He also grabbed Zack's sword at that point. But what happens in Crisis Core then? Do you get to
It's-
see that?
Yeah. Yeah, you see that scene.
I want to see how they render that.
The death is different. I mean, but
It's like the beginning of
Food
RoboCop.
poisoning?
seriously, you should like right after we're done recording this, you should just go watch it.
Okay.
Gets bit by a rattlesnake, I think, is what happens.
And Cloud has to suck the poison out of his butt.
Uh-huh.
So Paul Swears says, before I start the end, I always go trigger the Zack cutscene. And I go to this spot near Midgar that's a cliff, like overlooking Midgar, which kind of resembles the spot where he died.
Yep.
So it's like
Oh,
it's on the world
interesting.
map. And he says he sits there with his chocobo, and then he goes right for the northern cave. It's pretty nerdy, but whatever, video games.
No.
That's actually
I
kinda
like
cool.
it.
Just
Yeah.
to stop and think about Zack dying.
Get yourself pumped up for that. Yeah.
I will avenge thee.
Get some revenge going in your veins.
Absolutely. So Matt from Akron, he writes in, he says, I finished it! Exclamation point. What a huge undertaking. Sorry. When Meteor was about to crash, I revisited every place I could remember and talked to every NPC I could find.
Wow.
They all had different dialogue about how they're going to spend their final days. It was an awesome touch that must have been a lot of work, but made the threat feel authentic and global and real. Thank you for doing the game club. Let's do it again.
Final Fantasy VII again?
Yeah, we're just going to start this over.
yeah.
Go again and again and again. Yeah, I do love, everybody's dialogue about basically saying F it, or, we can get through this. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
It's fun seeing people, brace the end of the world. And there's a lot of that.
also a sort of optimistic take on humanity in the sense that if just impending global destruction was there, like there's no way people would still be just like chilling out in their towns, going about their daily. There'd just be riots and murders all over the place.
What would you do, Joe?
Well, that's your take on it.
I'd hang around in my town.
I'd sell Phoenix Downs slowly. Yeah. It's kind of my thing.
I'd start eating them. Just hoping they take effect if I die.
One of my favorite places to go is Cosmo Canyon, where you get to see a little wrap up to the Bugenhagen storyline. He talks about like the NPCs, Matt from Akron here, talks about NPCs having customized dialogue. It's weird because you go there and all the characters in the town in Cosmo Canyon still talk about like, oh, Bugenhagen, we need him. I can't imagine life without him. Then you go trigger the cutscene where he dies-ish, and then the dialogue doesn't change. I agree that they do a good job of like customized dialogue.
We need Bugenhagen. And it's like, yeah, goodbye. So I gotta go.
Right. We won't talk about that. But
see you tomorrow.
I forgot that you don't really see him die. Like he's lying on the couch and he says like, ho ho. Bleh. He tells Red 13 to like go out and live life and experience things because he'll add it to the live stream in the end. It's a nice little sentiment. But you see Nanaki kind of like crying about it. And then he just walks down to the Eternal Flame where Cloud and the rest of the party's hanging out.
Yep.
And then Red doesn't explain what happened. He's like, Bugenhagen really liked riding on the high wind, so he went for another ride around the world. All right, let's go.
I think Red 13 ate him. I think that's what happened.
It's like if you die with a cat, it'll eventually eat you in your apartment.
That's what happened.
He hasn't eaten this entire game now that I think about it.
Have you seen it? No.
And he can like roast him first with his little tail
That's
and
true.
just go for a good old bite.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, maybe they're just trying to emphasize how young Red 13 kind of sort of is, that like he wasn't open to talking about his grandpa dying, and so he has to kind of cover it up by saying, hey, he's just flying around the world again.
Also, was it clear
In
that
hell.
that's not his biological dad? Like, do they?
No. What do you think, that's Cito's dad? You idiot. What are you talking
No,
about?
his mom. We never see his mom.
What, a
I
little
don't know.
flaming stub on his little floaty platform?
Oh, I always thought Ultimate Weapon was his dad.
I want him to be my dad.
You dingus. But talking about like customized dialogue again, I like that when you go back to, God, I forget if it's Wall Market. It's not. It's Sector 7 slums. And one of those towns in Midgar you can go back to. There's a person in the town outside of like this little like Culver thing that you can go inside of. Culvert? Yeah, Culvert.
Culver's, yeah.
Culver's, Butterburgers that you can go inside of. Anyways, and they say like, oh man, that was crazy. This person walked out muttering something about Genova, reunion, yada, yada, yada. And then you go inside the culvert, which is where somebody was super sick early in the game. They're like, ooh, my stomach. And they're not there. And so in theory, that person it became a Sephiroth clone? Is that a stretch? Okay, you think that's...
Oh, no, I mean, like that's not even... That is exactly what happened. Is that the guy who was sick in that little like pipe?
Yeah.
Was like one of the like had somehow been like Mako treated or experimented on, and was like one of the marching reunion.
That is such a long haul.
That's a long haul.
Does it go along the bottom of the ocean? What do they do? It's like Land of the Dead?
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, Randolph Sparks.
That is cool, though. I just never realized that connection.
Also, I mean, in Midgar, you get to see Ares' ghost in the church. And you go into the church and it just like quickly fades out. I don't know if there's another ghost cutscenes.
There's those kids playing there, too.
Right. Like, playing with the ghost.
Like, yeah, that's right.
Randolph Sparks resident
You can watch
says,
that movie, The Ring, in there. And
it's really great. Why the hell do your battle points just disappear when you leave the battle square in Gold Saucer?
Yeah, that makes no sense.
oh my gosh, and that pissed me off really bad too, because I I had saved up enough to like buy Omni Slash or something, something big, and the analog controls, I don't know, they're frustrating, and so I accidentally walked too far down and out of the ring, and I'm like, oh crap, and I got him back. I'm like, well, it's not gone, right? I have to actually like leave. And then, nope, they're gone. If you leave that screen, they are gone.
And it takes a while, even at 3 times speed, to build up enough for Omni Slash, which is Cloud's final limit break, which is awesome.
I had to put the game down for a night after that. Like,
throwing out the window.
Because there are lots of fights against Proud Claude or whatever that you're going through that are like, it takes a long time.
It takes a while.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of grinding to do that. It was kind of fun. It's like, I cheated my way through it. Like you wouldn't believe. It's like, all right, I'm going to use Meteor Rain, which I used to call Matorian as a kid, which is just idiotic.
Yeah, that's terrible.
So I used Matorian and I'd use Finishing Touch just over and over and over and over again and just listen to podcasts. And that's my kind of gaming.
There you go.
That's what I'm on board for. And then you get Omni Slash, which is just great.
Mm-hmm.
Which is really good.
I mean, undeniably the best limit break in the game.
Yes, I think that's very fair.
I don't know.
Cloud's high wind, not Cloud's. Sid's high wind also does a lot of damage. It's one of those multi attack ones.
And then Barrett's is only the third one, right?
I've heard some people say that it can do, I think it's a little more random, but it can do more damage than Omni Slash. But I think for consistency, like Omni Slash is like the highest dealing damage.
Yeah. And
limit break in the game.
satellite beam is a good one also, Barrett's.
It's not that effective. I mean, it does 9,000 or something, but I like Red 13's Cosmo Memory. It's like kind of this weird cosmic
it looks
vibe.
cool.
Yeah, it looks sweet.
Kate Sith's dice.
Shut up.
He rolls some dice. I don't know what he does.
gosh,
Just
it's
lays
so
out
good
a
with those
cardboard
dice.
mat and has you flip a cup or
It's
some
actually
crap.
no, it's slots. That's his big one.
Wait, so that's like Tifa's thing then?
I don't know. I don't remember exactly. I didn't use it.
Right.
But like Kate Sith only has 2 limit breaks. Like he has dice as his level 1 and slots as his level 2, and he doesn't have 3 or 4.
Slot
How
shaming.
many does Eris have?
All of them.
Wow. So you got to get her all the way up to 4 before the first. That seems like crazy.
Her big one is Great Gospel, which like gives you temporary invulnerability and completely restores your hit points.
I think we talked about this.
Yeah.
Aaron Gutchess writes in and says, Juba was talking about there being more weapons than you fight in the game and says Sapphire is one. He is correct. Sapphire is the weapon that gets its head blown off by the Junon cannon. Diamond, Ultima, Emerald, and Ruby are the other 4 you fight in the game, obviously. There are 2 more, though, in the expanded universe. Jade Weapon is a bug-like weapon introduced in Before Crisis. Omega Weapon is the last resort weapon introduced in Dirge of Cerberus. I did not know about the expanded universe weapons.
I'm trying to remember. I feel like they were somehow alluded to or mentioned or something previously.
Oh, yeah?
Or maybe Jade Weapon at least.
Okay.
And then sort of fleshed out in those other things. I could be wrong about
Sure.
that.
I always thought it was weird that Ultima Weapon was like kind of one of the weakest ones because like Emerald and Ruby are way more powerful and harder to defeat.
But what made Ultima difficult was just how stupid it was with its flying pattern.
Yeah, that was really.
And you're following it around the world and trying not to lose it, where it's just like constantly zigzagging, like changing its mind. It's the most indecisive. It's the Woody Allen of weapons out there, flying over the ocean. We're just trying to figure out where this dumb thing's going to land.
Part of what I loved about that, I've talked about Final Fantasy VI a lot on this game club and what I love about it, but like part of what I love about that is it reminded me a little bit of Death Gaze from FF6.
Oh, do you like Death Gaze? This has never come up.
I'm a big fan of Death Gaze, which is that's the monster that attacks your airship as you fly around.
Right.
It's like a random encounter.
Right.
So like I like the idea of this this just like terrifying beast in the sky that you need to fly over and try and take.
I think that works really well. I love having weapons just in the overworld overall. Like it's so cool to have this thing that I'm genuinely scared of. Ultima, not so much, but like I was just
man, Emerald Weapon down. Like if you're trying to do anything under the ocean and that green thing's there, you're like, oh god. Oh,
it's an awesome feeling. Like I had that where I was training in the sub in the crashed airplane, whatever it is, the Shinra plane, and then like came out of that and just emerald right in my face. Like, oh, good Christ. I nearly dropped the controller. Like, I'm so petrified of that thing. And then I went in and I fought that and Ruby just to remind myself what it was like. And I thought, like, maybe with cheating I can just, nope, just immediately died both times.
Really?
I did the same thing. Is like I was looking forward to the very first time in the story that you get in the submarine and like go down there, Emerald Weapon's down there. And I was like, man, he was so hard. I bet with God mode enabled, I could just beat him right now, first time through. And he just does like one big stomp, and everyone's just done. No,
but you beat both of them, Reeves? Or
I did not beat Ruby.
Okay,
that was my goal, but and I actually still want to because I never beat Ruby the first time. So I want to finally finish that off. But
what was Emerald like for you?
I mean, after you do all the preparation, it's not too bad. It's a bit of a grind because it takes a while, but
Ruby Weapon is actually the easier of the two, but it's just needs a lot more like coordination for it because like there are very specific things you need for the Ruby Weapon fight. You have to go into it with 2 party members down. Because otherwise he sandstorms them and then they're gone the whole time. So you go into it with 2
Do you like this kind of stuff where you have to like get so nitpicky with like these specific setups and whatnot?
I loved it at the time initially because like I think that the evolution of this idea is the kind of thing that we see in games like Dark Souls now, where it's like you go into a fight, you do some trial and error, you figure out what you need, and then you go into it with that kind of preparation. I feel like the game mechanics weren't all there to really support that style at the time. So you just had to look up a strategy guide and be like, here's how you have to do it. But yeah, so you go into it with one person standing, have them immediately. So then Ruby Weapon will immediately like put his tentacles down, and then you revive those two people, and then that's when you start the Hades.
What is the Hades thing? Why Hades?
Hades casts stop as like it's a bunch of status effects, but stop or slow. I think it's stop is the one you want. So then that basically stops all of the retaliation because Ruby Weapon has built in like automatic counters for like Knights of the Round and Ultima. So, or maybe it's just maybe he counters Knights of the Round with Ultima. Anyway,
cool.
Point being, when you stop him, he can't use his counter.
Okay.
So you need to do that first and then do Knights of the Round. And
Hades is more effective than just casting stop?
Yeah, Hades is like a guaranteed, like it'll do it.
Oh, okay.
So then if you get that going and then you just get it miming again and again and again, you can basically just get it caught in a cycle, like get Ruby Weapon caught in a cycle, and it's not a problem.
Is that one where people recommend using the Lucky Sevens trick too? Do you guys use Lucky Sevens?
No, I didn't this time. The very first time I beat Emerald Weapon, I did the
Which
Lucky
one was
Sevens
that?
I don't know if I've ever seen Lucky Sevens. Now that I think about it, but it's basically if you have 7,777 health.
Yep.
Then what? Cloud just goes in infinite Omni Slash. What happens?
The character that has 7,777 health, which you set up by I forget exactly how it works. There are various ways to like get it going, but like you get it set up so then you use a potion right before you get like 7,727 hit points.
Right.
Use some item that gives you 50 hit points and then immediately enter the battle. So then it triggers this like Lucky Seven state.
Yeah.
The character that's in Lucky Sevens attacks 77 times for 7,777 damage each time.
That's so awesome. I've never seen it. Does any other Final Fantasy do anything like that? Like with the number of Final Fantasy incorporated so heavily into some gameplay trick?
I don't think so.
It's really unique and really interesting.
Does that work really well for the weapons?
It works. It doesn't. I don't remember why. I remember it not being very effective against Ruby Weapon. It is effective against Emerald Weapon, but it takes forever.
Yeah.
Like I had it was. I remember specifically it was Barrett that I had doing it when I first beat Emerald Weapon years ago, and like it takes. It's especially hard if the fight doesn't go your way and you lose, and then you have to do it again because of course you saved right before the fight. But it's just like watching a character attack that many times, like dozens of times, takes forever.
Yeah. Because
it's not like they take turns. It's you stand up and just bam, bam, bam. Again, it takes long.
Fun. So Nick from Utah writes in and says, "Hey friends, love the game club, love the podcast. Thank you, Nick. We love you. The weirdest experience I ever had in Final Fantasy VII was when I forgot to equip the underwater materia while attacking the Emerald Weapon. I had cast Knights of the Round. The eon-long summon animation, which I love by the way, wrapped up just as my oxygen timer reached 0. Emerald died and it faded to black. The combat victory screen and game over screen came up simultaneously in alternating vertical lines of pixels from each of the two screens, while the music associated with each screen played together at the same time, creating audible madness.
Whoa.
I sat there stunned, staring at the garbled mess on the screen. I pressed a few buttons and was brought to the start screen. I went straight back to Emerald to equip the underwater materia, killing it, but the result of my first attempt was way more memorable.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's a good
crazy,
story.
Man. I didn't know that was a thing. But if people out there want to test it and time it and make sure there's not some Baba Booey emailer, then please let us know. Cool. All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about? The Ultima weapon. Forgot to mention, when it blows up, you finally get access to the mysterious little ancient forest. Otherwise known as that dumb forest.
That dumb forest.
You talk about like needing very specific plans for taking the weapons. Like I would take that over the stupid like over the reason the forest is so dumb to me is that like you have a very specific order of that you need to do things to like to maximize like to get all the treasure there.
Sure.
Right? Which I'm fine with. I kind of like that puzzle element, if not for the fact that you also are getting into random encounters while you're doing it.
Yeah.
So it's like
can you go and redo it if you screwed up the first time?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think
so.
you can go back in there. But like the point being is just like random encounters are annoying enough when you're like just trying to get someplace to do a story. But when you're like experimenting with the puzzles in the way you need to, it's a huge pain to have to like do a bunch of fights along the way. I turned off random encounters there and enjoyed that forest so much more this time versus my first time, because it was just like, I don't have to deal with that crap.
I didn't even get through it. I saw it on the world map, but I didn't remember how you got to it. And then when it ultimately explodes, like, aha, that's right. It makes that weird ramp. Then I went in there and it's like, okay, I put a frog in this Venus flytrap. All right, I'm not dealing with this crap. See ya. I'm going to go cheat my way through the ending.
I remember, that was what's weird is I remember getting Cloud's ultimate weapon in that forest.
You do get a Cloud weapon.
But that's not the case. It's a different weapon you get there. But you already have the ultimate weapon from beating ultimate weapon.
Yeah, exactly. Right. But the one in the forest has like triple AP points or whatever.
Yeah, that's his triple growth weapon.
Yeah. You know, it's triple growth weapon. Everybody knows that.
Is there anything else in there that was super good?
You get a gun for Vincent, I believe, on the first screen, something like that. What do you guys think of the Northern Crater?
Yeah, I was going to say, we've talked a lot about this and not actually the
actual content.
Yeah.
It was longer than I remember. I don't know why. So I had a weird phenomenon when I first played Final Fantasy is I played through to the third disc the first time through, and then it sat on a shelf for like 8 months. And then I was like, I need to go back and beat this. And then I like went back and beat it in like one sitting. So it was just a weird like disconnect. So it was kind of fun to like see the actual flow of the game this time. And but anyway, for some reason, maybe because I played that way, I don't remember that last area being that long because comparatively, when I went in,
you say that long. I mean, it's not. It's more screens than you imagine, but it's still maybe 12, 15.
Yeah,
ultimately.
It takes a while.
Sure.
And I had forgotten about you splitting up different characters to go different ways.
Yeah.
And then you get stuff from them. And I'm sure there's a way to min-max it, but like...
There is. I didn't do it, but I looked up the guide and I was like, oh, wow. You can very specifically send people in ways to like double up on certain items.
But then you can go that path that they went and pick up the treasure chest. Because I went those paths and it's like some chests are open, some aren't.
But the idea is like they can get an item for you, but then you can go back and get it yourself. So it's actually possible to double up on some of those items, which is where the min-maxing comes in.
item.
But
like, got it.
It's funny. I had the opposite experience to Ben. Is like I remembered that dungeon just being so long and so complicated, and like I went back into it and it was like that was actually super fat. Like,
what were you talking about in the last episode about like dropping a save point?
Yeah, apparently there are just glitches and like there are known glitches depending on like how and where you drop your save point.
What do you mean drop the save point?
Yeah, I never saw anything
that
about
option.
Dropping a save point.
What? You get an item like right away.
From who?
It's like on that. It's either the first or second screen.
I saw there's some materia thing that I couldn't get. Is that what it is? I bet that is.
It's not materia.
I know, but it looks like it on the world map. It's not like it's in a treasure chest, right?
Maybe, probably not. I guess I don't remember exactly, but it's like super early. You get an item that when you use the item, it creates a save point wherever you use it.
I wish I would have gotten that dumb thing then and had one right at the end so I could experiment and watch the ending again and whatnot.
Yeah. So, but anyway, yeah. So I spent so much time in the Northern Crater just like doing the grinding that I explored every nook and cranny of it and was super surprised. Like, man, I remembered that you went off in different paths, but I remembered it being so much more, like the paths being so much longer. And instead they're like a couple screens and then they rejoin again.
Totally.
Did you turn off combat encounters though?
So, I mean, sometimes I actually left it on for most of the Northern Crater just because like I had such fun memories of like the enemies there and like
weirdo dragon things. Yeah.
Speaking of which, I finally this is one of my dumb Northern Crater stories. I finally rectified something that I had never done correctly before. There is a bug in this game that ensures that the enemy skill Pandora's Box is only ever used once. So like the zombie dragon can cast Pandora's Box.
Okay.
But there's some weird glitch that means that once it uses it, it sets some variable to like off so that it will never ever use it again.
That's badass.
So you basically have one chance in the whole game if you want to learn like Pandora's Box for yourself that I had on previous playthroughs always missed. The playthrough before it, that was so frustrating was that like I wanted to make sure that I got it so much that I like that in the fight with the dragon, it went on too long and the dragon like expended all of its MP. So when it used Pandora's box, it counted as using it, but it didn't actually cast it because it didn't have the MP for it.
Oh,
Anyway,
weird.
point being, I actually got Pandora's box this time, and it is not as great as I remembered it. It's like a big dumb question mark that like floats in space. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw a picture of that. Yeah. It looks bizarre.
Yeah.
So talking about like splitting up the team, it's a little bit frustrating. And maybe the game was trying to coach us with this, just with shifting up protagonists so often and like inserting some people into your party. But I feel like I would have liked the heads up earlier. They're like, by the way, you should care about all your characters. Isn't it everybody's like natural gravitational pull just to like pick the 3 and just care about them, and then everybody else like, I don't want to deal with their materia, I don't want to deal with their equipment.
I thought it tried to hint at like, hey, you might end up using these guys in a subtle way. You didn't get
Earlier
that?
on? No.
I mean, if nothing else, though, it like that fight, you need it on the Bizarro Sephiroth fight, and like at that, like it never stood out as a problem for me because I always had Knights of the Round at that point, which just like ends that fight instantly, basically. So like it never bothered me.
Okay. All right. Hey, teach their own. So talking about Sephiroth and the ending and all this stuff, there's kind of some broader picture stuff, but it's a good time to talk about Sephiroth, the figure. So Tanner writes in and says, when I first played the game, I was really confused and missed a lot of the details, but it didn't matter to me because I was more preoccupied with saving the world than Cloud's mental state. However, I read this wonderful post on a message board explaining the story, and now it is clear to me why the story is so confusing. We basically have 2 unreliable narrators between Cloud and Sephiroth. It taught me how Sephiroth's body was actually killed by Cloud before the story begins, and the whole game is him controlling the alien shape-shifting group of cells known as Jenova through the live stream. It has some creepy implications in this story, like how the party is in prison and Sephiroth kills everyone around them. What actually happened is he possessed the headless body of Jenova, made it take his appearance, and walked around murdering everybody in sight while they slept. It's pretty messed up. Anyways, I think there is some cool science fiction stuff going on in 7, even if it is presented in a confusing way. Just to get all this out of the way, Aaron Gutchus writes in and says, is Sephiroth the one in control of or Jenova? In control or Jenova? I mean, probably Sephiroth, but I always felt that it was Jenova using Sephiroth, making Jenova the actual big bad. And then Chad from Boston writes in and says, hey, I love your Game Club podcast, but I just wanted to correct one thing you guys said regarding the Shinra headquarters incident where you say Sephiroth took Jenova out of the chamber. Sephiroth throughout the whole game is in the live stream, and you never actually see the actual Sephiroth until you Omni-slash him. However, he has control over Jenova, and Jenova can shapeshift. So when Palmer said he saw Sephiroth, this is technically true, but it was actually Jenova shapeshifted as Sephiroth being controlled by Sephiroth in the live stream. So is it correct that you never see Sephiroth until the Omni-slash fight with their shirts off?
No.
Okay.
You see Sephiroth encased in materia.
Yeah, I was
Right,
just gonna
right.
ask about that scene.
You like that is Sephiroth's body. You see him there.
So what do you think about the Jenova versus Sephiroth real big bad thing?
That one, I guess I'd say like Jenova to me doesn't feel like the mastermind behind this whole thing. Jenova feels like a kind of like a dormant weapon, like like
She's the power source.
yeah,
maybe?
like
Okay.
like I think that her time to be a catastrophe, like she was already a catastrophe. Her time is over.
Sure.
And so she's sort of like a just sort of like a diffused bomb that Sephiroth is now sort of like making active again. You
Right.
know, like
Sounds like Lindsay Lohan.
topical.
Ha 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 ha.
Go on, Joe. I don't know what.
So anyway, so that's my take on that. Is like I think Sephiroth is very clearly this sort of like driving malevolent force of this whole thing, and that Jenova, well, it is just sort of his means to that. Isn't really like pulling any strings.
Right.
And this is actually so this is the first time I'm hearing of the like shape-shifting Jenova cells and
They
stuff
do
like that.
They mention it at some point. I remember writing it down in my notes that they mentioned at some point that Genova's cells can make you change your appearance.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I get that. To me, it doesn't make sense that like every time you see Sephiroth, it's this like headless Genova body, though.
You think
because,
he's
like,
so powerful, it's some external.
Yeah. I mean, like we talked about it as some sort of like projection or something before, which to me makes a lot more sense of like why he's like appearing out of nowhere and floating through walls and stuff like that versus like an actual. I don't see the need to make like Sephiroth's incarnation an actual physical thing.
Sure,
but. Whatever.
I mean, do you guys consider him an unreliable narrator?
Sephiroth? I mean, he doesn't really narrate.
Yeah, that's what I always thought was weird. Is like, I get Cloud is unreliable, but
I think instead of unreliable narrator, I think what you have are like Cloud is definitely unreliable, but for Sephiroth, he's just like telling one side of the story, you know?
Sure.
And he himself
politician.
doesn't know everything. Like, you know, there's a part where Sephiroth thinks Genova is an ancient, and it's not that he's like lying or being unreliable. He's just misinformed. He doesn't know.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
At that point,
everyone's very confused about what's happening.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I loved going into that final fight. I forgot about that, like everybody floating around the big glowing orb and all that stuff. I forgot about the great moment where Cloud says right before you go into that final area, like, "Let's mosey everybody." Then Sid's like, "Stop saying that, you idiot!" Like even at the end, they're still like, "Shut up, Cloud." Oh, you're the worst.
So. This stuck out for me in that moment where they're all like floating around Meteor, or Holy rather. Is that like this? I get this a lot in RPGs where like you have your scrappy little party who's out there to like save the world and beat the bad guy, and never more than in Final Fantasy do I feel like, wow, we should just lose this fight.
We got a dumb cat, a robot.
Well, and just he's just sort of floating there doing nothing, and he's just like bending them over in pain and like sending out these shock waves of energy. Like it just seems like he should be able to obliterate them instantly. And
I don't know. Yuffie's there, and she talks about, "Oh, I don't know about this materia. I really want some of that." She has some really committed line at the end, so she's pretty pumped up.
Barrett's got a gun on his arm.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like.
Tifa can slap hard.
Oh my gosh, she's got gloves.
I feel like there are lots of games where like there's a satisfying sense of like them building up your character's sort of ascent to power and being able to challenge the bad guy. And in Final Fantasy VII, I didn't get there. In Final Fantasy VII, we got to Sephiroth, and I felt like, well, from everything I know about my guys and everything I know about Sephiroth, this should be a very one-sided fight in his favor.
Charles from South Carolina wrote in and actually mentioned that. He says, "Kudos for choosing the absolute perfect game for the first game club. Thank you. My only wish is that it could be drawn out into more episodes. Final Fantasy VII has always struck me as a very genuine story of the power of the spirit to overcome seemingly insurmountable physical forces. This is seen as early as Cloud's backstory, throwing Sephiroth over the edge, and culminates with his defeat of Sephiroth at the Northern Crater. Even though Hojo eventually calls Cloud his only successful clone, he eventually surpasses even the original himself. I see it peppered throughout the rest of the story as well. The physically unimpressive Cetra defeating the almost supernaturally powerful Genova, the planet's innate life stream rising to dispel the impending doom of the falling meteor. The only one who seems to recognize this truth to some degree is Sephiroth himself when he targets and kills Eris. I admit that this is a common theme across many other forms of media. However, I think few who have played 7 can deny how special it is and its ability to truly draw you in and cause you to really invest, even weathering it to the test of time. This failed clone's rise to greatness, aided by the help of his friends old and new, is a truly moving underdog story and delves deep into the spirits within humankind.
The spirits within.
P.S. I can't put in a big enough endorsement for Crisis Core. Check it out. So he enjoyed the underdog, but you see it as silly, or do you also enjoy like that angle of like this ragtag group is going to take on a god?
For me, it's the same way that like the immersion breaking. It's the same immersion breaking angle from before. Is that like I'm playing an RPG. The good guys need to defeat the bad guy, and on some level, like that's cool. Mm-hmm. But when you sort of do the sort of like the step back and like let's think about this logically for a second. I don't think the party wins that fight.
Sure, especially when one of Sephiroth's moves involves blowing up the Earth. Christopher Bartlett writes in and says, "Man, the final bosses may have been incredibly easy, but that supernova animation made me jealous. I want to summon a supernova too. Doesn't the sun kind of explode in that animation though? I know it's just an animation, but shouldn't the world be totally screwed?"
Yeah,
it was cool.
I like when it goes through Jupiter and makes like the bloop little hole and then Jupiter explodes. Also, it's that confusing bit about wait, so the world of 7 is
This is Earth?
Yeah, like,
And then also, if that fight goes on, Sephiroth can cast Supernova multiple times. So I don't know what's going on there.
But there's also like some summons you do where it's like, man, that seems like it would affect the planet as well.
That would have massive atmospheric implications for a whatever, like the Bahamut laser. that
Bahamut
would come
Zero.
down.
you know, like in
Neo.
15, how Ramu, like he's like actually in the world, actually casting it, whatever.
yeah.
It'd be cool if they put Supernova into 15 so we could see like with that level
man.
of like rendered detail exactly what's happening there and whether or not it's still Earth, how
man.
everything works there.
What's funny is like, because Joe's talking about like, oh, story wise, we should totally get destroyed, but like actual gameplay, it's kind of easy to walk over Sephiroth in that. Like, just because maybe it was because I like trained up my dudes to like attack
You're cool
the
dudes.
weapons.
Yeah.
And they're really cool dudes. But like that last boss fight wasn't super hard.
I'm
at
with you.
all.
I went in being like, I'm ready to cheat my way through this. I think I tapped like the limit break thing once, which obviously gives you Omni Slash, so it's
Yeah.
a little bit one-sided. But I was amazed at how easy that was. I was bracing for the worst. Like basically, he turns Red 13 into a frog and then confuses Yuffie. That's about all he did for me.
If you get one of your characters up to level 99, that I don't remember exactly how it affects it, but like there's basically like a trigger in the game. It's like, oh, you're level 99. We better make the last boss way harder.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
So-
Did you do that? then?
Not this time I didn't.
Okay. Huh.
So like I said, it was a long time ago. I don't remember exactly what, but like they definitely make like Sephiroth's final form more difficult if you have a max level character.
I forgot about the weird wormhole thing then for the real fight or the second fight, which is awesome in theory, just having Cloud versus Sephiroth and having just like the heartbeat Sephiroth theme going. And it just seems like they up the volume on all the sound effects and getting to hear Omni Slash triggered and just pay attention to the sound design so much. I love that moment. Man, Joe?
I totally blew that moment. So like
What? How do you
do you
blow
mean? How
that?
did
You have
you
like
blow
one
it?
option.
you have one option, and I was like I was savoring it because I was like, man, this is the end. This is my platinum trophy that's coming through here. Like,
Yeah.
because I'd saved the actual beating the game for last two. So it's
Okay.
like, I'm like, and I remembered this moment as being so cool. I'm like, I'm going to really savor this. But if you wait too long, Sephiroth attacks and Cloud just counterattacks.
Oh,
So,
with
like-
Omni Slash?
No,
Just
with
a
a
normal
Oh, so any
dumbass
attack will kill him?
Yeah. So it's just like so Sephiroth came up and slashed me, and then Cloud immediately just went, huh. The end, and then like bloody Sephiroth cutscene, and
man.
it was totally anticlimactic and a huge disappointment.
Speaking of anticlimactic, I feel bad because if people are watching this on YouTube, I upload my gameplay, and that's my gameplay there on the left-hand side of the screen. But the Eris death scene and also the entire ending cutscene, they block recording.
Yeah.
I was like, this game's so old, so I wasn't able to capture it. So sorry, we're not showing it and whatnot. But you get to see at least the final fight.
It's
but even
probably
like
on YouTube, right? Somewhere.
yeah, but even like you can, yes, I guarantee you can look it up on YouTube. But even like traveling through the wormholes, through the stargates to go find old Sephiroth there with his shirt off, like even that you can't capture. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, that's weird.
I forgot about the Highwind transforming again when Sid's like and like grabs the lever and pulls it. It's awesome. And it's like, oh yeah, sure. Here's the fourth transformation of this dumb thing.
Why not?
Yep.
Yeah.
I had also forgotten how bouncy they'd made Tifa until.
What do you mean?
So,
She holds herself up on the ledge with her boobs.
Yeah, I'd remembered. I mean, she's obviously got a large chest, but I had forgotten how ridiculous that all the animation surrounding that was in that final
even
sequence.
She's just really ripped.
Beyond the ending fight, though, like even like her battle victory pose, where she literally just like leans back and sticks out her boobs, like Jesus Christ, you guys, come on! That entire ending cutscene, it's cool. I think there's too many ups and downs in terms of like, oh, Meteor's coming, but Holy's come to save it. Oh, but wait, Holy's not doing enough. Oh, but the Life Sphere's come to save it. It's like, just give us one twist. That's enough.
Yeah.
But I forgot how awkward it feels. No voice acting and like the sound design. I think it's a low point throughout all of 7 is the sound design during cutscenes is always minimalist and a little bit too quiet. It just feels uncomfortable and really dated, not having the minimalist sound design.
Right.
during
It feels
Final
like a
Cutscene.
game that's almost 20 years old. I agree.
Yeah, some would say.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think what's weird is that we could look back on that now and see it as sort of like falling short.
Right.
And at the time, just based on what it was doing, even with this, like even with the sound the way it was just amazing.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
So it's like, yeah, it's weird to go back to, but I mean, that was not a shortcoming at the time. At the time, your jaw was just on the floor through every cutscene.
Yeah, and I love the look of that ending. Like, I love the green life stream and blue holy and red meteor. Yeah. And there's even a great shot, which I love, where they just cut to Cosmo Canyon real quick, and you just see Midgar in the distance. Also, I love the idea of Meteor traveling, millions of light years, wherever the hell this thing comes from, finally gets to its destination, and then just like unleashes a bunch of tornadoes. It's like, right, just pulls up stop right at the end. But it's kind of beautiful to think of Meteor going for Midgar, and that, Eris with Holy and all that stuff, and with the live stream, that like Midgar is the thing worth defending in the end. I mean, obviously it's the entire planet, but I like
it's not that Midgar is worth defending. It's that Midgar is the thing worth destroying.
I guess it is, with the 500 years later thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's your read on the 500 years later?
I think they're just like, well, Red 13 is old. Like, let's show how old he is.
Brilliant.
I do not understand that scene other than like, oh yeah, he's old. I don't know.
Okay.
Like, I kept wanting to know what happened to my characters.
Right.
Okay. So
maybe they died.
My read on that, and I think that they've clarified this a little bit in the years since. To indicate that like it's maybe a happier ending than I thought. I actually loved it when I first played it, because I thought it was a grim ending. Like for me, because they're all like, what's going to happen? We have to let the planet decide. And then at the end, all you see is Red 13. You don't see any, like, you only see that species. You don't see any humans.
Adam Clark writes in, he says, I always assumed it meant Holy judged humans not good for the planet and eliminated everyone until Advent Children and Dirge Cerberus came along. Now I have no idea what to make of it.
Yeah. But at the same time, I don't think that specifically negates that theory, because like, who knows what happens in the, 495 years between Advent Children and that cutscene,
So Holy in the live stream come back out and just like wipe everybody out.
Well,
We changed our mind.
I don't think it's a sense of like instantaneous. Like, I don't think it's like, well, Holy decides, everyone dies.
Right.
I think maybe it's like, I mean, people need the planet. Like, people live in harmony with the planet, right? So what if the planet just sort of stops giving to them? Over time, it's going to, like, they're gonna thin out.
Right. I mean, I do love the ambiguous ending, if you want to read it as that, but there are like the sounds of like kids laughing after it fades out, with Red 13 and his kids, grandchildren.
Maybe those are just his kids?
This sounds like humans, unless he trained. I guess he can talk, so maybe they can giggle and whatnot. It's just a bunch of Red 13s.
Yeah.
The obvious joke is, who does Red 13 make sweet love to create all these children if he's the last of his kind?
Lindsay Lohan?
There you
Grow
go.
up. Eris's corpse. Hojo finally got his sick wish.
Yeah, I did wonder that, actually, because I always thought like he was the last of his kind. I'm like, how is he making kids then?
Yeah, how does he make
Was he
babies?
the last?
How
Were
are
they
babies
specific
made?
that he was the last of his kind, or just the last of his tribe?
Oh, good question.
It could be, but you never see another one. I just always assumed he was the last of his kind.
Yeah, we
whether or
scoured
not
that
they-
entire world, literally, Joe.
Look,
There's not another
Joe,
Red 13
there's not another
weirdo
one.
thing.
There's no Red 14.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
All right, so maybe he can just it's a mitosis.
So wait, but you read that as like a more positive ending now, is what you're saying, Joe?
Well, it's I still like my original thought on it.
Sure.
I think with the expanded content that they've done with that since then, it casts some doubt on it. And I don't remember specifically, but like I think that like Kitase or whoever has been asked sort of specifically about the read on it, and has come back with something a little more optimistic than my initial read.
Okay. Quickly, you guys want to blast through just some music stuff?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
sounds good.
It seems like the overwhelming winner was the Cosmo Canyon theme. The community
Good
really
theme.
enjoyed that one there. I like Hisito's theme more. I don't know if people just bundle that together.
Which one's that?
That's kind of like the slower, more piano-driven version of the Cosmo Canyon theme.
I like pianos.
And I like Sito. There we go. Let's see. The one above all says, I've said this multiple times in the Facebook group, but Genova Absolute is one of the most underrated songs in all of Final Fantasy. Wait in the booth. Do you have Genova Absolute there? So this is the fight before Sephiroth, which is interesting because I love the other Genova song, the one where it's like spelled out, which is the fights from the other Genova sequences, the music that plays, but this one is only played once at the end, and it's kind of cool.
It's pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah. Tom says Canyon, Cosmo Canyon, that is, and One Winged Angel on the battle theme aside, I think the ones that stand out the most to me, or I have the most nostalgia over, are Mako Reactor, Flowers Blooming in the Church, and Oppressed People. He also says, I think it's worth mentioning that Crisis Core also has a great soundtrack, especially Mako City. Chad writes in and says, definitely the song called Interrupted by Fireworks. Wade, you want to boot that one up? He says, it's one of those powerful songs in the soundtrack. And it's one that I don't think you think of too much, but it plays during the date sequence when you're seeing the...
Oh, yeah, I like this song.
Going around the tram.
It was great.
Yep.
It's beautiful. Nathan writes in and says, my favorite is You Can Hear the Cry of the Planet. Wade, you want to boot that baby up? I feel that it captures the hopeless feeling of the story perfectly. And You Can Hear the Cry of the Planet has such an eerie, melancholy feeling that matches the events of the City of Ancients so well.
Yeah, this is a great one.
It is good. Lance Howard writes in and says, during your Disc 2 discussion, Final Fantasy IX was brought up. The scene mentioned with the song You're Not Alone sent shivers down my spine. That's probably my favorite song from all of Final Fantasy. But he really loves Genova, the other Genova song, which is Genova. I don't know. This classic one.
Oh, yeah.
It's a tough one to pronounce and whatnot. The song from Fighting Genova right before Bizarro Sephiroth. He also loved the bombing mission from the opening, and Turq's theme is just a classic. What do you play it? Everybody remembers the Turq's theme.
Yeah.
Mike Petrie writes in and says, thanks so much for the Game Club coverage of Final Fantasy VII. This is my favorite game of all time. I've really enjoyed playing along with you guys. I've always loved the Disc 1 overworld music. We played it a couple episodes ago during Game Club.
Oh, yeah.
It's everything I feel about the game. Everything I feel about that game wrapped into one 7-minute track. I'm a full-time professional musician, composer, and orchestrator, and I still look to the Final Fantasy VII Overworld theme as my favorite video game music track. One that had tremendous influence on me as a guy who loves games and as a guy who makes music for a living. It's a high praise there.
Yeah.
Nathan writes in, says, Final Fantasy VII has a great all-around soundtrack. I think it's fair to say Uematsu is one of, if not the most influential composer of the game industry. Holding my thoughts in my heart is the field music from the original Final Fantasy VII demo, so it gets extra nostalgia points. Wade, do you have Holding My Thoughts in My Heart? Should be on there. Fun tidbit for Final Fantasy newcomers. Nobuo doesn't create brand new music for each installment, which I think is a stretch. He remixes tracks from early entries and keeps the rhythm. Random encounters and high wind music is easy to spot, but here's a few more examples, saying this has the same rhythm. The battle with the 4 friends from Final Fantasy IV, Fierce Battle from 6, Genova from 7, The Extreme from 8, Attack from 10, and then Dancing, Calacabrena from 4, The Wedding from 6, Waltz, Chocobo from 7, Waltz for the Moon from 8, yada, yada, yada.
Whoa.
For me, I was thinking about underrated tracks. Chocobo Farm, I think, is better than people talk about.
I was just going to bring that up, actually.
Were you really?
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Wait, do you have the Chocobo Farm music there? There we go. I love it. It's peaceful. It's relaxing.
It is very peaceful.
You have to hear it so much when you're
and
reading
I heard it
these
a
things.
lot.
I like there's sort of like an ethereal song that kind of plays. I think it plays when you're in the Mithril Mines, or maybe it's when you're in the mountains. It's just that sort of like, I can't. It doesn't have a melody. It's it's a much more of a just sort of like ambient sort of thing. I like that song.
One that I can't find, and it's connected to Mount Nibel over there, is there's one track that stood out to me. It's when Tifa in that flashback is talking about her mom dying. She's gonna go avenge her, and it's like a new version of Tifa's theme where I can't find it because you try looking for like Tifa mom dying music because it's only played that one time in the game, and everyone just pops up Tifa's theme, obviously.
Yeah, interesting.
But a song I really didn't appreciate and never really listened too much to outside of the game before was the Northern Crater music itself, which is called Judgment Day. Wade, do you have that one over there? It has like certain echoes of Eris's theme kind of worked in every once in a while. But I was listening to it and thinking about how much I liked it. And then I was thinking about why. And this part here, I realized like, oh, that sounds like the Lost World theme. That's probably why I enjoy it so much.
Really?
But it changes as it moves on. Huh. I appreciate it more this time around.
Yeah.
So my favorite Final Fantasy VII soundtrack. Ooh, maybe I like 8's soundtrack more than 7's. Joe, I know you're a 6 guy yourself.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, no question. So overall thoughts. Chris Cochin, I'm sorry, I always botch your name. Final Fantasy VII does get backlash because of its popularity. People who have short memories or weren't old enough back when this game was released could never understand how different the landscape of games was back then, and the effect that 7 had on RPGs, cinematic games, and just long games in general. Final Fantasy VII was a true one-of-a-kind pioneer, and it still holds up as a masterpiece despite its rust. Also, if 3 times speed was a religion, I would build a church to pray to it weekly.
Oh, man.
It's really crazy going from this game to like Stardew Valley because I'm so used to just like tapping in that stick and getting that sweet 3 times.
I would like 3 times speed in more games.
Every game should be sped up by 3 times, or at least give us the option. Hello, GI Cruz, says Tom. Most of the theories Joe was talking about, I agreed. And I like how in-depth he is with his knowledge. There we go. Tom, number 1 fan, Joe.
Thanks.
Everybody likes to bash on 7 and hate Cloud for being such an emo wimp. But listening to you guys talking about the game and how well planned out it is, how well developed Cloud's arc is, makes me laugh at those people. Cloud is not just an emo kid.
Yeah.
His tragic past and tough present makes him much deeper of a character.
He's not emo until like the extra stuff, like you play the other games and watch the movie and whatnot.
Yeah. Though as we touched on earlier, the game sort of does put the burden on you to fill in some of those gaps yourself, to sort of fill that with meaning,
Right.
rather than explicitly spelling it out.
Also, he's saying people criticize 7. I guess I haven't.
I think there's just like there's a certain backlash. I always feel it specifically from like the old school Final Fantasy fans. Maybe I'm just talking about Dan Tack here, but the people are like, "Oh, it's no 4, it's no 6. You're stupid if you don't think 9's the best." It's just I think 7 gets so much praise that naturally people see it as a lightning rod.
Yeah, and I think that's part of my perception of it anyway, is that like in general, I think 7 is widely regarded, like I don't personally agree, but like from the wider population, I think that 7 is perceived to be the best, the most popular, the most influential.
I think Square sees it that way.
And yeah, so like whenever, I mean, yeah, like Ben said, it's a lightning rod. Whenever something gets that much praise and has that much expectation put on it, there are people who are definitely eager to like play it and be
Fight
like,
against it.
well, yeah, to be like, I don't agree with that, which you're fine to not agree with it. I don't agree with it, but you can't deny. I think it's hard to deny that this is like an important and like well-crafted for its time and influential game.
Right. Although Brendan Smith writes in and says, I think the game has a lot of problems. I don't think the characters are particularly well developed by modern standards.
Well, Tifa is.
The writing is awkward at best. The plot really is needlessly convoluted at times. Playing it without a guide can be a directionless nightmare at times. So a lot of the criticisms I went in were affirmed for me, at least to some degree. But playing a big chunk of it for myself again has reminded me of what the game did right and why it can still be so fun. Raf, who has written in a lot, says, Dear GI Show, what a bizarre adventure 7 has been. After a little bit of grinding, I crawled through the dungeon, beat Sephiroth, and watched a vocalless cutscene that ended a bit ambiguously. I guess it's to be expected for a 19-year-old game. Overall, I stand by my beliefs that the best thing the game has going for it are the soundtrack, gameplay, and characters, especially that soundtrack. Still, I leave the game with a feeling of okayness. It's got plenty good, but plenty not so good. I'm sure I would have been blown away all those years ago when I was 4, but I didn't own a PS1 and only knew about the game from those who worshipped it. You wouldn't have beat this game at 4, by the way.
Yeah, no, it might have been too hard.
Yeah, he says it's nice that the recent ports made the game more tolerable. In conclusion, I give the game a solid 7. P.S. Thank you. Thank you and the Game Club for encouraging me to beat the game. After playing it on and off for so long, I didn't think I'd ever see it through to completion. But like they say, quote, there ain't no getting off of this train we're on. So
Well,
I'm glad we
congrats.
dragged it through. There are a lot of people that are like,
Yeah. Congrats to everyone who finished it too. I mean, like it is a long haul. So
It was
we
a fun
appreciate
ride.
that. Everybody that wrote in, there were a surprising amount of people that said like, I always wanted to finish it, and this kind of gave me the momentum to finally do it. And so I'm glad we could introduce a classic to more people, and I hope you learned something. But as Raph says, till next time, the question is there going to be a next time for Game Club?
No, there's not.
All right, well, that's it for Game Informer. Yeah, so we've talked about it a lot. People wrote in, have a lot of thoughts. People want us to do another RPG because it can be broken up into multiple episodes. People say Deus Ex, Persona 3, a lot of Xenogears fans.
Whoa.
Mass Effect 1, Catherine, Nick from Utah wrote in just to say Diablo 2. Do Diablo 2 next. Chris Cochin has the correct answer where he just says bully. Jeff Wang Dang James says KOTOR, Bastion, other ones. Paul Swears has a great one. I can't imagine we wouldn't want to do this at some point. Metal Gear Solid 2 would be
That's a really good one.
Oh yeah.
Or even the first one too would be really good.
Yeah.
Tony Dungan says Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Bastion, Super Metroid, Deadly Premonition. I think we should have a variety of games and ages for the selections. The classics are important, but newer games are just as important for studying, which is a good note to segue into. Joe, what are your thoughts on this versus new versus old?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think if you look at, a lot of the content we do, like replay and super replay are a lot focused on the old stuff. And that's not to say we don't want to do old stuff on the Game Club. I think there's definitely a place for that, and we'll continue to do that in the future. But yeah, from our conversations, we were thinking that it'd be fun to do something that is like not only recent, but basically like brand new.
Hot off the presses.
Yeah.
So what we're leaning towards is something that nobody recommended. And to be fair, we had a meeting about this yesterday, and I didn't think of it going in, and then somehow it came up, and it's like, oh yeah, that's a good one. We want it to be more accessible than 7, want it to be shorter than 7. So we're thinking of taking a little bit of a break, but picking it back up, Game Club that is, say around May 10th when Uncharted 4 comes out.
Dun 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 dun.
It's not Xenogears, I'm sorry.
But the idea is to do, like people said, a wide breadth of games.
Yeah.
That includes new games, and it also includes old games. So it doesn't mean like, oh, we're all new games now. Like, we will do classics again. We'll do RPGs again. But we want to do a wide breadth of games, which might someday include indie games and other types of games.
Yeah, there's a ton of great ideas in there. I love everyone's suggestions. Uncharted 4, sorry it's a console exclusive. That makes us feel bad. I mean, it's a popular console, so that's a little bit better. But I'm excited to do it. I'm excited to do such a story-based game. I'm not the biggest Uncharted fan in the world, but I think there's going to be a lot to talk about.
Well, especially since it's wrapping up that series essentially.
Right.
Also, that
could talk about.
I mean, there is a way. It's not like Uncharted 2 where you just sort of crack your knuckles at the end and be like, well, I wonder what they've got next.
What kind of wacky adventures? Also, it's not going to be the three of us. I mean, it very well could be, but I think more people are interested in this. Actually, it'd be kind of fun just to like, whoever wants to get like 10 people at this table.
Oh my gosh.
Because everyone in the office is going to be playing through it, right?
That's true. We'll have a wide swath of people to choose from.
Yeah, every episode will be 6 hours long.
But at any rate, in case you're particularly annoyed by me or Ben Reeves or Ben Hansen, we're
probably not me, but yeah.
Right, naturally. So the point
it's not just us three for Game Club forever for the foreseeable future.
But it is still you guys. You are a huge part of it. I'm looking directly at Joe and Wade. No, I'm talking about the community. They have been fantastic through this entire experience, sending in a ton of emails to podcast@gameformer.com. So keep that coming. And so the plan is Uncharted 4 comes out May 10th. We want to give people some time to buy it and play it. So the next episode of Game Club will be May 26th.
And should we say we are still thinking about doing multiple episodes, but since we haven't played the game yet, we kind of don't know where that break is.
We'll see how it'll divide up.
We will update you as
but it'll be at least 2 episodes.
Yeah, 2 or 3, 4 if it's a massive game. We don't really know. Send your feedback into podcast@gameformer.com. Let us know how many episodes you want. I love going nitty gritty. I'd love to see 3, but who knows? It might be a clean split at 2. When Drake dies and then the rest of the story.
Right. When you play as Elena, that makes sense.
That whole thing. All right. But hey, Final Fantasy VII.
Hey, thanks for playing, everybody.
Mission accomplished.
You did it. You did it.
I still have pages and pages of notes that we haven't talked about. There's so much more to go through. So maybe there'll be some bonus stuff in the future. Who can
Special
say?
edition podcast, more Final Fantasy VII.
I promise Final Fantasy VII will come up again on this podcast at some point.